Ball checkers past the catcher, Neal. Fry goes to third. Jones follows into second on the wild pitch.
This is what I'm talking about. In big moments and being on one knee. You just see her break the other right there. You're just going to challenge yourself even more to try to block balls. I promise you, if he's on 2 knees on regular traditional catcher stance, he blocks the ball, keeps it in front, but instead you got second and third, nobody out. That's why I'm not a fan of the one knee.
It's more important about minutes. To your point, it's the lateral movement of the catcher swaying left to right, hopping out to the right side with the chest in front of it.
I mean, the big league guys are better. They're the best catchers in the world. Some of those guys are a lot better. But when you talk about an 18 to 22-year-old kid catching, you can't tell me that's more consistent than being a traditional stance. And we'll see a great deal of the rule from third base as well. Yeah, he's going right back down there again.
On some unfouled territory, Torres drifts towards the dugout, has space, and he goes into the netting after making a catch for the first out.
And a huge first out right there. Torres had an error early in the game, but he makes up for it right here. This is a tough chance going right up against the net and collects it.
Thank goodness there's a net because a ball that's 18 inches high is not going to do so to keep that feeler release. So you can see O'Mile looking for his first hit of the game.
And how's Alabama going to play this? The lefty corner guys are going to be kind of even with the bag. The middle guys are going to play back, which means Autumn just hits a routine hopper up the middle of one of the infielders. We got a tie ball.
Island is with the ball in play in the air the last 2 times up. This is with the LSU team that is second in the SEC with 22 sack flies. 1-0 to Mile. Stuck with JT Blackwood after the walk to Jared Jones. His wild pitch advanced both runners. Clark deep right field, and it's gone. LSU's first lead of the night on a 3-1 home run by Stephen Milo. The monster.
And the player for dramatic. We saw it last year in postseason play. Came up big from LSU in the SEC tournament, big in the region, and he does it again tonight. You want to see some quick hands, folks? How about this? Turn one around, young man. Just a bullet. The only question is, was it foul or fair? Do you call that another Weaver or LSU? This is a bomb, Tommy. Almost out the ballpark.
6 of the Tigers' 7 runs have come via a long ball, pitch hit home run from Ashton Larson last inning, and now another 3-run home run from Milo here in the 7th. Jake Brown 0 for 2. Sharply hit through the right side. 1-0 to 1. 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 1- Pearson was in pitch left. Five home runs in his fifth. McCartney in the pitching single last time up. Chance for two. Throw is wide and it trickles into the grass. Round the third. He's waiting home by Josh Jordan. The throw from shallow left is wide. He is back on the play. And Snell delivers a fastball to the plate. And Brown has gunned out for the second out here. LSU is challenged.
What an aggressive sin by third base coach Josh Jordan on that one. Now, Jack Brown was flying. He was flying around. I thought the foot got it in. The question is the foot on the plate or is it above the plate? They say
He's safe.
The runner is safe at the plate.
Yeah.
Brown is asking for the review just as soon as he popped up. The wheels have come off for Alabama.
Yeah, if you're over first base, you knew Jack Brown was going to be running in the line right there. He had time to get as close as he could get in the throw path of Hogan trying to get over the shortstop for Brown. He should have just stuck in his back pocket and stepped on first base. But there was no way he was going to make a good throw there. Watch what Jack Brown does. This is him coming around third right here.
I see myself in these games. The question will come, when did you start to get excited about Stanford?
Frank says, challenge that one. I know I got my foot. He did. LSU up 3 right here in the bottom of the seventh.
Alabama led 5-1 going into the bottom of the sixth. A couple of pinch hits, including a 3-run home run. This error really opened it up.
Watch what Jake Brown's going to get. Time to see him kind of leaning into the line right there as much as he could, trying to get in the way of the throw before Toto to make a bad throw. LeBron could keep it in front. Here comes the left fielder Snell right here, fires home, but not in time.
I'm going to double your base runners, huh?
Yeah, it's
That
just
was
one play.
shallow left. Really shallow.
Well, you talk about speed. Jake Brown probably has the most speed on this LSU team. And Josh Jordan, third base coach, took a chance. And it paid off.
Connor Ball will enter, but let's take a look back at where all the drama continued. This was the strikeout of LeBron, and it came with 2-0.
Yeah, Evans on the 3-2 count just bent over, right the ball in there. To me, it was clearly low. I can see why Alabama would be so upset about this.
So Darren Hyman said, "What did you say?" You got the correct answer from Mike Morris, and I got a pause. Connor Ball, lefty enters down the base.
More.
His first plate appearance of the game.
Ball making his 11th appearance of the year. He already elevated. He's only worked 43rd this year. Given 8 hits, struck out 5, and has walked 1 so far.
It should be noted the momentum was already swinging LSU's way with a 3-run sixth before that ejection in the top of the 7th. But it just continues. You've seen a lot of games in this ball. It's the kind of thing that can happen in this stadium, especially riding the second longest win streak.
Well, this crowd gets riled up, and they love their baseball here in Baton Rouge like they do in a lot of places around the SEC. If this crowd starts to get into it, the players feed off of that. They feed off of the energy. LSU has done it so many times here at home.
23-1 in home overall, a 16-game win streak in this ballpark. And a lost lead of 6-1. LSU has 4 comeback wins with trailing after 3+.
But the pitching's been really good. I mean, if you look at the pitching And it comes up and gets right underneath the mask. Gosh.
John Stryker is the athletic trainer for Alabama.
That's a tough kid right there. We saw him here at LSU for 2 years. You talk about tough as nails.
Look at two to Tina Reeves. One start in the Auburn series. Reeves had a 1-for-4 performance. First team junior college All-America at Glenn in Texas. Led with their first ever national championship. Balls with 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Kind of ball retires the first bat of the defense. Cameron Beatty will get his first trip to the plate. Swing and a miss on the first. Cameron Beatty. Just 2 for 11 against lefties this year, 235 average overall. Runner on the move, pitch is low and away. The throw is wide. Didn't come off the back, it's on the base. Pearson.
Pearson got a really good jump right there. Going off the left hand, you're going on first. Move first to what you see off that movement is Pearson. He'll come down there, a really good throw. I get time one Pearson. Somehow hangs on to the back.
Sky high to the left. Snap. Hall to in. A 3-run 6, a 4-run 7. The result, a 3-run LSU lead as we go to the 8th.
It's not just a fight. When you step into the ring, it's a test of will, strength, and guts. BKFC is raw combat at its peak, and domination with fuel that pushes you beyond your limits. Booked Up delivers with the BKFC pre-workout and energy drink, packed with energy, focus, and strength. It's a good game changer. Ready to unleash your inner fighter? Booked Up. BKFC, let's go.
Cologuard is an effective and non-invasive colon cancer screening test. False positive and negative results may occur. Those at high risk should use colonoscopy. Skip the drama. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
It's about the blood. It's a budget. Sure. Crisp, fresh, seconds.
Flavors that feed your fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oreo Thins. Stay playful.
Well, you see Alabama got out early in the first inning. Came down with his 6th long ball of the year. Leonard his 7th long ball of the year. And boy, a big 6th inning for both these teams. Alabama took a 5-0
to 7. Sack bunt, fly out, block, and then the controversial strikeout of the Rod. Into the shift and from shallow right, Pickens. 1 down. How much easier is it, or what difference does it make for a reliever to start at any clean versus coming in with a guy out besides the out?
I think it's just the pressure. There's always pressure. There's really not anything called a no leverage situation. Maybe it's a little bit lower leverage situation coming in with running on base. I think if you have a little bit of room for error with nobody on, right? You come in with bases loaded, runners on second and third. You have to be sharp. That's what I've always admired about relievers. As starters, we have a chance to kind of work into the game and kind of feel what's going on. But man, when relievers come in big moments, they have to be on point from the beginning.
Richie Bonamolo looks at a 96-mile-an-hour fastball and a curveball out of the ballpark for his 5th home run of the season. Last time up. Tails inside 1-1. First of 3. Line drive past the diamond mile and then into left field to get back Bonamolo.
Bonamolo, I tell you what, Gates now, they got to get it on the button just about every time up tonight. This is an Alabama team that was struggling to score runs in conference play. They were 14 out of 16 teams in conference play when it comes to runs per game. They have swung it well tonight.
Oh, double his last time up. Got him off the Schneider for a couple of strikeouts. 9 run on deck for Bama. Pitch as well. Felt like Bama was playing with house money as the tie got out to a 5-1 lead, especially considering they gave Tyler Fay his 2nd career start tonight. That's unraveled in the bottom of the 6th.
That's one thing about the college game. You got to keep your foot on the gas pedal. It feels like no need to say.
I feel like power numbers are down this year.
I don't know what the exact numbers are. I mean, I looked at the bat average. We talked about that. The average SEC hitters hit 307 with a 950 OPS. So that is some numbers are down. I don't think from last year, but maybe the home. But look, the weather could have a little bit to do with that. I mean, it's been cold, a little bit cooler than usual. Wind's blowing in a lot of ballparks versus the wind blowing out at times. So that might have had something to do with it. But if you look at the exit velocities that we're seeing, I don't think the numbers matter that much.
Taps the right side. Dickinson only plays first. Even all of that kind of guy, farmers, all that, you feel like maybe you flip through one of those sometimes.
I have. I keep up with the weather a little bit in the moon phases.
Yeah, I just had a full head.
It's a different kind of moon too.
Well, it's actually
Same moon.
that'd be pretty good.
Right. I had a brother of mine many years ago that was out riding around drinking a little beer and riding forward one night. He looked up at the sky. He said, "Boys, we're an hour and a half away from farm." He goes, "And it got started like this at home."
From backyard grilling to powering businesses, propane does more than you might think. This clean, efficient American energy source helps families cook delicious meals, keeps homes warm, and powers essential equipment across Louisiana. Whether you're a homeowner looking to upgrade your appliances, a business seeking reliable energy solutions, or a farmer needing dependable power for irrigation, propane delivers. It's the smart, environmentally responsible choice that's always there when you need it. Learn more at LouisianaPropane.com.
On the game at Shea Stadium one summer. He said, the folks listen on the radio in St. Louis. Those views look beautiful tonight. I wish you folks in St. Louis could see it. 1-2 now. The animals like the full moon. They come out because it's brighter.
Well, everything is different on the full moon. Once read an article, more burgers happen on the full moon, more babies are conceived on the full moon. The deer move a little bit differently on the full moon. So the moon affects a lot of different things.
Not just the tide. Breaking ball for a strike 3, and Bama can't answer. No one to hit, one left eye. Middle of the 8th, LSU looking for a comeback win in game 1.
Do it all with steel battery. So with steel deals, now is the best time to save big on over 40 hardworking steel tools. Hurry into your local steel dealer or shop online. Do it all with steel battery. So with steel deals, now is the best time to save big on over 40 hardworking steel tools. Hurry into your local steel dealer or shop online.
Writing is hard, but writing British is easy. Custom printings, premium materials, transparent pricing. Get started at writingbridge.com or visit a store today.
Ben McDonald mentioned it. Stephen Milan with a flare to the bat. Delivered his Cooper. That's baby. And this shot. Big run Jackson to 7 to get out of the first. He attacked on 1-4 thanks to an error and a couple of hits. We go to the 8th. By the way, LSU 23-0 this season, leading after 7. The offense took a while to get going, but in the 6th and 7th, we get the Alabama bullpen piled up 7 runs, thanks in large part to a pair of 3-run home runs, one from Milam and one from Ashton Larson. Eric Carriel is the only Tiger that didn't come to play in the second. The fastball misses inside from Connor Ball. So you were saying that a lot of things are different when there's a full moon. Yeah, I mean, animals react. Yeah, I mean, humans react. Are you different when the moon is full?
Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe we'll
Others, like say, others, but yeah, but you better ask my wife on that one. But stop there. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. But I do keep up with it. What we got going on now?
My father was pointing out to the outfield. I think something came over the outfield fence gate. So doors ajar. Use a jar enough. 2-1. You did when there's an eclipse on it? No. You ever go and look at those?
Yeah.
Yeah, prick in the paper.
Yeah, I don't know, you get those little weird glasses or whatever.
Yeah.
Or a welding mask, whatever you want. I've used that before too. Yeah.
Or just look at it. You know, what's the worst you have?
You'll find out pretty quick.
You won't be able to see for about 30 minutes. Line drive into center field, and Derek Carriel get a free-hit night.
The dude is just hit. And that's where a lot of his base hits go from. Right back up from whence he came into the backside of the field. He lets the ball travel. He's not afraid That's why he'll walk a lot and take a lot of pitches. The reason why he'll do that to work the pitches is because he is not afraid to hit the deep drive. Those are the most dangerous hitters.
Want to know Fry. For strike 101. Fry is 1 for 3 with a walk. You know, it's interesting. Gary Allen refers this menagerie of different types of players that fill out rosters now, right? Which LSU had replaced 12 guys from last year's team, a couple of portal departures, guys to the draft.
Yeah, 22 new players on the roster.
So how do you fill those spots when you're LSU? Fly ball deep right field is fair and it's gone. Albatako to Fry is 7th of the year, 2-run shot.
The team has not hit a ton of home runs this year. Not as many as they typically do. The Tigers have a long stroke working tonight. No doubt about that. That just shows the strength of the drive. I didn't think he hit this ball that well. I mean, watch this. Almost like a fly ball off the back. But he kept carrying it. And look, that's in the traffic too. The wind is blowing right to left. It's not blowing left to right. This ball just kept drifting and drifting, and it just sneaked over one. God, it was good. It's torpedo that.
LSU leads 10-5 in the game. Then it trailed 5-1. 9 unanswered for the Tigers. And it looks like that would be the end of the line for Connor Ball. Nobody out, nobody on. In the bottom of the 8th, step away. This pitching change back in a moment.
There's no wonder why Don Seafood has been a Louisiana staple. From the finest skull catch to the most authentic Cajun recipes, our commitment to quality and tradition is who we are. We want to thank you for the past 90 years and cheers to many more together.
Robin Hood Gold members get an IRA transfer commission 2%. When you transfer in an IRA old 401k, 8 to 30 years, Robin Gold will boost it 2%.
Strong muscles don't matter if your connective tissue is weak. That's why there's Frog Fuel. Frog Fuel is a daily recovery protein shot designed to fuel muscles and connective tissue, supporting more strength and faster recovery. Trusted by elite athletes, Frog Fuel delivers 15 grams of nano-hydrolyzed protein in just 1 ounce, and it digests fast and no blood. And for a limited time, use code TV20 at frogfuel.com and save 20% off your first subscription order. Hurry, this offer won't last. Go to frogfuel.com now and stay on the radar.
Saturday at 12:30, pair of teams go head-to-head. Anthony Benton, St. Louis Battle Hawks. And the Arlington to take on the Renegades. It's our week 4 UFL matchup. Bama going back to the bullpen. Harrison Beasley is the new pitcher for Bama. Sophomore from Taiwan, Georgia, 6'1", 175.
He just made his 4th appearance of the year. I'm like, we're 2 and 3rd so far this year. Allowed that 1 hit. Balls have been an issue for him. 4 balls in the 2 and 3rd, but 5 strikeouts.
Five-run lead. And we mentioned this before, Bama shuffling its rotation, giving Town of Bay an opportunity to start tonight. Short week. Thursday start for this series. Got their ace ready to go tomorrow, and wanting to save some bullets down 5.
Well, we'll see what Jake Johnson wants to do. Speaking of saving bullets, he's got his best reliever in the game in the way of Evans right now. Now, Evans is only at 31 pitches, so if you take him out right now, he probably would be available for the Saturday game for sure. But if he gets up to 45 or 50 pitches, then you might lose him for the weekend.
Jared Jones shipped out for the right-hander. This is raw. Why not? LSU's gymnastics season comes to an end tonight. In the semifinals, Oklahoma, Missouri, Utah, and UCLA. Final 4 of the gymnastics championship. Swing and a miss. Gymnastics national championship. We're an ABC on 7. About that. Jared Jones over 3 tonight. Drew a walk and scored a run his last time up. What was the difference in this LSU offense 6th inning on versus the first 5?
I think they got some pitches to handle, and they just didn't miss them. You know, I don't know. I don't think the concentration was any more for LSU, but they got some good swings on some balls to the left, up, out, over the plate. But there was some walks in there. If I could, they took advantage of that. That's what LSU's kind of done all year long. They don't strike out the tunnel they have tonight. 3 4 strikeouts usually, but typically they take a lot of pitches, they work the counts. They got a high on base percentage. And they can't sit with blow the ball out of the ballpark. That's kind of what they've done tonight.
Series 4 count. Texas A&M knocked off Arkansas tonight.
That is,
Weston Moss was fantastic out of the bullpen. James Laviolette homered again. It's 8 straight wins since they got shut out, no hit, and run rule to Tennessee. Wow. Richard Jones, that lip sweater. Fantastic. Are we sure that Jared Jones is a Canadian hockey player? What he's got going up there? I mean, now it goes by Bear, his brother is Moose, but
that's a different field of the batter's box. I'm just going to say it like that.
6'4", 253.
Hey, LSU was a catcher for years ago. A lot of people thought he was going to leave. He was a draft sophomore last year. Decided to come back. LSU after his 28 homers.
There's pitch strike. Dickinson. So don't be out here in the 8th. Think he's going to run. What are things that are more likely than
I mean, he does have 4 stolen bases on the year, so it's not like he will never run. But let's put it like this: with the lead he's got right now, if he were to dive back, he would land in the first base coaching box. That's how far he is off the bat.
we talk about balloons? How often does a balloon want to live?
Well, you might ask him.
Not you be more specific.
I don't know. But what was the question? It was like a red, a pink.
Yeah.
What causes the balloon's not really pink? So what causes the balloon?
In this scenario, I don't know.
Where it be like a rise of gases or something in the end. I don't know. It's space.
Well, there are times, right, when there's big wildfires having a different look to it. But this is something that occurs every few months. A blue moon comes around once every 33 years.
How about the supermoon? How often does the
I
super?
don't know, but that thing's awesome. It looks like you're in a Hollywood movie. You see that thing at the end of the cul-de-sac. I'm around the right. Second. It, Supermoons are more on, they're more on the blue.
Is that right?
3 or 4 times a year. That's when the moon is at a stage where it's closest to Earth. The super big sun.
So it looks a little bit bigger, a little bit brighter.
Yeah.
So you don't need a flashlight before daylight going to your tree stand or your double blind. Just the moon's bright enough, it's like a flashlight.
What's your favorite moon?
I don't really know the waning and waxing or whatever it's called, but I like waning and waning and whatever it is. I don't understand it, but I just like a little bit of a quarter moon. That's all.
Oh, you like that little
The
sliver?
little sliver. That's
Yeah.
all. That's all I like. If somebody says it's a crescent moon, maybe.
Oh, sure.
I call it a quarter moon.
Chance for 2. North to LeBron and to wait for it and have it play it first.
And don't have a little bit of trouble getting the ball out of his nose. I don't think it would have mattered if Bottom could flat out get down the line. The ball just was not hitting hard enough. Ron fakes the first, checks the runner at third base.
Denver Jake Brown to the plate. Tonight's moon is a waning gibbs. Coming off the full moon, now it's waning.
Waning.
Gibbs.
Gibbs.
That's a nice name. It sounds like a guy that played for Reds.
ExxonMobil is very involved in carbon capture and sequestration. We have the largest network of CO2 pipelines in the United States. First, you capture the carbon out of an existing manufacturing plant. You take the CO2, you put it into a pipeline, and take it to underground reservoirs that store the CO2 permanently. We've been doing this for over 40 years. We're excited to use our skills to build the carbon capture of the future. The family, it's the compassion, it's the kindness, it's the community. All of that, it makes you want to come back because that's really all you're looking for in life. The family, the kindness, the home.
Oh, behind them with the breaking.
Well, this is when the game changed for me back in Cincinnati. Jake Johnson went to his bench with 1 on and 1 out. Took Braswell out of the game and went and got Josh Pearson. And he hits the single. So you got runners on first and second. And then he goes to his bench again and he gets Larson. He doesn't have many at bats at all this year. He hits 3 runs. That's when the momentum of the game started to change.
2-0. Pearson into the shift in North. And Alabama gets off the field, but not before they allow 3 more. 10 unanswered. Last chance to tie down 6.
New Swiffer Mop Deluxe is made for small spaces. For clean, even mom can just grab a pad and go. Built-in solution traps dirt, box it away.
Wow, still light.
The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power.
Still clean.
And with the new locking head, getting into tight spaces is simple.
Can I borrow it?
The all-new Swiffer Mop Deluxe, the mother of all cleans. Thank you, Beach Tower. Now that's serious business. Guys, it's been Bob. Show a serious business talk. Beach Podcast Talk, Capital One. Their business earns unlimited cashback on everything they buy. Like this fabulous fact. They get big purchasing power so their business can spend more and earn more. Our 2% cashback helps you sell their retail store. You need a place to sell all these great looking stuff.
What
Touchdown!
Woo! Mountain!
Why is Rick so good? So annoying.
Very salty sauce.
I love them.
Why smile?
This is a salty club.
Salty. You're gonna get us kicked out.
So,
It's better loved by everyone, even the saltiest.
5 runs on 7 hits, but 3 errors for Alabama. 11 runs on Baker's dozen, 13 hits for LSU. LSU hit with 300 runners on base. They really struggled with runners in scoring position in the sweep. It's off their nicely. And now, Kingston Evans has a chance to close the door facing the bottom third of the quarter for Alabama. They still do a Baker's dozen.
yep. Baker dozen, 13.
It's one of the best the first pitch to Garrett State. But with the Dunkin' Donuts, give me 11 donuts, they're going to give me 13.
They will. Not every time. It's happened to Krispy Kreme before.
You think,
Gave me 13 one time. I ordered the dumpling lady, so I got 13.
where do they put the 13?
I threw it out the window. There's 13 of them. I looked at the box. I said, no, well, yeah, they're 13. They had stuff one in between, like a little small one right in between my dozen. So I just picked it out and fired it out the window. The 13. That was like I was thinking. Unlucky 13. A box.
She called it the birds dozen. The birds. State pops out, that'll bring Brady Neal back to the plate. Great visit with Brady around the cage today. He sounded a gleam in his eye being back in Baton Rouge for a couple of years. Talked about the family that lived down the street. The young girl that baked some cookies for him. Going to have those after the game tonight. Got off to a great start with an opposite field home run. It's his second home run of the season. And before he hits, they're going to take a visit to see Casey Evans. There is action in the LSU bullpen.
Yeah, I really thought Jay Johnson might take Evans out of the ball game just so he could use him one more time. Somebody's quickly getting heated up down there.
Microwave quick and ready to go. So 35 must be the magic number then for Casey Evans.
Yeah.
And they'll get him out. Have a chance to bring it back to the series finale.
Yeah, you saw the ERA with Casey Evans came in the game. Well, he didn't disappoint tonight either. For a true freshman, he is getting it done.
So the Tigers back to the bullpen. Connor Bench will enter. Ben will tell you what Connor Bench's favorite movie is right after this.
Cream on the left, one more episode. Cream on the right, we crushed the whole series. Yeah. Oh, that was really good. Oriental.
Okay.
You
Sure.
Mountain!
If you're anything this shirt is a must have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry about any of that. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many colors by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore, and I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collar stays stiff all day. Get 20% off using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Here's our Sunday night baseball matchup. Fernando Tatis Jr. The Padres take on Jose Altuve and the Astros in the series finale. Houston 70s from 4 Pacific on ESPN. Either for the Cortez and ESPN Radio on covering the Kansas season. With baseball tonight, Sunday night countdown.
9 in 10 seniors agree Medicare Advantage provides better quality care, affordable coverage, capped expenses, and critical benefits like vision and dental care. But for years, the Biden administration cut Medicare Advantage, putting the benefits our seniors earned in jeopardy. President President Trump is fighting back, pledging to protect and strengthen the health benefits our seniors deserve. Stand with President Trump. Tell Congress no more cuts. Protect Medicare Advantage.
Product updates on moves.
Oh, you did a little research.
Yeah, here's some specials. In July, you'll have a full buck.
Wait. A full buck.
August, you'll have a full sturgeon. And this should be your favorite. October is a great time of year for you.
Harvest food.
Hunters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Doesn't that make it easier for them to see? Let's say you're out hunting wild boar. Right? That's something you hunt at night, right?
Yeah. The wild boar don't see real good though.
Yeah.
But he smells very good. You got to approach him that way.
Like he smells good, like he's got a good.
No, he
Because
doesn't.
I would imagine they smell like,
They don't smell great. But they smell you.
they don't use soap.
No, they don't take any baths. Yeah, I think it's even legal to hunt hawk at night now because they're considered a nuisance.
Yep. Tear everything up, won't they?
Yeah, and you up too.
I saw some videos just last week. What I find fascinating is the technology, right? You can have that infrared scope, and you can
Night vision equipment.
record that to video, and you can set that to all your buttons. Oh. Ready, Neil? What? Yes. You need an ice bath tonight. Foul ball throw. He was behind him, and he takes that one back to shoulder. Here's Brendan Norton. Off the numbers. Brendan Norton attended Coleman High School in Alabama. It's the same high school that our friend Josh Rutledge went to. Former Alabama middle infielder, played in the big leagues for a handful of teams. A father of two and the husband of Laura Rutledge. Inside of that pitch. Upstairs. He and Ross Wilson were the double play duo for Alabama. In the early 2000s. They hosted a regional, I think, in 09. With Josh's 06. Rewind. Runs inside on that's ball four. Get back, walk, and then we can see what Benjamin has to start. You said walk's been an issue.
Yeah, it's not about stuff. I mean, he's got big time stuff. The question is, can he get up the white part to play?
06. So, right. 3 times Alabama has hosted since 99. 99, 06, and 20. Good Bryce Fowler. Fouls went off. Speaking of Fowler, did you see where Lee Corso has announced he's hanging it up? We have one more
Is that right?
day to go. We'll be there for opening weekend with the mascot head on for the last time.
Wow.
Well, for the last time on television. For all
Right.
I know, he does it at home in Florida all the time.
I didn't hear that.
Good for him. He put it his time. One more.
I'm gonna miss him putting on that helmet though. Like,
Well, it's good television.
Yeah. That's the only reason I watch it. Once I see that, I'm turning it off. It's over. I don't even watch the beginning of it, but I like when he puts it on and wackles around like he does.
Grab off the middle under the umpire's legs and finally finishes it up. 2 down. How many picks do you think Lee Corso made? How many times did he put the helmet on the mascot?
I have no idea. It's a lot of years.
430.
430. So he only does how many games a year? And so how many years did he do that? Was it about 12 games a year he does it?
No, you know, you get playoffs, you get national championship.
About 16.
16 years.
It's a lot of years.
A lot of years. Here's Justin LeBron upstairs. He will bite the Tiger 25 times.
How many times did he get it right? I want to know like his percentage on those 400 and something times.
He was 286 and 144.
That's pretty good.
In 99,
That was his year. Perfect. That was his career year.
11 and 0.
Made the All-Star team that year, finished first in the MVP vote.
There was nobody close. Now, they called you up at McDonald's and they said, hey, you got a job. So you come to college game, and you don't have to talk to them and say anything. All you got to do is stand at the end of the desk and put a mascot on.
If I could make Lee Corso money, I would do it. I would stand up there in my drone and put it on the
We
ground.
do not need that. We do not need that.
But we forget all about that helmet. Yeah, that'd be a good job.
Of the 3 schools they picked, 2 of them from the SEC picked Ohio State 45 times, Bama second at 38, and LSU third at 25. Now, you know, Nick Saban's on that show now. Do you think Nick Saban would be entertaining enough to put a match?
I think so. I think so. He seems to be having fun doing the show when I watch him. Having a good time. Less pressure. I think he may take over that job.
Bases loaded for Cade Snell, who's already homered twice. Seen wilder things. There are 2 out here in the 9th, but if Snell squares another one up, and he's got a brand new game here in the 9th.
Yeah, he got the party started for Alabama there in the first inning with 2 out, nobody on. He pulled this. I mean, you talk about all the time for a year. He goes up against the 6th, and this time this is the second side of the field. Breaking ball that up on the outside part. So now a total of 7 homers of the year and 31 RBIs for the 3-0 hitter, Cade Snell.
Ben with a hit batter on block. Round out to another one. Snell's driven in 3. Outside 1-0.
Yeah, he's had 4 plate appearances. I'm talking about he's hit the ball hard all 4 times.
Snell's 2 for 6 with the bases loaded this year.
He is looking to do damage
every time, too. Anything hit 95 and harder, exit velocity is considered hard hit at the major league level. I guarantee you all four of his balls he's put in play tonight have been above 95.
That was a strikeout in the SEC. A Snell became a fan of the Wallace Community College after a year at Auburn. He was a two-way player at Wallace. And in 23 was the Division I Junior College Player of the Year, 10-0 as a pitcher. He hit .393 at the plate, 13 bombs. And without a flat strike, here's the 1-2 Snell. Now it all. We'll do it again tomorrow night on ESPN 2.
6 o'clock tomorrow night, right?
Yes, 6. Don't be late. Brush up on your movies.
There'll be a test later on.
When you pitch, misses that too. Hey, Nate Gaffney made a mound visit just a couple of moments ago. What makes a great mound visit?
I think he's picking up something mechanically wrong. And when I watch Ben throw sometimes, he gets a little bit east and west. In other words, his front shoulder, what I call your steering wheel, when you have your glove on, that is your steering wheel. And now you watch Ben, so he'll get east and west. He'll open up a little bit too quickly. So the message, just like he did right there. When you open up too quick east and west, you're going to leave the ball pretty much in one spot. Arm side, high is where the ball is going to go. So that might have been the message. Hey, stay tucked a little bit longer as you go down the slope. I want you to keep your front side in the glove just a tip longer. That's something that gets straight to the pitchers. We like two things, right? Our balance point is one of them, where the body gets out in front of the arm. You don't see that. The other one is east and west. Are you opening up a little bit too much? I love it. So, I started to see this over 2 or 3 months. And it's the start of a whole new thing. Start today.
My job used to be 2 jobs. Restaurant manager out front and accountant in back. Now I have 1 job. And Restaurant 365. My entire P&L. Real time. All the time.
Hi, shipping away. Okay.
Yo,
Show up.
Cream on the left, 1 more episode. Cream on the right, we crush the whole series. Yeah. Oh, that was really good. Oreo. So purple. Hey,
Oh, no. That'd be that.
we use hideouts and those things.
The most powerful lead in any person's time. Looking good.
Maybe.
Marvel Studios Thunderbolt.
Well, the last thing Jake Johnson wanted to do tonight was use 2 of his big arms and multiplication. Evans was great for 2 35 pitches in between Evans. It's that calorie hit. Only more than 1 out. Mike was South Carolina, just outside of Columbia, 2-0, 1.79 ERA. 7-1 strikeout to walk ratio.
That bottom number is impressive. This guy in Watford actually was a starter. He was in the conversation to be a starter for LSU this year. Instead, they Johnson chose to put him in the bullpen. He is not disappointed in that role. He got one wet change up to his end. He'll go just about in any count, any situation. He already started with a 0 in the college game.
Allowed single runs 3 times against Dallas Baptist in the Nebraska back-to-back outings, and then against Missouri, final game of that series, hadn't allowed a run in his last 4 outings.
Is he from Harlan, Kentucky? I think that sounds right.
The Patty Loveless version of You'll Never Leave Harlan Alive is one of the best songs you'll ever hear. Coal mining song in coal mining town, Harlan, Kentucky. The sun comes up about 10 in the morning and the sun goes down about 3 in the day. Bases loaded, 2 down. And for a strike, nothing to one. And 2. But with the bases loaded, looks at the ball out of the strike zone. Calvin, I just said it. I said he's white from South Carolina, and I asked him if he's part of Kentucky. I don't listen to himself. That's a good sign of a bad listener. I like his walkouts. Like to pitch in the air, right center field. Curiel on the run, and he will catch up to it with the little Tete. And that will finish it off as Bama leads 6 straight into the final 3 innings. And LSU scores 10 on the last 11 for an 11-6 win.
Yeah, Alabama had LSU by the tail. Midway point in this game, LSU just pulled it on. I mean, Alabama scored 3 in the top of the 6. LSU gets 3 in the bottom of the 6, and then 4 to 7, and 3 in the 8th. 19 straight home win for LSU.
And Calvin picks up the save, his 5th of the year. Evans a win out of the bullpen and a comfortably high victory for LSU to take game number 1. Should be a fun one tomorrow. We'll bring it to you live and in color on ESPN2, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. LSU won the series. Biblical, fantastic. I'll tell you, it's so long for Baton Rouge. We'll see you tomorrow night from the box for game number 2. That is story by any measure is the state. Right, I don't know if that's correct out here over here. When you look at all the, compares.
I see myself in these games. The question will come, when did you start to get excited about STEM? And they'll say that was when I came to Southern University and participated in the topic program. It's my advice, I'm hoping.
Serious damage and serious injuries. 19 years are the only kinds of big trucks that can destroy lives.
I'm a turning board current. If you've been injured by a delivery truck, dump truck, box truck, or any kind of big truck, we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve. We've covered over $3 billion for our clients. I am Louisiana's big truck lawyer. Just call me.
basketball. Maybe it's time to talk a little bit about Ole Miss. We come here one game in January. We can be one of those teams, that has a chance to win 6 games in March in 3 weekends. So long ways to go.
Pulls in from deep. The triple is yours.
The DQ freezer is open again for immediate birthday to bring back our most restored blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treats filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Come play the party or head north before the DQ freezer closes.
Sit still. Only apparel with adjustable medical grade support, 50 years of time-spread cables, and reinforced your body. Designed to help you overcome injuries, minimize pain, and regain the confidence to get back out there. Learn more at snowboard.com.
Precise designs, subtle prints, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Puma.
Before I understood what nuclear truly meant, before I could use my mind to move a submarine, I had to be born for it.
The driver's seat is your sanctuary. Schedule your test drive today.
Onto the season.
Face. Get the foot line.
Hold it down and not let an umpire know anything take how she's going to throw in that game. That's really what we're going to focus on tonight with her.
Turkish coffee underway. A game set. We start the series on Thursday due to Easter weekend. Want everybody off a little bit. I think everybody feels like it's Friday already.
I certainly do. And I know we're down talking with Coach Serena. Oh, yeah, we got you guys tomorrow, Saturday, right? No, today's Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
David and I excited for the first two of this series. 2 weeks ago, maybe it looked like we might have a series between number 1 and number 2 teams in the nation. Texas was number 1, LSU was number 3. Dropped down a little bit, but still 2 teams that have national championship aspirations.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned in the open, it's a grind that SEC lineup, and it doesn't get any easier, right? Texas goes off and plays OU next weekend, and I think this is the time that it gets really exciting. You're starting to watch teams. How are they going to manage these 3-game weekends? How are they using their pitchers? And there's really no secrets anymore. You're through the SEC.
Big factor here today and all throughout the weekend is the way that LSU is able to manage their bats. They have more walks than any team in their conference. That is their 210th of the season. Side by side, batting average for LSU 353 on the season. The Longhorns do better this year. All 5 of those categories, all 4 of those categories are top 5 in the Southeastern Conference for both teams. Lassiter, center fielder, 31 average. All the way down, this is starting 9 for LSU. Only find 1 player below 300.
Sold out the ground. It was surprising.
I'm loving that coming up to the ballpark and seeing that sold out. New trend that we're seeing here, Fred and Charlene McComb, definitely helps when your team has been bouncing around that number one spot throughout the season so far.
1-2 pitch coming from Devon. John looking.
It looked like a little bit of an off speed there by Devon. It was over the heart of the plate, but just kind of, you can see they got a little off balance there. A nice job, especially after issuing that leadoff walk to Coffee.
Casey Mazeron. Third for LSU. 4.3 average on the season. Casey and Tori Edwards make up the Smash Sisters on this LSU roster. Combining for 24 home runs. And she has really shined facing ranked opponents this year.
She's just really shined in general. Her batting average, her home run numbers, everything really doubled.
Tyler looking 2 straight backwards Ks in the scorebook for Tegan Devon.
Like Tegan, Devon, and that maybe start with a strike. I feel like there's a snap behind it. I feel like she's got a little bit more, oomph behind it. There it is again, going that outside corner to these righties. Keeping it low.
First pitch to this fantastic freshman, Tori Edwards, Loudmouth Marcus, in the Dallas area. Back home in Lone Star State for 2 consecutive weekends. Might not have very fond memories of her first weekend back in Texas, dropping 3 in Texas A&M. 3 straight strikeouts.
Constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it matters most. If your symptoms aren't under control, it may be time to talk to your doctor about number one prescribed Entyvio. Entyvio helps many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Doctors have been prescribing Entyvio for more than 10 years. Entyvio offers 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. The amount of rare, potentially fatal brain infection cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Ask your healthcare provider about Entyvio. Relief, remission, for real.
Kai, the old way. Why would I use kayak to prepare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to please myself. I do my own searching. It's efficient. Just try it. I can't trust anything else to do the job right. Kayak, first one, done.
By Tegan Devon after putting the leadoff hitter on board. We'll set Texas Longhorns starting lineup in just a moment after a fantastic hit. 225 already. First pitch coming by Maloney. Birds on the season. The last start, one of LSU series at Texas A&M last Friday. Gave up 9 runs, 6 of them earned on 8 hits, 4 innings, and suffered the loss. Maloney hits this one in the outfield. Leadoff single. And she increases her team lead in on base streak. It's now up to 11 consecutive games.
I think for her time that you talked about that hot start, she started 13-0. So we're watching a pitcher that knows how to win, but also working through a little bit of a struggle after her starting at A&M. 4 walks in that start, and she gave up those hits. And it's about limiting that momentum from the offense. You might give up a hit, but how are you going to limit it starting to stack on one option to another?
In Henry, 458 batting average is second best on this team. 2 points behind Maloney, who's 460. Henry, hard time last 2 games of the series against Tennessee. 0 for 6. 5-4 strikeouts. First time she's had back-to-back hitless games this season. Right side of the infield, scooped up by Sierra Daniel and over Victoria Edwards. Maloney moves up to second. Henry is put out.
We can't say enough when we're talking about this offense and the struggles of Texas last weekend. They were up against Caleb Pickens, who's arguably one of the best pitchers in the country, throwing a hot 77 miles an hour. It was no easy task.
Scott is riding a 5-game hitting streak. This one has the best on the squad. Great on the weekend against Tennessee. In the left and on the track, Jake Leno makes the ground. That had extra base hit written all over it, but Leno playing her position well.
Yeah, and the little thing that I'm noticing with Vernon right now, and yes, she's getting a couple of those outs, but I feel like she's leaving that ball elevated just a little bit too much. That pitch to me at stop was above the belt. Being able to elevate it. She's got to be careful with that.
We sat with the reigning D1 softball and Softball America National Player of the Year, Big 12 Player of the Year last season. Highlighted for the offensive prowess on the top of the broadcast. 14 home runs, 895 slugging percentage, 111 total bases. All leading team in those categories. With strike on the inside corner by J.C. Bartley behind the plate today. Aaron Golden at the first base side. Robert Guest, third base side, our SEC crew.
Like what they're doing there, they're going with that drop ball, crease, hammering it low and in, seeing if you can get her to chase.
3-1 count with 2 out. Runner on second, Texas. 3 pass issued to Atwood.
Not a bad move right there when you're looking at this lineup and you're just looking at who's anyone who possibly could beat you with a runner on second. I think chasing the walk there doesn't hurt you.
Joey Mitchell will try to make it hurt the Tigers.
It's a long stroke. It was hammered.
Brad Stewart from Rosebud, Arkansas. Foul for the third base side. Saw Mike White just then in his salute the service outfit. Our Texas players wearing some camo gear. You see that on face pads, coaching boxes for Texas. Around the dugout today. Had a flyover. It was so fast. We heard it go over the stadium. But 4 jets passing by with it on. 1-2. The third baseman Jennifer Coffey on Corey Edwards. For the third out, Texas leaves a pair stranded in the bottom of the first. And we are Hawks, where she ranks tied in first after walking, then coffee. Got Lassiter, Bozron, looking, Edwards swinging. Jay Leno started the top of the second. Blessing it. That's Leno.
Leno, right on the plate too. So on that line, back corner, I feel like trying to take away that outside corner. Well, of course now this time she made the adjustment. Good adjustment. Texas goes away. Cat out game.
No, it's one for ace. Last weekend at Texas A&M were only hit in game one on Friday. RBI doubled down the first base line. Second inning. Now 2-2. Nobody out as Leno is on second for LSU. Second baseman Bennett. Mitchell for first out. That's Serena leading this LSU program. She won her 700th career game earlier this month against Louisiana Tech, a 9-1 run rule victory. 14th year in the helm of this program. More with his College World Series appearances.
Always love getting the opportunity to call an LSU game. See that Serena had the opportunity to play for her in the pro league. She was a coach for the usual St. Pride. It really got to know her and her LSU team too.
Got to reunite with her kids before the game got started. It's been a while since you've seen them.
Oh yeah, they're not so little anymore. They're about to be 3 of their little girls.
Standard Dell left field, fielded by Eddie Stewart. 2 up, 2 down. Maddox McKee. McKee comes back to a place where she has great memories. Led Lake Creek back-to-back Texas State championship titles here on this field, 2022 and 23. First team All-State player. Goes on pitch driven in the center. Two-time All-American for Lake Creek, 2-time state champion on this field. Now 1-for-1 as a college player in Austin. That's 13.
I'm starting to see, I know it's just the second inning, but wondering what LSU's approach is. And you're starting to see him swinging at that first pitch. We saw it with Vidal. The second pitch, but I see LSU now starting to take advantage. I think that's gone right at instead of really toying with that.
Daniel saw a big gap to the right side of the infield, but Katie Bennett playing over and took full advantage.
And this is just a perfectly placed ground ball, like you just mentioned, and Bennett not shading so far up the middle, easily able to get to that and almost gets it just misplaced it with the glove. I think it just bounced right underneath it.
New Hammer Top with delicious mix-ins in every bite for half the calories. Safe like Safe like
Nobody likes a cracked windshield. But at least you can go to SafeLight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Safe like Safe like
Two on, two out for LSU. 9-hole hitter, Hodge steps up. Very familiar with this Texas team as she transferred over from Oklahoma. Now 1-1 now. The two-time national champion, as a member of
right now, 3 pitches in a row, moving that ball up in the zone. Whereas last inning we saw her really utilize that drop ball. I like we saw her a little bit more success with that drop ball again. That's the second inning, so if you're trying to pick up any tendencies, watching as far as
Foul back. That goes flying in the LSU dugout. Seagulls rivals over there. Thankfully, maybe.
Harry. Right at the net there.
Right through it. Now the opening. Here's the 1-2 again. Mitchell fielded it herself. Back to back. And the Longhorns get out of the inning. The Tigers give a pair of four. Bottom of 24.
I think what Mike White's been able to do here at Texas has just been absolutely incredible. Taking Texas to the postseason every year he's been here.
Makes sense into center field. A little bit short of where Stewart put it. This time Avery Hodge going over to make the ground. That'll lead to Leanne Good, the Longhorn. Verzon keeps working in the circle. Good with over 8 last weekend. Texas dropped 2 after beating Tennessee.
And some feedback about Texas's offense. They were chasing pitches out of the zone last weekend, and I think that would be something they would be focusing on. And right now, I still feel like the last 2-3 batters that Verzon's got, they've been able to get up and chase, get that drop ball down into a weak ground ball, and like right now she's doing a great job keeping Texas batters guessing a little bit.
Almost down to just 228 against her. So now we're down to 1. Two-time NFC All-American, two-time All-SEC selection. Like 13 consecutive decisions to start the season. Best start in LSU program history. Two count with 2 out for good. Players reset. Tapper to the third base side. Coffee on to Edwards, and Sydney Verzon makes quick work of the one to get some room for UCLA that game in Palm Springs in late February.
You take a look at this schedule, and really has compared them pre-conference even, right? Coming into the grind in that SEC, like huge wins they've been able to put up.
Large part thanks to having one of the nation's best offenses. Number 10 in the nation with a 353 batting average. Number 2 in the country in on base percentage at 460. And Coffee as the Tigers turn to top of batting order. Backhanded play by Leanne Good. No time. Well, Coffee also won a state title here on this field for Angleton back in 2019. First state title for that school in a quarter century. A lot of play.
Really like what Coach Streeter said. It sounds like this is Danica's team. When she goes, we go. That's kind of been the motto. And you can tell when you're sitting at the top of the lineup as a leadoff, and you have 43 walks. You started this game with the walks, and she gets a hit. She's constantly on base for this team. So good offensive motion.
Brent.
Friday's brunch. In our live brunch. Get everything for every party on Amazon.
That's like a delayed growth from Atwood, just kind of watching coffee. Take your time getting back there. Sneaky.
One. Got her looking. Second time that's happened to Lassiter tonight.
Yeah, Lassiter's just not able to figure out what's on right now. It doesn't seem like just kind of guessing a little bit that ball. Maybe assuming it might continue going up. It's a screwball, so it stays right in under her hand.
4 strikeouts out for Vaughn.
Take there by Atwood.
Balls were on. 9 home runs on the year for her. Most recent one last Wednesday against Louisiana Tech. Tiger playing at 9-1 at Tiger Park. Two-time Louisiana Gatorade Player of the Year. Missing inside. The Smash Sisters. Edwards. Bazaran. 24 home runs. The rest of the team only half that altogether.
Two of them really a big spark in the middle of this lineup. And the lineup, a little different this year. Not as much power, a lot more speed, which we was talking about in the numbers. You can see that, but still able to manufacture plenty of runs. And their batting averages, like you already mentioned, number 10 nationwide, number 2 in the SEC.
Coffee, standing first. 2-2 up. Bazaran facing a 3-2 count. The third baseman, Mia Scott, all the way across the diamond for out number 2. Advances Coffee to second. First baseman, Tori Edwards, new to the plate for LSU. Thank you, Kate, for she's putting together the greatest offensive season by a freshman in program history. Already the record holder for RBI. Number 2 in home runs in a single season for a rookie.
That's just 2 behind Shannon Jake, which is 17 home runs as a freshman.
Finds herself at the top of the Southeastern Conference. Slugging percentage, second in home runs, and runs that in. Yes, Coach Karina this morning, she exceeding expectations. She said, I don't know if you can ever expect anything like this. It's just off the charts.
And I could agree with her. I mean, you can see someone's strength, you see what their ability coming in, and you're like, how are they going to do first, collegiate pitching, SEC pitching, 3 games in a row, when people start to know maybe some of your flaws or where you have a gap in your swing.
Getting away from Atwood, allowing Coffee to move over to third.
Honestly, I think that's just a case of trying to attack, start training pitch before you grab it.
2 out and 1 now on third for LSU. I'm now full to Edwards. Payoff pitch on the left. The first base side has English on it. Joey Mitchell unable to handle it cleanly. It gets to the bag. Danica Coffee scores. LSU goes up 1-0.
curveball, they're still able to leg it out and not give up. They run out everything. They call it their hard 60s, but this has been a way that they've
However, you book your hotel. First, check Kayak to see what lots of people say about where you're planning to stay.
able to get extra base runners on base. It's just the type of effort they have running down first and something like that. Someone could have given up pretty easily. You're the third out. Go with me, not the case for Corey Edwards.
That's not what your crew on the review saw. Here's the call, and it is reversed. Out, getting over. For that milestone right now, and Ashton Worley for his second in December.
Take a look at that and Ashton, Hayden, Reed, got 4 of them right in a row. I feel like this is an opportunity. Katie Bennett having a little rough go at it lately. She's get back on that hitting streak. I feel like she's had to start the season so strong. She's able to turn this lineup over for that top of the order. And I know that Coach White talks about it. Most people, that the top of the order goes for Texas. You go. But a lot of that has to do with how Bennett was able to turn that lineup over as well.
And hasn't registered a hit since April 5th. She was 3 for 3 at Missouri. Last weekend, she went over 7 against Tennessee. It's the 1-2 pitch. Second baseman Daniel could throw and stretch by Edwards to get the first down.
Great play by Chloe, excuse me. She's really got a nice job moving the ball around the plate.
So far, LSU and City Burzon have executed a game plan to perfection. They don't want to have to score. They want to fit the formula for a lot of their wins this season. To put up big numbers. UT scoreless and a big catch by Avery Hodge to end the third. This provides so much drama. We had baseball this year too in the SEC. One win, one loss, and you're done. Jake Legault lifts this one into left field. Jay Stewart comes on. Here's a look at the SEC standings, Megan, and right now we're running into the Aggies and the Longhorns right behind them, the Oklahoma Sooners.
And right when you're talking about the new format for the tournament, I think it's a good play to only have one game because you don't want to beat yourself up before going into postseason there. Katie Bennett there showing a misplay there at second base. You can see her mishandle a whole lot over there. Pretty steady Eddie. Not sure she's able to get to the ball. It's right under her glove again. Right through the leg.
With the Dell Award before now, and leads to Maddox McKee. Softball and baseball in the SEC, the single elimination format now. Texas baseball at home this evening. And over here on this side of campus, it's going to be very, very busy here over the next hour and a half or so as we not only have a sold out softball stadium, baseball fans starting to roll in for a 7 o'clock start against 8th-ranked Auburn. We'll also see that one on SEC Network Plus. See mine, she provided the first hits of the game for LSU, a single in the second. 2-2 5. Count now. Three-two to count, one out. And Adele standing in first. Ripped into the gap. Falls in front of Henry. LSU has runners on second and third. Diving back into third is Adele.
Almost the exact same location as the last time that he got a hit. She got into that right center field. Her timing right now, come on, just couldn't be any better. She gets the ball up in the zone. That's way too good. Right over the heart of the plate and not high enough that she's able to drive it to that right center. I feel Hayden Henry, I don't know that that throw needed to go to third base. I think that needs to get right to second to keep that batter runner off of second. And unfortunately for that, now you've got a runner at second and third. Quite frankly, just doesn't see Texas playing very sharp right now. If you go back to that last game versus Tennessee on Sunday, just the mismanagement of play, field positioning, communications, visioning. I think a routine ground ball, maybe a little bit up the middle, but one that Katie Bennett normally makes gets under her glove there, and even that throw right there that needs to be sharp going right to second base.
After a visit to the circle, LSU will face Else will send up Sierra Daniel with runners on second and third. One out, scoreless game. LSU thought they had their first run in the third. Always reversed. And Tigers have shined with runners in scoring position this season, hitting 367. Daniel single back in the center. Sophomore, Chandler, Arizona. Watching that one catch the outside corner. A couple of bats for Daniel last weekend in College Station and over 2. Is he high in the go-to?
This is what we expected to see out of LSU and A&M last weekend. A little bit more of a pitcher's duel, like you are seeing here, and that it was a bash contest. It was a ton of runs there in College Station.
Off of Atwood. And get out of play. And an opener last Friday, 12-7 Aggie win, followed up by a 9-7 win by Texas A&M. That's finally called out on Sunday. Final score is 4-1 in favor of Texas A&M. One, two. How long? Into the street. Instead, Ron whipping one to the outside, single away.
Crowd wanted it. Off the plate, but you wanted off the plate. It's 1-2. They've been fouling off plenty of pitches. You did not want anything close.
2-2 with 2 on. It's a battle. Let's see. Again, the 2-2. Out full. Fight against the bond. Who's going to get the upper hand? So it's 12 pitch of the AB. Finally, got a swing in. Daniel battled and fought. But finally, he could come on, Nick McKay.
Wow, that is grip right there. I feel like we haven't seen her really hammer that low inside, and I think that is a low rise on. Looking at that spin, I'm trying to figure out if she went in with the curve, but that had a little bit of an upspin there. What a great location, late break.
2 outs for Avery Hodge. Now back. Hodge went 2 for 3 at the plate on Sunday in series finale against Texas A&M with a double. Scored LSU's only run. And then by Boston. Off-speed pitch in the zone. One-two pitch with 2 out and 2 on for LSU. Too high. Texas fans find it. Wills, final strike. See their Longhorns. They have a jam. 2-2. How long?
On right now. All hits that she's given at ball four have been the lefties, and you're watching now even Hodge. With a lot of pitches, foul, a lot of off, so I have to imagine there's something potentially there with Kaman.
Bond watching that one go over the glove of good. LSU scores 1 and 2. Tigers go up 2-0. Thanks to that one from Avery Hodge.
Right on cue, it's a lefty getting the 5th hit of the game. Hodge able to get that ball elevated right over Leanne. Good glove, perfectly located. Not a bad pitch right there. That's a screwball away. She just stayed right on it, lifted just enough. And unfortunately for Katie Stewart, she double pumps out there in that amount of time. Allows that McKee to score.
Great observation there. She would have come up throwing immediately. Out probably made it right. Instead, he was able to score after Vidal already had 2 runs batted in causing you a problem. And Texas knows in a series against LSU, you almost have to be perfect.
I think being a number one team most of this season, you would think you are perfect, right? You play perfect, and they have played perfect. But what we're seeing here is just a little bit, I think it's a mental thing, right? It's not physical. They can make these plays, but we've just been seeing a little bit of errors that shouldn't be happening.
Diving to make the grab. It's good. Last ball sailed over her glove off the bad pod.
Such a gamer. Like situations like this where she just drives it and she always comes out there. Or at least starts.
Coach White likes
However you look, yours should kayak to compare car rental sites and prices to find a great deal on exactly what you're looking for.
joke about how much he drives him crazy. But it's a good crazy, right?
Yeah, I think you always have to have a couple players. You gotta keep your coaches on their toes. Nothing. Never tested.
Scott did one. It's the one track for the first safety. That's Jalen O was able to bring it in left field. For the Texas fans hanging over the fence there and left. The shortstop Hodge, after driving in a couple of runs, great grab with the glove. He's had a couple of those back to back. In fact, ending the third and then retiring Scott here. Absolutely. Hodge and good. Defensive play short. Reason that would walk for the first time up. One of two long ones left stranded in that opening frame. Don't know to get it. It's Daniel. Quick footwork. To retire Atwood.
Like Sydney Berthon right now is just in the zone, and the way that she's able to keep that ball not only down, I think right at the first inning I mentioned that was the first hit, it was a little elevated. Since then, she's just really been commanding that drop ball. I feel like being able to either keep it right at the knees, when she gets ahead, she's getting a little bit lower, giving Texas to chase a little bit, not being able to barrel it up.
Mitchell.
Right off.
That's Bergeron. Good play. Incredible start to the season. Coach Serena talking about just became normal for her to produce shutouts. That's what she's done so far against the Longhorns today. Tiger nothing. Warnings part of this approach philosophy with new head coach for LSU, Bryce Neal. They don't want to get counts potentially into a pitcher's count. You can hunt a great pitch early, go after.
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. We saw that first inning and hitter. Yes, the first batter walk, but then it was 3 strikeouts in a row. And ever since then, I feel like we've watched them work a whole new game plan against Devon.
Oswald rounds out, allows last third to advance to third. Neil helping this team string together some quality bats against top arms this season.
far as bringing, whether it's stats or data or breaking it down, presentation, and has a lot to be able to give the players. And the players have really adopted to what he's able to bring.
Last year, we developed 5 all-region selections, 3 all-SEC choices. So those 2 years, 2022 to 23, out of Louisville. There's a couple of All-Americans there with Cardinals. 2. Ohio. Bryce Eagles involved with LSU dates all the way back to 2019. He worked a softball camp for that arena. He was living in Arkansas at the time. His flight got canceled, but he was not going to miss that camp. Found the only vehicle available for rent, apparently, that box truck made his way down back, got there middle of the night, 3 a.m. Woke up the next morning, 7
Dedication.
the opposite field, and it goes home with it. Finding it safely in Lassiter. Tigers go up 3-0.
There's that LSU speed again coming in different ways, and then right off the bat, you know they're on a ground ball go. This is the ball to the right side. You get that extra bounce. There is no extra time that Bennett takes. That's just all the speed. Lassiter.
Zero hesitation there from Lassiter. I was surprised to see Bennett come up and throw the plate instead of getting the shirt out at first. But considering how Longhorn bats have not been able to touch Sidney Birdsong yet, clearly they didn't feel they could afford to give up another run. One hit so far for the Longhorns tonight. They trail 3-0. Jalen up. 1-1 behind the serve. Longhorns, second place in the SEC. That's when the calls for the timeout. Bryce Neal will have a discussion with trio of Tiger student athletes. LSU is 8th place in the SEC at the moment, 8-7, just 1 game up on 3 teams that are tied for 9. South Carolina, Ole Miss, and Alabama.
It's just crazy when you hear that because when you're looking at the numbers, LSU is number 2 in pitching in the SEC. And when, that's in pitching, they're number 4. Yet they're still sitting a little bit lower in the rankings of what they're able to provide number-wise. You know the deeper in the season they're going to get. They're going to put those two together. You're going to watch them put together some really big wins.
Taps that one off the glove of Atwood. Here's a look at those standings. Mentioned the single elimination format in the SEC tournament at Georgia. 14 hit, double bye. 1-2. That will be playable. A top round there by Scott. Broke it away. LSU gets Edwards the third. Jake Leno still on the base pass running the second, although the catch was made.
Incredible catch by Mia Scott. I mean, she's in left field there, and I feel like almost a little bit. You can tell if someone else is going to call her off. But again, mismanagement of that extra throw. There's no need that throw needed to happen. Texas just gives away an extra back.
Savannah Patel comes up with on third and 2 outs. Patel gets on an error the last time up and came around to score LSU's first run. Oh, 2 count from the line. Away. LSU. Jalen Lester scored. Corey Edwards scores choice. So Edwards left stranded at third. The Tigers add one more here in the fifth. 3-0 in favor of visitors. 3-0 in favor of visitors.
Change up with me now, really keeping Texas off balance. And I think the same thing, you take a look at her last start versus A&M, she was not able to finish the game. She only went 4 innings, giving up those 8 hits, 4 walks, 7 earned runs, and right now, just a tale of 2 different stories. I'd say that they were able to forget that A&M game this past week and really get back to work out in face Texas.
The third baseman Coffee bounces one into Edwards. Able to field it off the hop.
Another ground ball there. And
With USAA Auto Insurance, you can file a claim faster than that.
Get more of the good stuff with lactate calcium enriched milk.
and they're not even barreling up these ground balls. I feel like they're still getting a little bit in on the hand, or they're out front. They're pulling an outside drop ball, getting around a pitch.
Katie Simmons popped up to short. Back in the second.
I think we tried a couple different ways to ask Coach Serena, how do you forget about that weekend series about A&M, or how do you move past it, not necessarily forget about it? Getting swept and getting your players, they didn't go home to Baton Rouge. They stayed here in Texas. They stayed an extra day in College Station, and then they came down here into the Austin area. They stayed in Rockhold a couple nights too as they practiced at Texas State. But how do you get them to move past it, and then you get to work on things not in your home territory? You don't have your dugout, you don't have your locker room. It's just, what else are you going to do? Like, well, let's go to the staff room. And I said, oh, just to let out of all the acres. Well, we planned it before we even came out here to Texas.
That would have made the story a little bit better if they added this to the itinerary because we wanted to get our frustrations out. But no, it was going to happen one way or another. But they got to break a lot of stuff.
At the end, I got to get Carson. I was like, is that there an option? You guys find that down in New Braunfels. There's one in Austin. I gotta find it. I'm looking for that.
They spent some time in Barton Springs as well.
Yeah, I'm proud about it. I'm proud of Austinite here. I love when people get to see the beautiful parts and aspects of this town and why we love it so much.
2-2. Ryan in to left. Simmons is aboard with a 1-out single. Only the second hit of the day for Texas.
And it's the ball that's supposed to be a drop ball down and stay elevated, and she's able to take advantage of that, barrel that one up.
Simmons will sit down in favor of Charlie Brister, the freshman from Houston now running it first. And good at the play. Ashton Maloney led the game off with base hit for Texas. Hit by Simmons on the second of the night for UT. Coffee can't field it cleanly. Risker to second. Good. Reaches on the air.
Danica Coffey misjudging, I think, this ground ball. Instead of coming and getting it that extra step, stays back and probably loves that one in her sleep.
Vanessa Quiroga will pitch in for Bennett. She represents potential game-time run here. Runners on first and second. Texas trailing by 3.
This is a big time for Texas here. You've got your 2 runners on. One out. You want to be able to see what you're made of. I think this is something that Texas needs to be tested on. They had the 2 losses versus Tennessee. Their offense wasn't able to put it together. But this is what you're building for postseason type play. You've got to be able to manufacture runs. You've got to be able to move a runner even 60 feet. If they can just get those base runners up 60 feet, get to Ashton Maloney, get to that top half of the lineup, and find the momentum.
Texas with salute to service out this day on the coaching staff.
Think you don't have time for an accounting degree? Think WGU, built for working adults. Our fully online programs let you earn a degree on your time. Learn more at WGU.edu.
Members of the military, veterans, and active recognized here inside the ballpark. A weekend flyover. Texas trying to treat that military contingent to a victory today. Right now they trail by 3. Rogan, 34 bats this season, but about 4 homers out of the yard. That's more than her first 3 seasons combined.
That's what you want to see right there. You're a pinch hitter in this situation. You're there to get your hacks.
Takes that one.
Off speed. Floating a little high there.
Limited opportunities for her since March. She had 2 bats last weekend against Tennessee. Came up with a hit.
Good job by Badron behind the dish. Getting that one called a strike. That's right on the corner. Great pitch.
2-2 counts Quiroga. The shortstop Hodge flipping it to Daniel. And she keeps it. No time to turn 2. The runners on the corners for Texas with 2 outs. At the top of the order for Maloney.
Really not sure why Daniel didn't throw to first there, whether maybe because Good didn't slide. I don't know if she didn't have a good grip, but I feel like she had a double play in the making there.
Take another look. Quick flip. You're right. Yeah.
No, she
Like
switched
time.
it. Yeah. Texas gets away with that. See if they can do anything with it.
You heard me throw on the brakes there on the double play call, Megan. Totally expecting LSU to get out of the inning. Instead, Texas again has the potential game-time run at the plate in Ashtabula.
Someone who you want up for first at bat has a hit against the song right now.
Into the last is a pair stranded, still scoreless for you.
The second, this is just something they're routinely working on. So even though the call's there, to not awarded second base.
So a key heading down to second, taking the first rather than an eye on right.
Yeah, Mitchell's right there. And
Knocks Mitchell to the
I think what Coach White's arguing about is that it was a pretty aggressive run in. I mean, there's no play at second. The ball's right in front of you. There's nowhere to go. It's pretty abrasive.
knocking her down from the blind side.
And I think that's obviously you're going to get that call. I mean, I don't know what they're going to, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do on the field about that, but I think he is going to say, hey, heads up. That ball gets past my right fielder and that happened. Okay, I'm not going to be out here, but that ball is a routine ball.
This is an umpire review of possible illegal contact at first base. That play is now at review.
It's the first for me.
So the initial replay crew in Birmingham will look at this. We'll take another couple of looks ourselves.
See how the right fielder has the ball. That is aggressive running, and she does put her hands up and she does push it forward.
And I know the aggressive mentality of LSU on the base pass. It's all gas, no brakes. But common sense on
That and her hands coming up right into a cross. It's going to be. I've never seen this call happen, so I'm on the end of the season.
After total review, the ball field will stand. However, this is a team. Warning. Whatever.
Because there's a butt right in the face.
Taylor Pleasant that off. Maddox key. But that's the kind of thing in the series opener make it the whole week really should be
Really good for sure.
Daniel. Key talking with Jolie Mitchell here, and Mitchell doesn't seem to be really accepting the apology. I think Paul and Daniel resulted in an extra strike. Or combined. So 1-2. 9 back up the middle. LSU has a pair of runners of road, nobody out. Their lead currently sits at 3-0.
Coach Karina, we were talking with her, was the game plan against Texas, and really what it's going to rely on if we can get to come on. And we have seen her, we played her last season. She's like, we're going to hold on to that and eliminate a midweek game. It wasn't something that we really felt like coming into a 3-game series. But we had some looks against her with plenty of video, but if we can get to her, then we feel like we have a really good chance in Austin. And right now, I feel like their offensive game plan against Savannah is working out. 8 hits on the board already, 3 runs.
Last time these teams met, they mentioned it. They were non-conference opponents. LSU with a 7-4 win over Texas on March 12th last season. Left Stewart's on the draft, first out of the 6th. Back to the top of the LSU order. Dan Coffee. 1 for 2 on the day. Shot an infield single at third. Got stranded at third base. For a moment, Tigers thought they had plated her.
This game batting 432 to Milwaukee, and the hit, you've got a couple runners on. I think you're kind of looking at, hey, you got to be careful with her, not necessarily put her on. If you do, I'd rather maybe take my chance. The lost her behind her 2 strikeouts, though she did get a double. I think either way, trying to get her to relax right there, not quite be too perfect.
First pitch swinging for Coffee, lifting it in left center. Stewart comes over to make the catch.
My ball.
On the undisputed ace of this Texas team. 9 wins in Southeastern Conference play. That ERA 133. Again into left, and Stewart has a chance to make all 3 outs in the 6th. Tigers get singles from the first 2 hitters of the inning.
You're trying to get the momentum on your side.
And you can still feel that sense in the air. We're sitting, voicing in the press box above the sold-out crowd. But given what happened in that last inning, question shown by the Tigers, warning issued to their bench. Texas fans, ready to make some noise, want more deep vital reason for them to do so. It happened in the first. Ashton Maloney single, and now Henry drawing 3 pitches to start the 6th inning. Scott will try to bring her around. Over 2. Fly out to left in the first, line out to short in the 4th. To center field, Laster going back, watching it sail out of the yard. The Longhorns hold within 1 as Mia Scott unleashes her 6th home run of the season.
Mia Scott shows you right there why she lives in that 3 hole. She thrives in situations like this, and I think she is the player that thrives on a little bit of that chippiness, if you will, after that last inning, and someone who's going to step up big time for the Longhorns. It's way too good. Right over the heart of the plate. Doesn't get too much of a breakdown.
The Longhorn fans ready to explode.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you can earn a degree on your own time with our Flex Pathfinding program.
Mia Scott is the one to light the fuse. LSU's lead trim to 3-2. Chance of Texas fights. Word loud and proud here in Austin. Maurice Atwood. 1-1 pitch ground to the shortstop high. Long throw. Bounces it into Edwards. Great stab by the Tiger first baseman.
Second time Marie Edwards has to take a snag over there at first. And that short hop, she's been so good at timing those. Making it look easy.
After plate, which was over 2, rounded to third in the first inning. Fly out to center in the 4th. The short blocked in the center field. After getting knocked to the ground, Mitchell is back up, and the Longhorns have tied this one at 3.
everything the crowd wanted right there. We talked about it. You talk about momentum, and you looked at the lineup. You knew Mitchell was going to have an opportunity to get up this inning, especially with that leadoff walk. But again, it's the drop ball that's just not getting inside. There's still good movement down, but it's all over the heart of the plate. And both of those home runs, Ian Scott, Jolie Mitchell, same pitch location, same mistake, and they make him pay.
11 home runs, 40 runs batted in for Mitchell this season. What did I tell you, Megan? She had that look in her eyes. Longhorn fans will be talking about this sixth inning, regardless of how this game finishes. There's going to be plenty of talk about what Jolie Mitchell did in this sixth inning, the top half and the bottom half, for a long time to come.
This third time through, part of that order finally made some adjustments.
Swing and a miss, and Berzon comes back with a vengeance to strike out Stewart.
And it's her first strikeout of the game. Did a great job, Phil, to bounce back. It's an emotional inning so far. Berzon, you can just buckle down. Remember, like, you've been pitching incredible the whole game. Stick with it, and it's really just been about the placement of those drop balls. It's just a nice, much better job to be Stewart getting that thing low and off the plate.
Here's Brisker. Came in as a pinch runner in the fifth after Simmons singled. I think her first chance to play. Brisker took over for Bennett at second base with Beal and Schultz first. No, the ball that was back.
All here.
Just left the jump. So once you count against Brisker, 2 out. After the off the punch line.
That's the adjustment right there. The drop ball, the location, getting it down, and also inside compared to the home run ball.
Only one hit for Brisker in SEC play this season. Back on March 30th at Mississippi State.
Selling them off, they can get close right now. If they're out of the zone, we should get a piece of it.
Hamilton's 1-2. They're bringing Berzon.
Berzon did a good job. No reason to even throw it in the strike zone, especially if you're watching Brisker swing at some of those. You're almost ready to get that ball in the dirt.
Eight is the at-bat coming up. Lazy fly ball to the no. The Texas Longhorns produce home runs from Mia Scott and Jolie Mitchell. This one is tied at 3. Tigers and Longhorns. The top playing her position at first. Comes back up to the plate. The bottom half delivers a game tie.
Really for Kavan, this could be a first time since the third inning, pretty much that she gets to pitch now a little bit more relaxed. Yes, the game is still tied. You don't have that lead, but at least she's not pitching from behind there. On the flip side, LSU sitting in a good space, being right in the front of their lineup.
Ogeron, Edwards, but no. Ogeron gets things started with a single for LSU. Three consecutive innings now, Megan, where the Tigers have the leadoff hitter more.
Good pitch there, right on the outside part of the plate. I feel like that's the location you want. Ogeron, do a better job driving it up the middle.
By Townsend, ensuring the bombs around.
Always trying to get on their good side.
I'm sure J.C. Barkley is appreciative. It's all good. That's renovation, sure. That'll probably bring around. Wrap this one. Mr. Barkley. That up on that left index finger. I'm not even sure he realized it until Costa Rica came in. That they're bleeding.
Oh, yeah. You need to react. You don't see it, but I mean, that level. He's already bruising and stuff here.
He's a gamer, though. Get better look at that contact. Yeah, ouch.
Say here. Corey Edwards, though, definitely do.
This is true.
Someone 15 home runs on the season. She's their 4 hole. This is where she wants to be. If you're LSU and who you want to run her on,
Over 3. She does have a run batted in on fielder's choice. That's it. First pitch to Jane Leno. Over 3 today. Round out. A couple of flyouts for her.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Tylenol Rapid Release Gel. With the range of the driving seat, it's yours sanctuary. Schedule your test drive today.
Bounce it off herself. Corey Edwards standing first. 1 out. 5 ball game. Check over the first. No, not. Roll around. 3-1 offer. Got her swinging. Bringing heat is 3-2.
like the location of that pitch right there. Bring it tight inside.
3-2 pitch. The first baseman, Mitchell, tagging the bag. Delivering to good. Can't lay down the tag in time.
not yet. Now you'll have umpires back to their positions. Look like they're ready to play.
Texas is challenging how safe ball and second base have played for the year.
Take a look at the Hawkeye system here in the ballpark. Great zoom.
It's just trying to decide if the glove touches the foot or not at that point. Oh God. Oh wow, that yeah.
Once they're able to enhance the picture,
After work with you, call second base batsman on tail of the one play. This is second down.
Texas moves to the challenge as the ball is upheld. Corey Edwards in second safely. Texas go ahead run, standing in scoring position for LSU. Savannah Bedell at the plate in 2 out. Bedell is over 3. She scored the first run of the game. In the 4th inning after reaching on an error. Driven home by Avery Hahn. Past 11 games for Bedell. 0 production. Attendance, 7 runs back in. Right back to the pitcher. Second with 2 out.
Here you go for Texas. 2 runners on. Mia Scott just an inning before. Right now, she's just again looking for a ball she can handle, elevated up a little bit.
First pitch to Scott.
It's interesting right now looking at the defensive layout with Scott knowing shooting guard. Infield knows. Outfielders shifted way in, and they're doing that if they get a ground ball. They know Texas is going to be heading for home to get that walk off, and so they're trying to do anything that they can to stay short. The other thing that does is get Scott has gone hit a couple deep fly balls. Obviously the home run, but her first AV went to the warning track, so they're also giving up that opportunity to not catch that fly ball.
1-1 to Smith. Shift 2-1. And 2 away. One, 2 out. Tie game, bottom of the 7th. Time call. Next one, 3-1 pitch the 3rd time. Puts her aboard. Third walk of the day issued by Berzon. And the Longhorn cleanup hitter, Reese Atwood, coming to the plate.
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients. No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need. America's hospitals and health systems are here for you. Every hour, every day, for everyone.
It's a little board in her 3rd year having her best season yet in College Station. Looking at 75% of her games since arriving here. Edwards
Take strike one.
I think a few factors in the lineup and players who don't want to beat you right now. That is Tori Edwards for this LSU offense. Just that power and confidence that she has, and the maturity where she's at, still being freshman. Yeah, she got her 3 backs in the first couple of games in the season, had to take the rest of the year off. Coach Venturing and made it clear she's not the player she is right now. She doesn't have that redshirt year. I'm not sure she could have had that same year last year. Sometimes when you go through injury and surgery and rehab, it really makes you realize what it's like when the game's taken away from you. Just this different perspective and kind of love for the game, excitement to get back.
About the entire season has come back with a vengeance this year. 14 homers, nearly 60 RBIs. Went off the outfield wall last night. 2 for 4 with a double. One more RBI for Edwards will tie the LSU freshman record. She's still got plenty of the season to go. She's having a monster campaign.
When I was looking at all her stats prior to this, I think something that stood out. With 2 outs, she's almost had her best. 4.83 average with 2 outs, 7 of her home runs on the season. 21 ribbies have come with 2 outs on the board.
Is going, doesn't matter. Called strike three to get Edwards and in the grade. The freshman left. Jason Kennedy down to lead off Aggies offense that again has a breakdown on scoring team program history. Ryan Perez leading the way at the first 40 game of her career. Last night we'll see her just fit 1-0 Cal. In there, hard to believe that Jake Hebner is the first true left-handed pitcher for LSU in 25 years. They had a few utility players throw a few innings between then and now. But Julie Stashko, who graduated in 2000, was the last one.
Kind of seems strange, right?
It's bizarre.
Hey, to the lefty pitchers that are listening, let's
Step it up.
LSU. We need some more true lefties.
It's been worth the wait for Hebner. As you mentioned, throws a perfect game in her first collegiate outing. First freshman in LSU history to do that. Struck out 13 against Charlotte. 6 innings. Two-time SEC freshman of the week.
When I asked Coach Venturina just about Hebner and Berzon, since she's opposite of Berzon, which I always think is so fun, right? What makes pitchers unique is that you can do so many different things. You don't have to be like anyone else. She has this bold personality, this bulldog mentality that I think at times is tough to teach. You either have that or you don't. If you want to come into the SEC as a freshman and make waves, that this inner confidence in yourself and your abilities has to be number one on that priority list.
Well, Tricia Ford did tell us that she considers Hebner effectively wild with velocity, which was meant as a compliment. That could be intimidating no matter. With balls going at that speed, that could be tough to handle, but that one a little bit too wild.
Well, just an example of the three passes, right? She's in it. That was her 7th pitch, and it just gets away from her. So it's being able to be sharp every single pitch. You're going to get scrappy hitters that are going to foul pitches off, see lots. So it's a pitcher's job to still not exploit the zone, but be controlled.
But there, Marty Harper, a player Tricia Ford used to refer to as her silent assassin, because she's always overlooked in the lineup. Not this year. She's top 25 in the country in batting average. 542 in SEC play. No one is overlooking the junior.
his jump on point, no doubt about it. Really good job by Heather. Pitch elevated a little bit, curveball on the outside part of the plate.
Well, as hot of a hitter up out the plate as anyone in the Aggies lineup, Maya Perez, 4 hits last night. She became the first Aggie in more than a decade to have 3 doubles in a game. April Ryan last one in 2014. Great breakout season for the sophomore.
I know chance to just talk with her briefly while I was at BP, and I walked up and introduced myself, kind of like deer in headlights, and oh God, she was talking to me. Like, listen, I got one question for you. Like, I need you to tell me kind of the difference from last year to this year, and what kind of got that going. And she said, well, I'm getting a whole lot more opportunities this year, but that Texas Super Regional and that hit, and then also realizing that sometimes you have to have those conversations with yourself, or you have to be better. The work has to be put in. And listen, Coach Trish Ford made it clear this young lady playing the highest level of travel ball possible, but there is such a difference your freshman year of adjusting to so many things. Not only playing the game at a higher level at a different pace, but if you're away from your family, your people, your routine. So she definitely took the time in this offseason to put that on the forefront of her mind. And the numbers are insane. It's incredible to see the jumps.
Won that first base job and showing patience, as you can see right there. Reaches again. First walking issue today by Heather. So 2 aboard, just 1 out for Barbara in the cleanup spot.
On a team that I didn't know, especially with how many lefties that they have in their lineup, how well they do hit lefties. At times you see those lefty-lefty matchups and benefit the pitcher, but as a team, this Texas A&M 327 against left-handers, it's a pretty good average.
The batters that are doing it, Perez and Barbara. About a month ago, Barbara was hitting 270. Since then, she's reached 14 straight and hit nearly 400 in SEC play. That was a home run swing for this. Teams are in Mountain West play San Diego State.
It's actually that Auburn series where Coach Trish Ford sat around for the first game of that series, and that does not feel good. I think sometimes it takes those moments of like, hey, that doesn't feel good in my gut. Like, this does not feel good. I have to figure out how to make changes. And she completely has. Coach Trish Ford said she's getting out of her sweet habits. She's swimming at pitches that she's not zoning in on. And at the end of the day, if I learned anything about Matt Fargo over the course of the last couple of years, the attention to detail on her plan of attack and writing stuff down. She was right in the dugout after Murray leaves or in on base pass and writes information and things down.
Bases loaded.
If you're looking at the stat line, 3 of these 4 hitters have been free passes. The hit by pitch, obviously the strikeout was clutch, back-to-back walks. And I know that there is that fear factor in the lineup, obviously Maya Perez and Matt Barbara, but still, if you can throw competitive pitches, try to use your defense a little bit.
And he struck yesterday before LSU rallied to take the lead. And then came right back. Here is Allie Enright, the senior, having a career year. She's reached in 17 straight. Time is called. The freshman Heather in the leadoff batter pound. It's walking Perez and Barbara, and the bases are full of Aggies. The prompts meeting in the circle.
The one thing I can say about Coach Catarina, I got the opportunity to play for her. She coached me in the FBS, the Future USA Pride. She's cutthroat, and she'll she'll tell you how it is, and sometimes that may make you feel a certain way, but I would rather be told that I need to be better than anything else. I don't need fluff. And you should come and tell me that, hey, like, you just have back-to-back walks. Like, there's things sometimes that make you comfortable, but you want to be better for your coach, for your teammates. And sometimes those are the conversations that need to be had. It's not as much about making me feel good right now. It's making me feel like I need to be better. And that would be the conversation I would be having if I'm going out with them. Well, there's that understanding.
And Dorita, fresh off the career victory number 700 on Wednesday night, win over Louisiana Tech. But that's the furthest thing from her mind right now.
And I think she's definitely talking about maybe those lefties that are hanging over the plate a little bit. I Fred, Matt Barbara, you saw how got hit. I don't mind that approach from Texas A&M. That would be my goal. We're hosting. We haven't forgotten we got swept. We have a freshman in the circle. I want to force her to have to be able to hit good spots. I'm going to get on the dish. I'm going to say, hey, if you hit me, you hit me. But I'm also going to put more pressure on you. But I like Coach Spencer going out and have that conversation with the Blue and just saying, hey, don't let them hang over the plate. Don't let them get away with that.
It's interesting you bring that up because the Aggies have now been hit 49 times this year. That's fourth most in the nation. Certainly not a coincidence, right?
No, not a coincidence. They get on the plate. They don't fear getting hit. They do leave Alex. You take the ego shield off. You see we chop. They hit by pitches in half.
Are you a fan of baseball? Getting rid of that?
I like that it protects your elbow, but I don't like how people pick like pitches there are in games at times.
So, picture that one is slowing away. That will walk in the first run of the game. 3 consecutive walks now. Well, it has to be a nerve-wracking situation for a freshman coming into this ballpark, this atmosphere, against one of the best teams and offenses in the country.
It is, but this is what you signed up for. This is when you get the opportunity to play for LSU or Texas A&M or an SEC program. Every single week in this country, every opportunity, at times you're going to feel uncomfortable. But what makes you rise to the occasion? Hey, we put in the work. I've done what I need to do. It's more so having that confidence to be able to go through that. You can just tell right now, struggling a little bit finding pitches you can consistently for strikes.
Which is interesting. Again, had one of the better strikeout to walk ratios. Confidence coming in. Yeah. This is the appeal down the third row. Freshman Kate Event at the plate already has 2 grand slams this year. Against Georgia earlier this month. 3-1, bases loaded. He's already thrown more than 30 pitches in this inning. Count goes full. Team Trisha Ford has put together this year for the Aggies as there's action in the LSU bullpen. For A&M, they're currently on a 10-game winning streak. Good shape so far. To start off game 2 here in College Station, A&M in the hunt. It's been the first appearance in the Women's College World Series since 2017. And they've been so good in this ballpark this year, getting on 21-4. We saw last night and rattled it all after trailing early. And another walk to bring it around 2-0 Aggies. The celebration continues for A&M, and now if you're Beth Torino, what's going through your mind seeing the freshmen struggle?
How short is the leash? I think you trust that your team is going to be able to put up run, but the last thing you want to do is put it into too far of a hole where you may not be able to get back into it. I maybe give her one more hitter here, and she's just not really close to that strike zone.
after 4 consecutive walks.
Well, when I was looking at Heatner's line coming into this against lefties, I mean, her ERA is almost double against left-handed hitters. She, prior to this series came out, was 3.36 ERA against left-handed hitters and a 1.23 ERA against righties. That's a big jump.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that I feel like she just doesn't have as much confidence maybe going inside on those left-handed pitcher or hitters. Excuse me. I think she obviously has that good curveball, but you don't see that as much. You see lefty hitters tend to struggle and have lower averages against left-handed pitchers just simply because they don't get as many reps as we do against righties. But it's establishing in, and at times that can be a youth thing, right? Being a freshman, it's like, hey, don't fear throwing in, and maybe sometimes that's where the free passes come in. She's just trying to establish the in, but finds herself way too far in or hitting a hitter.
This is there as the count heated up for Frankie Rogel, the freshman, getting a start today. Hitting .337 in her first season in blue and white. 2-2 on the way, bases full. Shallow left, on the run, Legault, and the runners will hold. 2 away.
I also think Coach Vectorina is trying to be smart, obviously, with Verzon throwing 111 pitches yesterday. She got taken out simply because you know she's going to be needed more in this series. And the last thing at times you want to do is fatigue out the pitcher in the first inning. He actually thrown 40 pitches so far, which is a whole heck of a lot right out of the jump. But to get out of this inning would be important for her. Good learning lesson.
Especially since her offense is averaging nearly 8 runs per game. Behind 1-0 to Olivia Johnson, the senior transfer from your neck of the woods out of Washington. 2 for 2 last night, splitting time with Grayson Coleman. It's a 2-0 yet to get a hit. But they have 4 walks and a hit batter that has brought in 2 runs. And a 3-0 count with the bases loaded. So the batter is hitting .244.
That's what I'm going to say. As a pitcher, it's needed to be in tune with yourself in a situation. There's certain hitters that you're going to face that whether or not they're freshmen or whether or not their averages aren't great, those are the players for sure that you just absolutely need to hammer and attack. And just see the struggles a little bit.
That is 5 walks in this inning, and a hit batter for Heatner. 3-0 A&M.
You see that Olivia Johnson is off the plate. That pitch is right. That pitch is right down the middle, Alex. I know that Sageron is set on the inner half, but I think that's missed by the umpire plate that needs to right.
Just like last night, the Aggies out to a 3-0 lead. Kramer Ashton takes ball 1. Seniors hit around 290 in each of their 2 seasons in College Station. It's a big moment in this inning right now because you allow Ashton to reach that you go back up to the top of the order.
Almost 50 inches for their hair in the first inning. And this is not always the case, but there may be a little bit of nerves. You can just tell with her maybe not being as crisp with her pitches being elevated a little bit, not necessarily overthrowing, but trying to deal with maybe that uncomfortable feeling. And there's nothing worse, I tell you, than being out in the circle and feeling like you need to throw strikes. Because then you're pressing, and then you're telling yourself you need to throw strikes. You start going down this rabbit hole instead of being loose, relaxed, just trying to rip it and hit the zone.
This one launched into the gap in left center. Past the glove of Legault. Here comes 1 run, a second, and a third is safe. That'll be a 3-run double off the bat of Kramer Ashton.
twist. What if you could get big bank muscle with small bank hustle? Big bank convenience and small bank connection. That's First Horizon, bringing together the best of big and small to help you on the road to your horizon.
Delivery that bad.
Hello, and order that.
Be there with Ring.
Jaded even.
And damage control at this point. I think it's so important for Vallejo to just come in and try to get out of this inning. The athletes have been out there for a long time, almost 50 pitches thrown by Keith. There are a lot of free passes, and when I see that, my job is how much damage control can I play? Throwing strikes, establishing that piece right out of the zone.
This is an LSU team that allowed 12 runs last night. That was their most runs allowed in an SEC game in 3 years. And they have allowed 6 runs so far in the first. You look at this Aggies offense. They came into today having scored 12 runs in each of their last 2 games. Going back to the finale of that Georgia series. They just refused to cool off. Here's Kennedy Howard with plate. Eshte on second. She takes one to the shallow left center. That'll reach. Here comes Eshte. 7-0 Aggies. Unreal.
Looking for Kennedy Powell swinging first pitch, knowing that Vallejo is going to throw and bring something in and around the zone. Adding on more insurance run here and a big hitting for Texas A&M. What a statement. I don't know how many times Coach Trish Ford has nailed in these young ladies' heads the fact that we got swept in Baton Rouge. I know it's been in press conferences. I know it's been relayed to them before the series kicks off. But they're playing like it right now.
They're going to run out of bubbles. And only the first inning. Maury Harper struck out earlier in this inning as the Aggies had batted around. Vallejo came on to relief last night, allowed 3 earners. Let's see, Birds on. This is upstairs.
But actually, Vallejo, she's going to go upstairs with that rise ball, has a little bit of a screwball as well as changing speeds. She has that changeup. We saw it a good amount in yesterday's game.
Swing and miss. Where it's going. It shouldn't matter. That probably ends the first inning, and what a first break was for Texas. It's pretty much been all A&M up to this point.
I think when you look at the score, you're thinking, oh man, 7-0, but Texas A&M just got 2 hits. If you take them, these are things that are fixable. These are just giving 3 passes, giving away bases. If you eliminate that, the score is different.
Chops over to first, and Perez is there. Quickly 2 away, less than the freshman of the circle allowed a single to lead off the game. And has now retired the next 5 batters in order. Maddox McKee. A 7-1 cushion.
That's great.
He a couple of hits last night. Their first career home run a few weeks ago against McNeese. Let's see your best on base percentage in the entire SEC. And really, they put together a huge inning last night against Emily Kennedy, and it like for a moment they were going to light it up, and then all of a sudden Kennedy settled down, and LSU's offense didn't score again until the final break.
Yeah, they made it interesting that last inning.
Jumped over to second. Harper is there. Stretched by Perez. A 1-2-3 inning worked by Lesson team, and mentioned earlier, Jandel was best of last year for that dramatic game time over game 2 of the Austin Super Regional against Texas. Started 11 games in freshman season this year, just been an
467, 57 RBIs.
I think that there really is nothing more special when it just all clicks, right? And nowadays, you don't know if people are going to transfer or not, and that's what Coach Criscos said. Like, you just, when an athlete doesn't get maybe the opportunities that they got in travel ball, they'll come in, and then after the first year, they're out. But instead of that, Maya Perez went down and put her head down and went to work. And so respectable. I'm not saying I disagree with when athletes choose to transfer. If you're unhappy and you're getting zero time, and you don't want to maybe go through that same thing again, I get it. Just back in the day, the back 10 days, it was always the question of like, dude, what did you do? What's wrong with you? Now it's just so normalized.
Here's Matt Barber after that one to Maya Perez. LSU pitchers have faced 12 handed batters, walked 6 of them, and hit another. One of them on the way to Barber. It's 2-0. Right there. After a while, Red lost for words when he had 5 walks in the first inning. It was such a crucial game. And remember, this is huge for seeding in the SEC. Because you think about the SEC tournament, the top 4 seeds in the tournament get a double bye. And when you talk about the Aggies, is that one? Well, the Aggies are in good shape. They entertain tied for second place with Oklahoma. But for LSU, it's just a different story. They're trying to get into that 4th spot in conference race, but they're not there yet.
This is so dirty. Look at the lower half of Mac Barbara, completely fooled. Vallejo, such a good pitch. He helped buckle in all day. 2 strikeouts for her coming in.
So here is Allie Enright. She walked in the first inning. LSU with the all-time advantage in the series, 21-18 with the Aggies. Leaded here in College Station 10-9. This is Tiger's first visit here in 3 years. It's been a pleasant one so far.
I think the one thing you can just ask your pitcher right now for LSU is just be able to come in and find a way to get ahead. I know we had the leadoff walk to my friends, but I'm okay with that. The way that she's been swinging it, I'm okay to put her on base and then go attack mode. She kind of had that pitch backwards mentality against Mac Barber. Away, foul ball. Another pitch up in the zone, and then freezes her with the backwards K on that change, and then a quick 2 strikes to Allie Enright.
Ford said when Enright and DeVette are hitting the middle of that order, 6 batters are tough to beat. You should pretty much know what you're going to get out of the top 4 day in and day out.
And a team that, to me, finds so many different ways to win. They have the speed, they have a ton of lefties, they can drop that bunt if they need it, they have that fear factor in the lineup. But when you think about a team that finds ways to win, whether it's with the long ball or manufacturing run, that's what makes them dangerous to me. When you think about being able to make kind of a big postseason run, you think about the run they had last year, what they were able to experience going into Texas for a super regional, going into the #1 seed and just coming up short. But moments of just true bright spots, that home run by Maya Perez, the confidence and just what she learned from that.
Over to third, Coffee on the second for 1, and that one thrown away. So runner at first with 2 away. You bring up that super regional. close it was. In 3 games, 1 total run was the difference between Texas advancing to the Women's College World Series and the Aggie season coming to an end.
And you know what's funny? I had Texas, Missouri last weekend, and talking to Coach Singleton a little bit, we're just talking about that, what they experienced last year. He said, I'm not saying anything to anyone until we get to Oklahoma City, because you know how hard it really is to, number one, try to get there with the selection show. You don't know where you're going. There's so many unknowns. And then the grind at that regional and that super. And then once you get to Oklahoma City, it's almost like a clean slate. You go back to the ranking board, and everyone's in the bottom of the totem pole. You gotta winners win, and it's humbling. And I think this year more than any year, it seems more open and more chances of winning a national championship, simply because Oklahoma lost so many of their studs from last year. They're still dangerous. They're still top of the SEC. They're average all the things. But in my opinion, not as big of a fear factor. They're not as scary to me as previous teams.
Absolutely. And you talk about the difficult road to get to the Women's College World Series. Add to that, if you're playing your arch rival in the postseason, Texas was Texas A&M. The rankings heading into the seedings being absolutely lovely. Yeah. That one strode into the glove of a diving Hodge. Oh, what a play by Hodge. Hold on a second.
It was so good. I think the umpire was saying that Maddox McKee came off the base. Oh, are you kidding me? Look at the layout. That's special.
Oh, just off the bat.
I think they're going to go to replay review. McKee had time. Obviously, she needed to stretch a little bit, but
And we will have a challenge for Beth Serena. At this point, why not have Avery Hodge?
The call on the field is that the runner is safe at second base. LSU was challenging the call on the field. This play is under further review.
Plate umpire Matt Dow, Avery Hodge, the junior transfer from Oklahoma with the full extension of shorts. Well, McKee in second. Saw a little bit of the good and the bad for her in last night's series opener. And right there appeared to pull her foot off the bag in the last second. Take another look.
listen, that play,
After further review, the fielder maintained her foot on the bag at the time the catch was made. The runner is out. That is LSU's first challenge of the game.
glad they replay reviewed that. They ended up making the right call. Webb, yeah.
That's the play by Hodge.
Did I see?
Remember, Avery Hodge started the last 4 games of the year for Oklahoma last season in the Women's College World Series, and she produced as well. Wasn't an everyday starter there, but now getting the opportunity and showing why she deserves it.
Well, you could say the same thing about Jake Linnell. That's something that Coach Betcherina had talked about. She said, hey, she waited for her turn, and the opportunity this year presents itself, and she gets those reps and those opportunities. And as freshmen, you want to go in, you're eager, I want to play, I want that, but sometimes there's older vets in front of you, and you may not get the amount of time that you want. So for her to be able to put in the work behind the scenes and find to get that opportunity day to day, those are the feel good stories. Love to hear that.
If Danielle Laurie is in the LSU dugout right now, what does she say?
Oh man, I definitely talked about it yesterday, the amount of runs scored. I think it's just a chip it away mentality, trying to fire up the teammates.
This one launched to deep center, backing up and right, takes the grab on the track.
It's definitely not easy, especially when you're not at home and you feel maybe this sense of having to press. The game didn't go the way you wanted it to go yesterday, and then you're by no means starting out the way you want to start, but you got to start somewhere. And it just, who's going to set the tone? And maybe that play by Avery Hodge is something that gets rallies the troops, gets it going a little bit.
this year lays down one less than team. The freshman a little bit too high and pulls Perez off the bag.
Solid bunt by Avery Hodge. Triple threat in the 9th spot. Just dropping the bunts. Throw up just a little bit. Jump at my Perez. Don't get to that. Not letting it go by. That's clearly second, potentially third. If it gets by her.
First error of the game committed by the Aggies. Back up to the top of the order we go. Lexington is only allowed one hit single. The first hitter of the game, which was Cedar Coffee. If they're going to rally, this is the part of the lineup that has to get going. Coffee on the National Player of the Year watch list at the end of the season. That list, by the way, will be over down to 25 in a few weeks. One of the top hitters in the country right now.
There was a press release a couple weeks ago where you heard Cindy Roson, junior pitcher, talking about how this is Dan Coffey's team, right? Someone who would like, I think Roson is a vet on this team being that junior, but it just goes to show that 50-year experience.
Lexington can't make the play back-to-back months. The Tigers in business. Should be like Coffee. She reached twice.
Well, then this is just back-to-back pressure on the defense and getting the ball to Lexington right away and maybe not being fully comfortable to make that quick throw knowing that there's a runner on second base. But putting that extra pressure, I think, is so key to pass the bat.
Might get this old-fashioned are dropping out the month. They haven't done that. So they have Coffee in first, Hodge in second. And here is Jalen Lassiter. Transfer from Ole Miss with first. Johnson. South behind the plate. Will be a chat in the circle.
I think they're going to be making a pitching change. Coach Trish Ford going to the umpire.
And each team with 2 hits, you wouldn't know it by the actual score of the game. A&M the beneficiary of a number of 3 passes. We'll see if Trisha Cortez go bullpen here. And her team still up extremely comfortably 7-0 after that 7-run first inning.
Grace Sparks.
She's waiting for the official call. The door is not open yet. Trisha Ford's just staring over there. There we go. Here comes a new arm out of the bullpen. We will take a timeout here in College Station. Aggies up big for the Tigers. Threatening. Grace Sparks taking over the circle. She will be facing one of her former teammates last year, both transfers from Ole Miss. Sparks facing Jalen Lassiter coming up in a second.
Bringing in the junior. That's 42 innings so far. On the year, relies heavily on that drop ball, primarily down, uses the defense, also has that good changeup, and having Coach Trish Ford making the change ASAP. A couple runners get on base. Not even trying to let LSU get back into this ball game.
This is just the second time through the order now for the Tigers. And she makes the change. Sparks in. We see old teammate at Ole Miss, Jalen Lassiter. Time is called. Sparks has come up with some big outings against ranked opponents this year, taking down Florida State and Texas Tech.
You know, when I had that conversation with Coach Venturina when I was down there prior to the game, she said it is so hard for pitchers to go 3 times through an order in a game. Like hitting, it's just, she said, they're getting reps, the spin rate, nonstop. Nothing fools his hitter. And it was just so, you know, I said, I said to you earlier, I was like, yep, I'm glad I pitched when I did. Like, I had a good time from 2006 to 2010. I wanted no business of people getting, reps off me on a pitching machine and knowing what I was going to throw. It's just so different.
You're saying it's a lot harder to be a pitcher these days than it is hit.
It is. You could fool people a lot back in the day because you just have to have BP throwers try to replicate you. Now you can put exact rate that pitches are spinning, change up and what the kilo is. You go hard to soft, back and forth, and that's the type of pitcher you are. You go in on the hands with that upspin and you're that rise ball to down and away. Like, I don't feel like there is as much advantage for pitchers as there is for the hitters with all the data and the technology. You could have the rhapsodic information being a pitcher. But until, you're getting some type of ability to do those reps, like the way the hitters are against you, the beast mode mentality has to come out maybe a little bit more for pitchers.
How about that? You walk to load the bases. This is exactly what LSU needed. I was going to ask you who had the advantage there. Lassiter and Sparks knew each other from DT days. Lassiter got the best of Sparks there.
I gotta go with, I would assume that the pitcher would have the advantage. She would know the weaknesses, but
Instead, she walked her bases full for Macy Bergeron. She is a clutch hitter. Over 9 home runs on the year, 6 have come against ranked opponents. They could really use one now. LSU has hit 5 grand slams on the year. Tied for a program record. That one is shallow left, in and out of the glove of Eshte. One run is going to come in, and LSU is off the board.
a little bit of a momentum shift. The Avery Hodge play and a replay review was a good piece. And a good attempt by Kareem Eshte. She keeps it in front. That's all that you can ask. She doesn't lay out where the ball gets behind her, but KK DeMint has her back. Opportunity here for by far the hottest freshman in the country.
Tori Edwards, who has launched 3 grand slams this season, has tied the all-time single-season record in program history. The count goes 2-0 to Edwards. This year, 14 rush, 7 RBIs. Strikes over. It's not this ball game. Edwards hits a home run, and that's grand slam number 4 on the season. A new LSU record. We got a brand new ball game in College Station.
Two, one, absolute rip. You've seen Grace Sparks going with that changeup a little bit more since she's come in, but Tori Edwards on time. No one bigger than 2 home run ups. This is clutch. I didn't say it out loud, but in my head I was like, there's a good chance maybe she's going to go yard here. Maybe I should have said it so someone would have. But
I believe you.
just seems like she's the player in the moments, Alex, where you're continuing to see her rise. And the momentum of last inning and that little defensive play and the action, I mean, that was huge. And clearly there's been a momentum change.
And another new pitcher for A&M, their 3rd of the inning, and suddenly a 2-run game thanks to Tori Edwards. Kate Mutterland takes over for Sparks, and let's play devil's advocate for a moment. The starter, Cindy Lessentine, had only allowed
single to lead off the game. What do you feel about the switch going to Sparks?
Making a quick switch. It was almost a little bit of an awkward exchange. And, she had made the comment. It looked like maybe she was saying that I'm not ready. And then she comes out and then just stuff starts happening so quickly. And that's how much this game really changes. And you're right. It's not like LSU was, roping into left center and right center, like just a couple bunt singles. But I will say both of these coaches, Trish Ford and her knowledge in the circle, as well as Ben Torina, they're cutthroat. This series means so much. And so I think when there's any rumors that maybe someone can get back in, I'm assuming that's why the change was made right after the game by Trish Ford, not even wanting to give LSU that opportunity. But clearly that ended up not being the case. We got ourselves a ball game here.
Trying to get ahead of it. It was the second time through the order. But it didn't pan out. Count though 2-2 to Mackenzie Rudity. Popped up in the second inning. As for Wonderland in the circle, freshman out of California, she's only thrown just over 13 innings in her collegiate career.
Hoping for a little lefty magic. Has that change up. She can throw it at any count. Not a ton of innings so far on the year, but opportunity.
What a turn of events. It's kind of like early last night when the Aggies went up 3-0. LSU responded with 5 in the second. Just heavyweight blows traded back and forth. Aggies scored 7 runs here in the first. The Tigers have responded. Here in the third, as this one popped up, fly to center. Turn the squad right back in it. Savannah Nadell was one for 2 away.
What's that missing? I also think we might play the Tigers element maybe. I would like.
We have seen an extraordinarily large number of walks. At least from the other staff, there were 5 walks by LSU in the first inning alone, 6 in the game. 1 walk so far by Aggies pitching.
And I definitely will put at times more blame on pitchers for walking hitters. But when you have that many in a game at times, the score is so blown out like it is, you definitely know turning on the TV that there's a good chance that the zone is definitely a little tighter behind the plate. I do think Huebner was definitely all over the place.
Over to second, Harper has trouble who recovers in time to get the out. However, Tori Edwards has put the Tigers.
If you want to go far, you need to be fresher. And she went in, she didn't even get to start in game 3 of Super Regional Sunday because she threw her heart out. She had done so much work throughout that season. You could tell for sure that Texas Heat a little gassed. But that's when you need to have that solid number 2, someone that is able to go into games you can fully trust. And that's probably the biggest maybe transition for her this year is learning to give grace and like, all right, when someone else in is okay. It doesn't always have to be me because there will be a time when my name is called, when the lights are bright and I need to be able to step up. I have to give myself that ability to rest at times.
They have 6 different pitchers right now. That's not even including Sydney Peters, who's injured right now, the sophomore transfer from Washington.
And with how Sydney Peters was throwing, I think she'd be a good candidate for a solid number 2. I really do. A back injury, she's been kind of down, and Coach Shoes forced him. We don't really want to push it. We really want to make sure that we get her good and where she needs to be.
Vallejo opened and done their job in 2/3. No runs, and just 1 hit. To Olivia Johnson, dives down on the Hodge.
But I can't help but go back to the defensive play by Avery Hodge and how then all of a sudden the team just completely responds from that play.
right? Like those are the little things that feed into your team battery, get you hyped and get you going. And they look like a different team since that play.
Great point. Absolute turning point defensively. With LSU down 7-0, A&M, a couple of base runners on, and an absolute red hit. Aggies used 27 runs, but they only had 2 hits the entire day, and they both came back in the first inning. One of them by Kramer Eshte, a 3-run double. Just bizarre stat line and performance so far.
Well, and to me, that's why I keep Ashley Malenko out there, right? Like you said, 2 hits on the board for Texas A&M. Obviously, first inning, a lot of great passes, manufactured those 7 runs, but I think she's just kind of keeping them at bay, using the defense, web gym plays, momentum seems to be on LSU's side. Right now, Texas A&M, I think, has to find a way to adjust.
One went sent to the left fielder on the cover. Makes the grab that is now 6 in a row, retired by Ashley Vallejo. Tigers offense trying to tie it.
With Katrina too, she said this was definitely a series that we were well aware how much this team wanted revenge against us. Like it was all over, it's over social media, like. But I think at times, when you think of that as a pitcher, and maybe the pressure that City Rosan may have felt in that start yesterday, with knowing that they are literally gunning for you. They thought about you all year. They had you circled on their, want to destroy list. At times, that can be intimidating and feel hard and mucky to get through. But if you can flip the script and also have the mentality of, I absolutely love that you want to destroy me, because the feeling's mutual. Like, we're coming into your house, and now we're going to try to do the same thing we did last year, but in front of your home crowd. And it's the hardest part of pitching, because
you have to face that head on.
You do, and you just have to let it rip and be confident going out there. And
strike out by the freshman Waterman.
Change up specialist at any count. We saw it a couple times back to back. So good, completely cool.
Just the second strikeout of the game for Aggies pitching versus the first inning. Tricia Ford said these were the comments she said after they got swept by LSU last year. Quote, we got slapped in the face. It is what it is, but life is about how you respond. We didn't step up. She said that's how I was as a player. I used everything as motivation, always had a chip on my shoulder. She said that's how we're going to play this weekend. But you can get the sense from just talking to her, if you've never heard Tricia Ford speak, that's contagious. That energy, that motivation from her, you can tell her players feed off that.
And it's expected to have that same mentality, that destroy mode, redemption.
To right field, 2 out there. Running into the first baseman was Hodge, and then just gets easily tagged out to end the inning.
No, it's a teaching moment. The umpire, Mike Bartlett, put his hand out for instruction, and when Avery Hodge was rounding first, the opportunity was there to crash into Maya Perez. And if the opportunity's there, you automatically get given an extra base. So, like, when you teach that, like, with my daughter's travel ball team, we do, like, if you get the opportunity, there's someone in front of you, whether or not they issue it, it looks like they're not going to, but it's exactly what you should do if you're Avery Hodge. You see Maya Perez, and whether or not they're not allowing her to go because there's no chance that she would even be remotely safe at second, but I like the heads up stuff while I cue by Hodge.
Now the time run comes up to the plate. Getting the coffee who has reached twice. A couple of singles. She has her 71st multi-hit game of her 5-year career. One more would be a biggie within 2. Most dangerous hitters in the SEC. 2 up in this part of the order. Career RBIs for coffee runner is going. And in scoring position is Hodge, her 10th stolen base of the year.
Well, and no better opportunity than when you have someone like Leonard in the circle who is that changeup specialist. 1 in 3 pitches are going to be that changeup, so if you're able to time it up on the base pass and have the speed.
Coffee was ready to head first. She is second in the nation in walks with 40. Didn't get number 41, at least not yet, as the count goes full. Swing it is a huge strikeout for Butterman.
Know this pitch is coming. It is still one of the hardest pitches to hit. Coffee. Kudos to Ashley Vallejo. I think she's done such a good job of first and foremost being able to get ahead with that screwball, and with so many lefties in this Texas A&M lineup, that screwball that kind of bites away from them. It's been a tough pitch. So she's established the strike zone early with that pitch. Her changeup has been so effective.
Shot was down.
And I think there has to be this trust in using your defense too. And we've seen some, terrific plays by LSU defensively. And when you just have that confidence as a pitcher, where it's like, you're not striking everyone out. We can get ahead, but there's a good chance I'm going to use my defense and get some balls to you guys. Step up, make good plays for me.
There's one back up the middle. It's Texas Vallejo. Kennedy Powell, lead off hitter board.
This is a good job by Kennedy Powell. She takes this screwball, I think left a little bit too much with that 1-2 count. Need a little bit more movement on that out part of the plate, but just carries it right back up the middle. Solid lead off. First game quite some time by Texas A&M.
Runner for Ari Harper, who struck out twice today. But entering today, Harper had struck out in the previous 13 games. Still hitting 451 on the year, and one of the absolute best hitters this season, all of SEC play. Pointer finger left hand the first week of this season, but just continued to tough it out and play through it, just like one of her teammates, Coco Woolley, did a few years ago, played through a broken finger and was one of the best hitters in the conference. How painful is that? How difficult is that?
Yeah, it hurts.
In your head.
I mean, you find a way to rally through it. It doesn't mean that it's comfortable. And then on the flip side, I think from the pitcher's perspective of how I'm pitching someone that is dealing with that, I want to go heavy on your hands. I want to.
Oh, they got her. Cal got caught leading too far. Nice throw from natural.
So that first base coach instantly kind of issue to Trish.
Those runner was thrown out at first base. Going out. Texas A&M is challenging the ball on the field. Their first challenge displays their further lead.
They do call her the Cajun candidate, Macy Bergeron,
So you just see the dirt kind of flying up, so it's just hard to see if her hand gets in there. Like, is her hand touching? Because if her hand's touching, the tag's not applied yet. There has to be enough indisputable evidence to overturn the call.
It's very tough to tell from that angle.
That was a heck of a lead. I mean, she was way off the base. I think that the call may stand.
Again, from a point, it has to be conclusive enough to overturn it. And Palin been so good on the bases, 15 for 15 in stolen bases, obviously ultra confident out there. Far off the bag.
Without further ado, we're going to put a spin available to runners out. Let's take a second for a shot.
Oh, smart man.
And an absolute cannon by Badgeron.
Instead of one on, no outs. That's part of the order up. Bases empty, one away. That would have been huge. Instead, runner on first with one out. There comes Maya Perez. Has been patient at the plate today. 2 walks, 2 plate appearances. Has now reached 13 straight games. Unstoppable. Like this year. Strike one from play.
Good pitch, down, change. Probably not seeing change first pitch.
Need to count those 0-2. And then hitting out hit 5. Still probably 2 runs out. Fast pitch softballs, we move around the game. Pitcher, throw BP to her. Whiplash there, Grandpa turning around, see those bombs leave the yard. Perfect baseball player. Time to go to California. You're a 453 hitter with runners on. These teams hit well. Yeah, runners on base. 2-2. And we'll do it again.
I could throw that changeup down. Let's get something like down in the dirt, whether it's low away or low in, and sacrifice a pitch and try to see if you can get her chasing. 7th pitch, we have back coming. She's clearly seeing it well. And that's good. I think that's one of those you have to tip your cap, right? As a pitcher, hey, I don't want to give you anything too close. You're probably the one hitter in the lineup right now that I don't want to beat me. I'm going to try to see if I can get you to chase, and she doesn't.
So after a 3-double game yesterday, it is now a 3-walk performance today for Perez. It's interesting, the Aggies have scored 7 runs, yet been true through 8 hitters. Still don't have a hit today. 8 total walks this year in this Aggies team, including one to Matt Parker back in the first inning.
Barbara, which to me, when she has her front foot closed off the way that she does, it's almost seems intimidating to want to throw her in because not only is like she towing the line, but her hands and everything are over that blade. And obviously, when a screw ball hits her, he feels confident to go away. But when I see a hitter that wants to toe the line like that, I still want to have the right to establish the inside part of myself. I want to test you. I want to come in. That's how I love to approach hitters, whether or not she's looking for that, right? She takes another pitch on the outside part of the plate, which to me shows that she's looking for something in, which now potentially changes up her game plan a little bit of having to swing at something away. That's something Coach Trish Ward had a conversation with her about. She said, for how routine oriented and plan of attack you are, you're swinging outside of your plan. Do that, you're not an elite hitter like you know you can be. And that's one thing she's done over the course of the last couple of weeks, really stuck to her guns and her plan.
Barbara to left center, that's going to drop in. Runner around in third, the throw home, bobbled, and A&M extends their lead. The Aggies back up by 3. Career RBI number 201 for Matt Barbara.
And this is a pitch that's elevated, it's just over the heart of the plate. She kind of just finds some green right in that Bermuda triangle. And I wanted this throw to be more on the money. If this throw's on the money, she's dead out at home. I really think that she is, but at times there's a lot of things that need to go right with the throw to make it to home on the money. And another run for Texas A&M. Feels like an eternity ago when they scored.
First run since the first inning. We'll have an pinch runner taking over at second base, Kelsey Mathis. Pinch runners all around for the Aggies. At first and second, and Allie Enright. Well, at least for now, we have will be Enright coming up. Walked. And her first plate appearance, and the Aggies just out, got thrown out on first.
Well, those are always things to think about.
And by the way, this is all being done without Coco Willie in the lineup. Senior shortstop getting off today.
I was definitely surprised not seeing her in the lineup, for sure. Kind of giving me Matt Barber situations for the Auburn series where maybe her numbers weren't aligning with
Nice one. Go. Back to the track to make the grab. Tags go to the scoring position now. With 2 away.
sometimes it just takes not getting that start where it hits you a little bit differently and it probably doesn't feel good. And it's not that you need to do more work or this or that, but I think sometimes, I don't know, it just gives you this different perspective.
Trisha Ford, not afraid to make a move. Freshman KK Vince. The first. Over the third, Coffee is there. And we will talk to Beth Serena coming up after the break. Her team down by 3.
Well, when I think about this on this next team as a whole, I mean, to me, and I said this when I was down there, I was like, to me, this team was game that needs to get to the next World Series. Like, offensively, you have that leadership, and they had the leadership last year with Taylor Pleasance. But I think you think about when you take away Danica Coffey from that team last year, and potentially the year that Tori Edwards could have had, those are 2 key components that maybe could have gotten over the hump in that Stanford Super Regional against Saturday Academy. But what did you learn as a team last year going through that? And is this potentially a team with transfers and the smash sisters, like, can this team get them back to Oklahoma City? It's been a while, 2018, I think, is the last time that LSU's been there. And every year they put out such good teams where you're like, man, I think this could be the year. But for some reason, I feel that this could be the year that we make it back.
The talent is certainly there. There are 4 times under that arena. And they entered the series top 6 in the country in batting average and ERA. And the last are earning a leadoff walk.
And like I said to you earlier, all of the issues that happen in the first inning are all things that can be fixed. It's not like these pitchers are throwing good quality pitches and they're getting longer in the ballpark. This is just, hey, you have to figure this out. Throw good quality pitches. We cannot issue that many walks. We know this. Like, this is pretty obvious in the game. And I also think this weekend and these next couple of weeks are a good test for Cindy Morzon and to kind of see where she's at. This team's going to learn a lot, but just really get down to the nitty-gritty of how tough these next couple of weeks are going to be. And the postseason may not feel any harder than the gauntlet that's coming their way.
This next week may be harder than the postseason in the nation, facing the number 1 and number 3 teams in the nation 6 times.
Yes.
You'll find out a lot about yourselves. This head stretch.
Playing Florida and having, Keegan Rothrock back in the circle, knowing that their ace is back. That was something last weekend when I had Texas, Missouri. Mike White made the comment. He said, there's not a whole lot better than playing in the SEC. We're going to have seen everything.
This one comes in between third and short, and the Tigers will bring up the time run after a walk and now a single to start off the 5th inning.
This is just change up that clearly see Badgeron just not fooled by whatsoever. It's a great 5-6 hole.
Exactly. LSU wants up Tori Edwards, one of the best freshmen in the nation. Hit her 4th grand slam of the year in the 3rd inning. And with that hit from the freshman single season RBI record that LSU now 61 on the year. Edwards and the time run.
Probably the one hitter in this lineup that you don't want to beat you again for a second time. Saw her go yard, her last at bat, home run of the season.
Last night, off the ball, under the deep center. Torina's called her the best freshman in the country. Taylor Shoemaker of Florida, obviously, that conversation, but in SEC play, Miller's currently on those of Shoemaker's. Down against pass and capture Johnson, and there are now 2 in scoring position for the Tigers.
There was a crossed up, but what pitch was coming their way, but Coach Ford going to come out, have a conversation.
Wild pitch by Lescity. Still no outs in this inning. A&M had all the momentum for the first 2 innings plus of this ball game. And it just feels like LSU continues to chip away. They got within 2 and extended their lead. Tigers coming right back in this inning.
Well, and assistant coach Neal for LSU, just spot on with the offensive piece and being able to hold them accountable. Like you hear her say, like, hey, he continues to let me know you're not getting a 7-run home run after the first inning. Like, we're in the process of figuring out how to chip away and get back in momentum.
Another wild pitch. The runners retreat to their bases and you get back in time. What are you seeing out of the Lesson team right now?
I see that this would potentially be more of a situation where I would think about bringing somebody else in, depending on how the safety goes.
The ball moves the bases. And that one gets away from Johnson. Here comes Lassiter. And it's back to a 2-run game.
I mean, that was like an intentional walk, right? Like there was nothing that was close whatsoever. Whether or not that was a plan of attack, you have to know that she's not going to beat you. But I just feel like this has to be caught by Olivia Johnson. Yeah, it's a pitch that's way out, but I still expect her to kind of know that that is the path that we're going on. If I'm throwing a curveball, they're going to be bringing in Emily Kennedy.
Things are about to get real interesting with the ace coming in for the Aggies. LSU moving into Lefty has entered the game at a crucial spot for the Aggies. Here is Emily Kennedy with 2 in scoring position, and LSU within 2.
And I'd like bringing her in. I may have potentially brought her in and not brought Lesson T back in the ballgame. I might have just brought Emily Kennedy. Obviously, game 1, we saw her get roughed up a little bit, but I will say she stuck it out. She continued to stay out there and hammer through and go about her business. And those were some big time learning moments. You figure it out, the wonderful parts of it, and now some pressure with runners on the second and third run down.
It's included 5 innings for A&M. Remember, through the first 2 innings, they didn't give up a single. That's all. No walks, nothing. Different story in the last 3.
They mentioned on the broadcast that, yesterday Coach Trish Ford said when she's 70 and below, we're able to get her pitches spinning exactly the rate we need to. And when I was watching yesterday's game, specifically in the second inning, I saw her actually gas it up to 74, 75 miles an hour, right? I think sometimes that really is the biggest learning part about pitching, right? When you're amped and the heart's pumping, and sometimes we try to overthrow, but it's remembering quality over quantity, and throw quality pitches and spin. Do I understand how to deal with the pressure that I may feel?
She's 46 pitches last season. But if her stats are any indication, the more often she pitches, the better she throws. And this year hasn't thrown quite as much. Numbers a little bit off the top. She's used to being a workhorse whenever the circle. You're in a relief situation.
I think when she throws it at 72, 73 miles an hour, it makes it harder for her to get that true spin rate on the upper part of the zone when she goes up, when the curves change. She's fierce.
All strike 3.
I'm going to say the crowd got that strikeout, Alex. The crowd is on the blue like crazy, and that's what you love, that whole crowd feel that have your back.
Adele. Hashtag coming home is Jones, and it is a 1-run game, 8-7. LSU has
3 last night against Kennedy, slicing that one foul. LSU 4 for 9 with runners on. 2 on base the entire game. This one grabbed by Powell. Nice throw over to first in time to get McKee out to 329. 13 RBIs. Corners were creeping in there for LSU. Defensive change, by the way, for the Tigers. Sarah Daniel taking over a second for Maddox McKee. And there is Daniel and finds her. Is that one away? Olivia Johnson, that catcher spot. Kind of a rotating spot in the lineup throughout the season. Last night, catcher saw Johnson and Grayson Coleman. Olivia Johnson getting all the playing time so far today. Second year RBIs from the transfer from Washington. We're a couple hours away from here, apparently. Closer to home. Program this year. Instead, it's a swimming miss.
I just think the way that with Vallejo and how she's been drawn, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like she's doing a good job of continuing to get ahead of these hitters. Use her experience. That's what Coach Venturina said in the interview. I mean, she led her team to postseason last year. She's pitched in some really big games and done some huge things. And giving that trust to her and saying, hey, go take this game, keep us in it. We're going to have your back. We're going to get back in it. I think she's done it
So far today.
on her.
Marietta, Georgia. Having a nice seventh season with the Tigers batting .358. It's hit 7 of their last 8 games coming into today. Trying to stay out of the play in this one. Billy Kennedy, 4th different pitcher we've seen today. After Leslie King started, he was replaced by Starks, who was followed up by Wonderway. Then Leslie King came back in the game, and now it's Kennedy. Same off the ball. Issue to the middle. She reaches for the first time today.
It's not missing anything by much. Some of those pitches work, but
Comes Avery Hodge, a very good hitter in that 9 spot. Showing error in the 3rd. Single to the 4th. Probably a little antsy now with the calls, as that was ball 1.
I feel like I am.
I see you jumping around the game there.
We have a little bit more dimension of being in one spot, and that's the only pitch that gets called strike. You got to be able to have a little bit of wiggle room on a corner and a little bit of up and down.
A 1-2 count out of Hodge. After that, go back up to the top of the order. Hodge stays alive with 363 hitter. Coming over from the Sooners, where she won 2 titles. It was a significant part of their run late in the College World Series.
Ropes one and a diving grab made by Dimmitt. The freshman getting it done.
This was a heck of a play just because she was pitched a little bit more up towards second base. Covers some good ground, goes to left side, lays out. This is clutch.
Defensive changes paying off at least early. Patricia Ford start the game short. The only second to start this inning here is Danica Coffey, who has reached twice.
That's the pitch that I don't understand is not getting called.
Nodding.
Well, it's my crowd noise. Everyone would hear the crowd.
3-0 down to Coffey. Intimidation walks. There's her 41st of the season. That will slide the tying run over into scoring position.
Well, and the one thing you don't want to do is just kind of put yourself in a position to have to potentially face Tori Edwards, right? With just what she's been able to do. I don't mind starting out in the with her, but when there's action on the base pass and her understanding the pressure and how to deal with it, I don't want to have to face her.
Best to avoid her if you can. The 0-1 to last. Now 0-2 count. The junior transfer. Emily Kennedy, top 10 all-time in program history. Strikeouts more than 500. This there. This crowd is absolutely rocked. Not envy Big Matt Nile. Has gone from 0-2 to full count.
The only thing we haven't seen Emily Kennedy do a whole lot is throw her off speed. She's really relying on the curveball and the kilo, but hasn't changed speed a ton.
All strike three at number 2.
This doesn't look any different than the 1-2 pitch that was from prior. So back to a curveball on the outside part of the plate is just painting corners.
Massive strikeout for Kennedy, 2 away base hit. Overall takes strike number 1. Has 2 singles on the day. One in the third. In the last 24 games. Best clutch hitters on the team. Team 2 out RBIs. Possible tie. No one second, Coffey first. Bergeron to right field, heading towards the line. Harper is there and makes the grab. And Kennedy and the Yankees get out of the jam in routine.
Set by Kennedy Powell.
Really want to be able to hit like this, dead ball, runner, advance to first base. This will be an umpire's challenge.
Interested. Matt Dodd with the announcement they look at this one.
The umpires can issue the challenge late into the inning, and this would have hit her no matter what. And it looks like just changed 16 pounds in Lego, and that's originally what I thought. So that's my bad on jumping the gun on that.
So that gets her right there.
I feel like she could probably take her head off and
Big well there.
yes, show them.
So that's the second time the Aggies have been hit today on this season. They have now been hit 50 times, fourth most in the country.
That's scary, right? That one was obviously an accident, but it is when it's coming right at you. Just glad she's okay.
I was the one who's been hit both times. She was okay. She said over at first she was thrown out too far off the bag. Hit the fourth hit after getting sick. She's reached 4 times today, single and double, and hit twice. Plenty of speed over there. One to Harper. She takes one to center field, but right at last.
Potentially murderer's row here.
Yes. Right out of my mouth. Perez has walked 3 times today after doubling 3 times yesterday. How do you approach her in this event?
I'm gonna work away, and then I'm gonna go with that changeup and keep it down. I would rather force her to go opposite field on me than anything on that inner half. She's not running the plate as much as someone like Matt Barbara or Kennedy Powell. So to me, if she backed off visually as a pitcher, I've seen that. So I'm gonna use kind of my bread and butter, which is that screwball, and force her to have a punch something through the left side of the infield. There's definitely times where you could go into a hitter's power zone. It's not that you need to be intimidating to do it. It's just it has to be the right pitch and the right timing because hitters that are that locked in, when there's something in their wheelhouse, they jump on it and they hurt you with it. But if the time is right where you wanted to throw something on the hands that you wasn't expecting it, that's when you catch it off guard.
Strike 3-1 count. Last year, Perez, just a freshman, she averaged about a strikeout every 5 at-bats. This year, cut that in half. A strikeout every 10 at-bats. Among all the other improvements in her numbers. Meanwhile, kept talking in the circle for Vallejo. She's ready to go. Hitters count for Perez. Speedy down over at first. Caught the straight, so one count all the way. Judge the action.
They go back with that same pitch. That of the change, that change down.
Compared to last year, it's just a night and day for Maya Perez. Played in 31 games last year when we started 11 at one home run coming against our travel Longhorns. This year, he has gotten it done all year long. Payoff pitch all the way.
It's a good pitch.
It's the 4th walk of the game for Perez.
Tell me where that's missing. You can't.
It's just because they can't touch it.
It's a good pitch though by Lambo. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with her.
9 walks issued today by LSU have ties the season high. Here comes Mac Barber, walked in the first, single in the fourth. With Powell speed in second, Ace Knock could potentially bring her home. Barber launched a 51st home run of her career last night. Chops one over to second. On to second for one. The throw to first. Not in time. The throw home. And the Aggies go up by 2 as Powell slides in safely.
And I think this is a great move, Alex, to try to go with the double play on this. I do. I just think Matt Barber maybe not the most speed up the line. Do you want to test it? And a cannon home, which is not in time with the speed of Kennedy Powell. I can't be mad at this defense.
I don't mind. It seemed like the right play.
Yeah.
Coach call it first. Close call it home. Aggies get a huge insurance run. Now up 9-7. Ford has to be somewhat pleased with that. Powell scored. So runner on first, 2 away for Ali Enright, who walked to the first inning. Jam for a bit. And here we go. The Tigers down to their last 3 outs of the day. Down by 2. Strike 1 from Kennedy.
What did I say last inning? We yet to see her pull the string on the change. She hasn't been forced out to throw it, and I think pitching backwards, that was perfect to start her out.
One of the storylines all season long, and now they have a full rotation for passive pitchers. It's not just going to be on the arm of Kennedy, but in this series, it pretty much has been. She has delivered so far. Swing.
Now, if you're Emily Kennedy, you have to use your experience, your senior experience, and it's a freshman year.
A huge strikeout, one of the best freshmen in the country. 1 away.
Just climbing the ladder, and when she's below down a smidge, meaning tops at 70 miles an hour, this pitch is electric and jumps.
And she's on. She is so good.
She is. I think it's sometimes just being able to control the emotions, not trying to overthrow. You can still throw hard and not overthrow. You can still throw 72 to 73 miles an hour and not overthrow and still get good spin rotation to climb the ladder. But it's when you try to power through it, you hit her purely with speed instead of spin at this point. Hitting is too good.
Now 1-2. Mackenzie really just watching her throughout her career. Kennedy, she's at her best, the biggest moments, the biggest games. It sounds cliche, but it's absolutely true. Right out there in the circle. Stays alive. Kennedy, 4th pitcher used today. Since coming out of the bullpen, 2 1/3 throw. No hits, no runs. Left center. And right is there. And the Aggies have LSU down to their final out. Well, what a response here by the Aggies after getting swept last year by LSU in Baton Rouge. Scored 5 runs the entire series, but they have taken this year's series, winning game number 2, 9-7.
A lot of bubbles today, a lot of bubbles this weekend. After 12-7 win yesterday, the Yankees take this one 9-7. And to 36-5 on the year. For Danielle Lori, I'm Alex Lowe. We thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
See a lot of that tonight. That rise ball. Devon likes to throw it right in that lefty's eye. I do that first one.
10th in the country in strikeouts. She has a couple of wins already this year against Texas Tech and against Florida. The two losses coming to Stanford and Mississippi State. The numbers for Savaya. A lot of speed. She scored 38 runs in their 40 games so far this year. At 32-8, the best offensive numbers for Tennessee in over a decade. And that is all for the leadoff walk for Morgan. Aaron Wheatley, the head coach for Tennessee, now on her 24th season with 8 trips to the Women's College World Series. In 2023, she was the coach of the year as the Lady Vols swept both the regular season and the tournament in the SEC. Reached the World Series that year. Last year, a stunning early departure from the NCAA tournament as the number 3 seed. They got bounced in the Super Regionals by our rival Alabama.
The team that Tennessee had last year, so those seniors was a big shock to this program. They're well underway in that offseason working to get back to Oklahoma City.
They've won 19 of their last 21 series in league play, and a big night for Wheatley and Tennessee. They have some big wins against top-ranked teams. On neutral floor opponents, they have never beaten number 1 on their opponent's home turf. As they open up a 3-game set here tonight. Transfer from the University of Washington, coming off the Mississippi State weekend, where she hit 500, drove in 5 runs.
Very good at on the inner half. Both the pitchers tonight, not afraid to challenge hitters on the inner half, go forward. Control that strike zone.
2-2 from the bottom. Slow roll to third. Dennis Scott rolling play is the first. This is a sacrifice. Morgan moves over into scoring position with 1 out.
100% that ball on the ground is kept it out.
You see the run, the ERA dropping to 1.51. The strikeouts are up. She has taken over as the ace with this staff. They had 5 quality pitchers last year. She'll come back with 4 really good ones this year. And one of them, the best staff in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of different tools, a lot of different looks.
Big matchup with Taylor Pannell. Early on here, Patty Lee Taylor goes to top of the pitcher. All SEC first teamer last year. calls her a professional hitter. Really works the count, sees a lot of pitches, waits for the one she wants.
Said she's really comfortable this year hitting with 2 strikes. In the last couple of years, maybe a little anxious with swing at pitches early in the count that weren't the best pitches. And it's paid off for 2 home runs this year. That's more than the last 2 seasons combined. Come on, in for the strike. Proud of that he got that last ball.
A little round cheer in Austin tonight. It's about 54% rise ball, 23% drop ball. She can hit in the upper 60s for the velocity. Now getting better than 400 this year. How about this start? These are the first walks allowed by Caban in over 16 innings. And there's 2 of them now in the first.
23 walks on the year coming into this start. There's 2 walks in this first inning. A little uncharacteristic. It'll be interesting to see the strike zone tonight with these power pitchers out there.
Number 4 hitter, Hannah Gibson, who has hit a home run in 3 of her last 4 hits. And she homered in all 3 of the Mississippi State games.
Gibson does a very good job of protecting Hannah. That's pretty good control right there. 2 walks for batter space. That's the type of command and control of pitches that you want to see. And you can tell immediately the game plan for Tennessee is to lay off anything high. They are trying to force her to throw belt below. Big game plan against, come on, make her throw low in the zone.
And she gets slow in the zone right there. 1 and 2.
Yvonne has a lot of different tools. Talking with her earlier before the game, she said she's got more comfortable with the drop ball.
That's the swing and a miss there. 2 down.
Even though she's gotten more comfortable with the drop ball, as you mentioned, that 54% of the time, she's going to work upstairs with the rise ball. She cuts this pitch as a 4-seam rise ball. She works as a setup low in the zone and then uses it. She cuts back upstairs and then moves inside. And she gets a big swing and miss. Second out of the inning.
Sophia Nugent fouls the first pitch off. In her second year at Tennessee, she transferred in from Oklahoma, where she was a part of 2 national championship teams with the Sooners. Coming out of high school as the number 1 ranked catcher in her class. Holmes a terrific battery with Carter Pickens that we'll see in the bottom of the inning.
A couple big pitchers that have transferred out of Oklahoma. Erickson in Florida.
Tells you how good QT's was. That's right. Sooners picked up a Bedlam win midweek. Over 9,000, 9,200 plus at Devon Park in Oklahoma City for that one.
It's just great to see the growth of the sport. Starts out there playing ball.
1-2 pitch. Drilled deep and foul. Headed towards the apartment building out there in left field. That is a mighty big target with all those windows.
That is a just miss. You get just a little bit early on that pitch.
Another 1-2.
Missed it away. The cut of that last pitch was unbelievable. The way that Caban can really steer that pitch, she can move it from the outer half. She's going to bring it. Look at the kick back in. After trying to sell the pitch. Great take from Mike.
2-2 with 2 on. Fouled it up. Apple can't come up with the catch.
But I'm not sure what happened
ball, and remember the ball when it's hit back like that is going to spin back towards the field, and that just gets away from Atwood. Rhea Scott playing a little bit deeper. She wasn't able to fit in and help Atwood out. Another chance for Nugent. Nugent. That is a huge cut. That is the thing. You just dropped the fly ball and then a cut. You can see a little bit of a smile there. Trying to cash in a couple of walks here at the top of the first. Eighth pitch of this at-bat coming for Nugent. Back-to-back strikeouts for Kavan with a runner in scoring position to end the threat. Taking Kavan in strikeouts with 153. She's going to bring on the heat. Got that rise ball drop off combination. She also has an outstanding changeup. Very much close to start like that. Just a lot of great control. We can tell she's she will open up here against Ashley Maloney, the junior out of Liberty, Missouri, coming in with a hit in 7 in a row. And that number 4 hitter is the dangerous one. Reese Atwood has reached in 22 straight games. She provides the power for a lineup for Texas that incredibly enough could have 4 of the top 6 single season batting averages atop their record book all this year playing together. 4 of the top 6 all time. Their single season average. Wow. Maloney rounds it to short. Laura Mueller stays down on it. General. Taking one of the best pitchers in the game. She does have that velocity, but she also has outstanding movement ability to control the zone. It's that changeup she can throw at any count. She'll go down in the zone, she'll throw a drop ball, a rise ball, but it's velocity up over 70 miles an hour. In fact, last week, 78 miles an hour, fastest ever clock. She's going to be 74 miles an hour. That drop ball changeup at 62 miles an hour. A lot of times that's harder than some pitchers that throw their fastballs or their rise balls, but 62 mile an hour changeup, but that velocity differential is enough to really pull hitters, and it makes 74 plus look like 84. Back by Aiden Henry, one of their 5 batters in the lineup that's hitting over 400 this year. And her average 3rd best in the SEC. Only Janae Jefferson has a better average over the course of her career than Henry does in her first year and a half. She's been outstanding. I mean, when you're mentioned in the same line as Janae Jefferson, you know you need some pretty special stuff. The velocity record, the old record by former Lady Ball, right? Monica Abbott. What'd you throw? What's your high below? 70s? That's it. That's the changeup. It's 65 miles an hour, so that one a little bit elevated in velocity, but it's not that 74 mile an hour. The way that she's going to get around that pitch with really good rotation, but just takes enough off of it that it gets hitters out in front of it. That spin on speed differential makes a difference. For 240 start. That's a big one. That's big basketball's active players. It's amazing athlete. Defensive leadership with the bat. How about that? A leverage 2-0 count. So Scott was thinking, all right, I'm not going to get many of these chances. She's out there with that changeup. Smiling about it with a big 6 wants to keep everybody on their toes. Mike White told us this week, hey, she's so good, you got to pick a speed, right? And look for a particular pitch at a particular velocity and take your best shot.
Yeah, 100%. That one of the things about both these pitchers, in fact, because they do have very good changes, you can't be caught in between. You got to take the speed, you either sit slow or you got to attack hard.
Stop draws and walk. Base runner with 2 outs for Texas. And here comes Reese Atwood. Another player that's always in the discussion for Player of the Year honors in the SEC.
Yeah, 100%. Miss Atwood with 14 home runs. I mean, she just has been doing everything for Texas since she walked on campus as an outstanding freshman catcher 3 years ago.
Last year's Big 12 Player of the Year. First team All-American set Texas records for home runs, RBIs, and slugging. It'll be interesting to see how Tennessee attacks her. She is very, very, very quick hands on anything up and in. So they're going to sit outside at 2 pitches in a row when they go outside. First one off the plate, this one Atwood attacks and goes after. Reese is their all-time leader in RBI and just a junior. She is number 2 all-time at home runs, 10 behind Taylor Holter. There's plenty of time to break that one as well. It's the swing of this.
Yeah, I was wondering what that pitch was. Seeing when she was looking at it, she's like, okay, is that the off speed? That really good tight rotation is down in the zone, and I was out in front of it. Yeah, she's still thinking straight. She had to step out. That's what pitchers do. We learn to read the mind of the hitter, their expressions.
Well, Mike White also told us this week, the team that usually wins is the first one to make the adjustments. Of course, Mike now in his 7th season at Texas after tremendous success at Oregon as well. And has led the Longhorns into the championship series in Oklahoma City 2 of the last 3 years. A strikeout for Pickens. So both aces with a couple of counts with double-digit strikeouts, including that monster showdown with Najee Kennedy in Texas Tech, which she had 18 in an extra innings win. So she beat Kennedy head-to-head during this regular season, also beat her last year at the World Series.
She has a lot of patience in the circle. She waits for that offense to put runs up on the board. She doesn't make a lot of mistakes. It's one of the keys for a young pitcher. She does a good job of really controlling the zone. 2 balls in the first inning, uncharacteristic, but it's a big game. A little nerves.
And then got out of the jam quickly with a couple of strikeouts on a rise ball and a changeup to end the threat. So now she faces the bottom of the Tennessee order.
Already making adjustments. You can see where she's getting underneath her rise ball a little bit more.
1-2 Laura Wheeler got her 3 straight strikeouts for Jaden.
Tiggy Gavon is going to use this rise ball multiple levels. Look at the location of this pitch. This is on the outer half, and then she's going to come right back with it, but elevated. So she gets the call on the outer half, and then she brings it a little bit sweeter over the plate. That's what induces the swing and miss. So really good pitch combination by Gavon for her 3rd strikeout in the game.
That'll bring up Gabby Leach. Out of Woodlands, Texas. A big home run in Game 3 of the Mississippi State series. There are 2 or 3 Bulldogs. They've already gone into Norman, Oklahoma and taken 2 or 3 from the Sooners on their home turf. And now Tennessee trying to do it here. It's a Tennessee team that has just been consistent the last 2 years. 19 and 21 SEC series. All 8 of their losses this year to ranked teams. Wow, 4 in a row for Caban. 2 down. This is definitely one of the greatest tests their offense will have going up against Caban. She's long, she's lanky, she gets out and then gets under that rise ball, that forcing rise ball with that scoop release. It just starts at the belt, gets up at your eyes, easy to swing through and miss. 3 of her 4 strikeouts with that rise ball. Here's Ellen Dodd in the 8th spot in the order. Redshirt freshman out of Bradenton is taking over at second base for that Laura Miller, moving from second to short. Short ends up there. She likes the energy that Dodge brings to the game. Now number 2 goes the opposite way, flicks it down the line, just foul. Everybody's wondering if this was foul or fair. Very close. Foul. Nearly picked up her second hit in SEC play. Her first, a 3-run home run against Oklahoma. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a chase. Tegan Caban working on a 5th consecutive strikeout. Goes to one. Yeah, by Dodge. Light on that cheap hook, down and away. Two. Down the line of right. Maloney is there to cover. 1, 2, 3 inning at the top of the second. See she's holding that up her shoulder. And a new pitcher for Tennessee is the freshman Aaron Miller. And immediately Mitchell will lay out a point to put some pressure on the defense. Okay, this is all experience. Mitchell is going to take a look at the defense and see that everybody is a little bit deep. New pitcher, freshman in the circle. And so look how far back everybody is. Who gets to the first baseman is so far back that Mitchell says, hey, I'm going to pick on you. I think that I can put the ball down and get to first before you can get to the ball. Throw back to Ella Dodge, the second baseman. Really good heads-up experience softball. Well, she's smiling and joking with her teammates in the dugout, so hopefully that's a sign that it's not a serious injury. But she pitches just for 1 inning and is now out. She could re-enter. Just 21 pitches. Down the line, foul ball. Stewart. Those 21 different pitches, 14 were strikes, 1 swing and miss. 2 strikeouts, both on the changeup. So Aaron Newer, the freshman from East Aurora, New York, in a big moment tonight against number 1 Texas. Snagged by Cannell over to first to get the out. The full extension. 1 down. Taylor Cannell just going after this ball. This looks like it's going to sneak through the 5-6 hole. She says, no way. She goes down and gets it, guns it across the first. Quick Hunter getting to start at DP tonight. 2:33 on the season. Miller, change. It's the fourth appearance and relief for Aaron. 7 innings of work. She has struggled thus far in league play. ERA over 6. It's kind of a way to get that one way out of the zone.
Like combination of pitches, that change of its effective. It makes that swing on the rise more effective. She has a very good drop ball that she throws up at 70 miles an hour, but that rise ball, the reason we see some swing and miss on that is that she spins the rise ball at about 58 to 60 miles an hour, so a huge velocity differential. There it is again. You see that rise ball back in the zone is going to be about 61 miles an hour. And typically that's the opposite. That a lot of times you see the slower stuff low in the zone. You don't see the speeding rise ball, slower speeding rise ball up in the zone. These freshmen are trying to use that pitch 70 miles an hour to drop, 61 for the rise ball up.
5-2 on the season. Miller joined Monica Abbott by throwing a no-hitter in her collegiate debut against the Cookman to open up the season. Full count. Short, Wheeler over to first. They're able to hold the runner at second base. 2 down.
That's a great play by Miller defensively. It looked like Hannah was going to go get it. She just gets to it. So that communication between that left side, that was so important.
Here's Leanne Good, still with the runner in scoring position. Texas trying to grab the lead here in the bottom of the second. Leanne 381 with a runner in scoring position this year. RBI on the season with 6 home runs. Ground ball, Miller, nice play at short, and that ends the threat. 3 straight ground balls for Miller. Still scoreless. Fine tonight. Using that rise ball effectively, Michelle.
That rise multiple levels. She put it at the belt. She put it right back over her eyeball. And she's not afraid to throw that pitch over the heart of the plate to get the swing and miss. The first 3 batters, she had a couple of walks in there, but then the last 5 days, 4 strikeouts. The rise ball.
She will face 9 and then the top of the order. Emma Clark, the freshman from Cleveland, North Carolina. So the development here early on, the early exit for Carmen Pickens. So I mean, she's been laughing with the teammates. She's been going through everything with them, talking right there to Megan Rose Smith, the pitching coach. It does not appear on the outside to show that she's hurt.
But hard to say. Yeah. Moment.
1 inning of work, 21 pitches.
At this point, it could just be a coaching philosophy like we're going to leave our office. We're going to run it on the board. We don't want to burn your innings because we think we're going to possibly use you in all 3 games.
They lost a lot of key weapons from a year ago, so the freshmen jumping right in and doing their share of the work. Tennessee, there's the 2-2. Slow roller to 80 Bennett. Down. I mean, you lose Keith Lord, one of the greatest in school history. You lose Nick Gacho, a 20-game winner in the circle, was a terrific innovator, a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, you have to have freshmen that come in and step up. You know, the key too is that when you have talented freshmen, you get them in the games early in the season. So by the time you're halfway through this SEC season, they are seasoned athletes.
Another one of the freshmen, Morgan, walked out of the scoring position in the first inning.
Shift on for Texas. They no right fielder. Yeah. They're going to have 5 infielders.
3 on the left side.
Let's see. Scott, good. And good. Moved over. Bennett. Maloney comes in from right field.
That's so Scott at third. Good. Shortstop is now in that 5-6 hole. And then
Actually, check that. That's Katie Stewart, the left fielder.
yeah, she's playing the what would be traditional shortstop ground against the lefty sniper.
This is when we talk to young athletes and something's got to be versatile. This is maybe one of many reasons why. If you're an outfielder, you still need to know how to build a ground ball. Off the dirt. This is also something that you can do when you have a pitcher like Kavam, who is usually very good with your control, knowing that, all right, more than likely every pitch is going to be on the outer half.
Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 5, 2 down.
Morgan, the freshman, is going to bite after a pitch on the outer half. As a hitter, when you see this defensive alignment, you got to know everything's going to be on the outer half. That's a drop ball, just dives away from Morgan. She tries to reach for it, but it just falls off the table. It's strikeout for the bomb.
Using her third different strikeout pitch with the rise and the change. Defense goes back to a more traditional look, although Kate Henry still shading to the left out in center field. With Kinsey Fiedler at the plate, grounded to third base for first time. The only base runner tonight is a pair of walks. Tennessee.
Bomb immediately used as a freshman back first big game out against UCLA, who won Texas would grow last year, and it was the freshman Bomb. She is just settled in. So when she grew into women's college World Series, she grows in big games like this. She's very comfortable for a young pitcher.
She says confidence is not the absence of self-doubt, but the ongoing resistance to it. She is very sure of her skill set.
Both of these clubs work with psychologists who both actually read books with these. She talks about facing your fears and just learning to pitch and work through stuff. This is a rise ball in the inner half and right at the top level.
Okay. Tennessee looks to kind of set the tone. Karen Wheatley loves her swagger at the plate. their first hit of the night. And she does draw the walk to their third base runner on a free pass. And here comes the heart of the order. Their 1, 2, and 3 hitters have all drawn a walk tonight. There's 3 walks already in this game. That's the most walks since Savannah's pitched 6.1 innings against Ohio State. Typically works away, works around those walks, control the zone. This is, you can tell again, a Tennessee team that knows what they're hunting, trying to lay off that rise ball very difficult times, pushing Caban. Multiple pitches. Panel made 372 this season with 2 outs. Alabama will track some of the defense with some speed at first base. Pitch count up at 62. It's also a possibility we could see Caban in all 3 games in this series. She's pitched in 11 of their 12 SEC games. Made an appearance in each of those. See if Al gets the green light with 3-0. And now back to back walks. See, Reese Apple is going to put her head down. I think it was a pitch earlier. One of the other hitters that was called a strike zone. Or a rise ball pitcher could be difficult at times where you've got to throw that pitch height wise to get the call, especially when your opponent is not swinging at it. So 2 on for the number 4 hitter, Boo Gibson. She'll take strike 1. Caban struck her out with a rise ball back in the first. Jammer it on the hands. Caban asking her athlete to check on that. Check. Swing. It's the swing and miss at 68 miles an hour, 1-2. Caban makes a small adjustment, brings that ball a little bit more over the white part of the plate, and that's where Caban, she's not getting the corner, she's going to have to throw that ball a little sweeter over the white. That's a good take. That is tough to do when you just swung at a pitch. That was even a little further inside. That pitch is right down the middle, but it's elevated. It's always off. Couple on board via the walks. Already the 70th pitch of the night. Keegan. She gets him. And another 4th out. That is a tough pitch to take. Just above the belt. This is the danger right here of Gibson when you're trying to throw a pitch too sweet and worry about not walking. Right down the middle, called strike 3. And a pair of Ks in each of the first 3 innings for Caban. I'll take it, Caban, with so much experience for this young sophomore ability that they are driven to have the opportunity. They love playing as this number 1 ranked team in the country.
work hard and take a lot of pride in it. Mike White has really built himself a great program with a ton of talent. They are 16-0 here at Red Sharp McCombs Field in Austin. They have 3 of their last 4 SEC series at home as they try and go back to back, winning a Big 12 championship and then an SEC championship. They are playing the 2-time defending champs tonight here at Tennessee. And they love playing here. Their numbers significantly higher at home. Yeah, absolutely. A couple of these hitters, they love to hit here. You know, just something about the ballpark. Averages drop a little bit when they're on the road. Miller gets the strikeout of Katie Bennett, the number 9 hitter, one down. Freshman Miller has the ability to throw a lot of different pitches. The speedy ride ball. This one's a drop ball in the lower half of the zone. She can take a little bit off those pitches. She throws 3 different speeds, and it's tough to figure her out at times. To the top of the order, next ball, and ground out to short. First. Way out of the zone. Just the one hit so far tonight for the Texas Bats. They hit over 400 here as a team. Their slugging percentage, 100 points better than on the road. They scored 2 more runs per game here at home than on the road. They're going to be playing a lot of new parks this year. So, not used to the ground, the way it looks as a hitter, what's behind the pitcher, all those little things actually be a big fan when it comes to your comfort zone. Hostile territory, hostile fans. Their one remaining road trip is to Oklahoma. We will have that series for you in its entirety. About a couple of weekends from now. They also go up to play Oklahoma State midweek as Maloney gets hit. Maloney's going to take on the line. That never feels good. This is it's supposed to be a drop off the inner half. You can see she walks through with her right in the belly of that thigh muscle. She's moving. Turning. There's the yellow. She'll stay up there. Wild base runner for Kate Henry. That's up in there. Maloney will head for third, and she strides it safely under the tag. It looked like the 12-meter there. And a double for Henry. How about Kate Henry? It's a big situation. You take a picture of the opposite way. She's very good at just hitting that ball. Inside the line, it actually hits foul and comes back inside the field. And Maloney, after getting hit, is able to leg it. But what a great slide to the back part of the bag. Now it was to the front. Maloney goes to the back side of the bag. Good situation for Texas. First extra base hit of the night. A couple in scoring position for Mia Scott. 450 this year with a runner in scoring position. Top 5 in just about every offensive category in school history. And it's pretty much money that she will put the ball in play somewhere. She's only struck out 5 times all year. Great leadership, great presence. And a big hit out to right field. That will score 1. And a good hole by Henry at third. As Mia Scott drives in a run, and now Texas will pick up the the score. Mia Scott is always so clutch. What a great leader. This senior is going to take a pitch on the outer half and get around it. That's that off-speed rise ball. Look at the way she gets around that. She bashes it through the 3-4 hole. Leads with a good throw coming home. Easily going to score Maloney. But then look at the way that Scott, she knows, hey, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to go down, and that also gives Henry the opportunity to come home. 2 big runs up on the board. That was not the experienced catcher Reese Atwood that threw it down. That was the freshman pitcher in one of the bigger moments of her young career who decided to throw it all the way down to second base and allowed the runner to come in. Nugent. And so here is Atwood. Back to your point, Texas is the type of team that likes to create chaos defensively. They are going to try to get you to throw behind runners. When you throw behind runners, trust me, Mike White is going to be sending that lead runner all the way. Aaron Wheatley was telling us this week that it's so important to keep your focus, to keep your lines of communications open in this kind of situation. And a fortuitous bounce off of second base will allow another run to score. Atwood drives one right back up the middle, and it's 3-0. And this is just Texas softball consecutiveness. The double by Henry, then Scott, then Atwood, with a runner in scoring position with Mia Scott out there is going to attack early. They know what they're hunting at this point. This is a drop ball in the other half, and she just attacks it, drives it right back up the middle, and she mentioned that it was off the bag. That's going to give Scott the ability to come home very easily. Still just one out. It all started with a hit batter. And now 3 straight hits in a row. Here's Jolie Mitchell, who singled her first time up. Her second year at Texas after 4 seasons at Notre Dame has already extended her hitting streak to 7 games in a row. Had a streak earlier this year when she reached base in 23 straight games. Reese Atwood has just matched that. Standing down at first base. Mitchell off the end of the bat. And it spins away from Dodge. A knuckleball off the end of the bat. Yeah, this is that off-speed rise ball. Mitchell is well out in front of it, and as hard and as weird as it comes off the bat, it is that much harder and weirder to try to field this ball. Look at the way that Dodge, the freshman, is going to spin away from her. But one of the things on a ball that's coming, you got to stay on the field. You got to try to keep that ball however you can in front of you. 4 straight hits, and here comes Katie Stewart. 62 RBI on the season. That is second best in the country. And the sophomore has a big opportunity here with 2 on. Second time in the order, the top of the order did not hit the base in order in that first inning. Obviously against Pickens, this is a team that has shared information and made great adjustments. And Stewart is 500 this year with a runner in scoring position. There's no runners on his own. Top of the order. Got it started. Texas. Now, even though they have not left the yard yet, Atwood, Mitchell, Stewart, double-digit home runs for Texas, but all of them with 3 batting averages. Another one off the end of the bat, and the pop up to second, 2 down. plate this inning. They were continuing for that off-speed rise ball. That's the pitch right now that Texas is still struggling to pick up. When they went off the end of that, Mitchell just popped it up. Nugent is doing really well behind that pitch. He's got that skinny rise ball upstairs, and then they come downstairs and drop it at 68 miles an hour against the dirt in front of her. Hot shot to third. Panel is right there on it. Steps out of the bag for out number 3. But 3 runs up for Texas in the third against Texas's pitching staff. It is likely that Devon will not start tomorrow, so there is the counter argument that we'll save our ace for game 2, trying to win that, and then it's all out on Sunday for game 3. But you can also make the argument that, well, hey, you're great in that first inning. Keep her out there and win game 1. Yeah, I mean, exactly. And I think it comes down to maybe believing your offense and what you have to do to score runs. But these offenses are very good. Texas with more power, Texas with a higher batting average, more walks. But even still, potentially, if she goes tomorrow, we have to go up against potentially a Matt Morgan, who is a very good pitcher in her own right. And this is a Texas team that has a very good staff behind. Come on. And you can speak obviously, Michelle, anytime you go back. Listen to the mentality of the pitcher. You want the ball, want the ball every night. Yeah, always want the ball. Sometimes to your detriment. True. Sky foul. So I thought what was interesting though that Coach Weekly said is the game plan. They're sticking to it and they are making Vermont throw a lot of pitches. You referenced it early. She is 3/4 of the way to 100 pitches here in just the top of the 4th inning. So the more that pitch count rises, the more pitches they see, the more of an advantage in game 2 and 3. Call strike 3. And that is strikeout number 7. They struck out twice in each of the first 3 innings. Again, being able to paint the corner, putting that rise ball in the outer half. It's got a little out, a little up. Lots of pitches are so dynamic. They don't just move on one plane. She has the ability to bend that ball a little bit out. So it's a little curve that goes up. She'll come back with that change up there, 9 miles an hour. That's now back-to-back strikeouts for her. Whooping. 7 on the night. You almost have to start like I do a chart, like low rise, high rise, inside, outside. She just attacks full zone. And a lot of pitchers are just, let's say they're arm side heavy, so you can split the zone in half. You can just dive into one part of the zone. But on, you cannot do that. Different planes and different speeds. Scoop by good, short to the right. Everything struck out in first time. 80 pitches now. Come on. One of the things that makes Ron so efficient with her form and her velocity is that she's very loose. She doesn't over muscle the pitch. And when she does, she'll go through her spins, and she does a good job of just trying to almost stay, like say, long, lanky, whippy. She's got the frame for long, lanky, whippy. She does. She's 6 foot. This is 6'1". One scripture, yeah. Long levers. 12 drinks of water.
ERA is fifth in the country. Their whip is fourth in the country. Their strikeouts per seventh best in the country. You see that Morgan. So after you get the full night of rise balls and drives, Matt will come back tomorrow with the drop ball and shoestrings
About 96% of the
Yes.
time.
Now that's a picture that you know where you're looking, you know what you're
Gonna
gonna
get
get,
it,
but
but
it's
it's still takes time.
you know where you're looking, but it's still hard to barrel up. You gotta try to get down into that low pitch and reverse the spin on it. After the day prior, you're trying to get on the rising ball. One of the things that Texas continues to do well against the bomb is they have 9 hitters that have had over 5 pitches in their at bats, and that's really one of the keys is that you want to just continue to make that get to 3-ball counts, get to 3-2 counts. Chat with Mike White. Next half inning. And then change speed. This is the 6th 3-ball count. 4 base runners, all walks. Twice they got a runner in scoring position. And so far, hitless. And another call, strike 3. 8 on the night for Tegan.
Tegan Pavon using that pitch on the inner half. The way she's going to dial this in with that low rise ball. Pavon dialing it in with 8 strikeouts.
Her 7th appearance of the season has thrown just 20 innings. But the freshman is 3-0 with 2.37 ERA and getting an opportunity to face the Longhorn hitters. It is 8-9 and then the top. Here's Leanne Good. And I'm sure there will be questions. As we have questioned how Tennessee is throwing tonight. After Carmen Pickens got the start, looked really good. Was pulled after 1 inning. Karen Weekly told us that was the game plan. Then she goes to the freshman Aaron Newman, and now another freshman here on the court in Tina. My thoughts go immediately to that. Maybe she believes more in Pickens' ability to win potentially game 2 and 3. Who comes in up 1 down. So 2 against potentially not Tegan Pavon, whoever Texas throws, and then 3 is free for all. I'm back with her. So it's almost more belief that my ace can win a couple games for me, maybe not as much of a belief in my younger 2s and 3s, my younger pitching staff. They're difficult decisions, all of them. Trying to figure out how you're going to scrape out some wins. We saw it against Oklahoma as well. Pickens did not start game 1 against Oklahoma. She came on and picked up 2 wins in that series. I think it's a selection of when am I going to use my ace and opportunities when my offense is the rest of them. And Sunday Night Baseball comes away with the Cubs and the Dodgers out in LA. Joel Johnny hosting Kyle Tucker and company on Chavez Ravine. 7 Eastern on ESPN. Coverage begins at 6 Eastern with baseball tonight. Sunday Night Countdown. This is the midway in the SEC slate. We're only 4 weeks away from the end of the regular season. But a loss for Tennessee drops them 4 games behind Texas in the loss column. Coaches tend to think long term too. There's always a chance. We're going to see them 3 times this youngster, Peyton Tanner, gets a 1-2-3 for Tennessee. With those strikeouts in each inning tonight. And Tennessee is hitless this evening. 8 strikeouts, 4 walks. They had a couple of base runners in scoring position tonight. 8-9 and the top coming up. Cubs lined out to right field the first time out. Had a couple of well struck foul balls. Ball struck the changeup. Spraying the ball inside the outfield. So these things you know it's a battery. Oh, by the way, we have game 2 for you tomorrow night. On ESPN. 6 Eastern. Oh, there's about a 90% chance we might see Carmen. I think so. Again, she seems to be in great spirit. We saw her touch her shoulder a couple of times when she's been laughing with her teammates. There's a smile, so it certainly does not appear to be an injury. And again, Karen Weaver said that was going to be the game plan. That ball was set to finish there and come down. Hey, how about some NHL action for you? We get close to winding down the regular season. Not once, but twice. We got a doubleheader for you. Caps, Blue Jackets, Ovechkin on the ice. And then Rangers trying to chase that final wild card spot against the Canes. Saturday, doubleheader on ABC. Starts at 12. And Clark opposite field, back to the track, and the catch is made by Ashley Maloney. 2 down. Good by Maloney to go back and get that ball. Reacts as well as come on. Like, okay, that ball was well struck. Yes, it was. Sometimes there's a picture and you're like, run in the park. Please stay in the park. Please stay in the park. Here goes the shift for the leadoff. Savannah Morgan with just 2 outfielders and 5 infielders, 3 on the left side. That is the left fielder, P.D. Stewart, coming in to play a little shortstop. So the center fielder, Henry, moves over to left, and the right fielder, Maloney, moves over to center. Morgan is walking, struck out. Shaking it off behind the plate. Oh, by the way, Reese will have a back in hand. Bottom of the 5th. Part of their order is coming up. Now that their first look at possibly the work that they can. 1-2 pitch. Morgan on the outer half. To that shift for the Texas defense. Left side. Still around that one. He'll be running for the next day and a half down that right field line. But Devon not likely to put one in there. Get it in their spots. Does not cross up the catcher very often. Hitting 70 miles an hour. Pitch number 100 coming up.
about this Texas team is it is really about batting average, the way they strike the ball, also about the number of walks that they draw. Base hit out to left center. Peyton Henry is forward. Great adjustments, being able to hit the ball on either side of the plate. They're very strong on the outer half. That's elevated. She's just going to barrel it up, let it travel. She goes the opposite way with it. And I think that's the thing that all of these Texas hitters just do well. They're never usually in front of pitches. They let them travel. Second hit of the night. So the top three in the lineup have already been on base 5 times, including Scott, who walked in the first, and then an RBI single and scored one in the third. This is a team as a leadoff that hits 492. So they know how to get on base. They do a good job of drawing walks. They run. They have some speed. 62 stolen bases on the year coming into tonight's game. Gonna pressure you. Runner goes. Henry slides in safely. The ball get her back on the throw from Nugent. And a runner in scoring position. Like Mike White we talked about how the stolen bases is number 63. Great jump, get down. Nugent's throw offline. That's great. Henry. So fast. 104th stolen base of the year. Henry. Scott chases the runner's ball. Texas, by the way, had a midweek game. So you got to imagine they were prepping a lot for Cardinal Pickens and maybe not so much for the other pitchers. Scott gets a hold of the ball. Back to the track, and the catch is made on the run by Fiedler. Henry will advance to third. One down, and what do you do with Reese Atwood here if you're Tennessee? They're thinking the same thing. Yeah, we're going to talk about it a little bit, especially after Scott just got all into that ball. Off the bat, it sounded like he was going out of the yard. I think we're going to have our fourth Tennessee pitcher of the night. Is that Charlie Orsini out there on the window? It is. Junior lefty from Australia. Nope, not going to be her. It's going to be Sage Margetto, the righty sophomore transferred in from South Carolina. We'll take a great pitching change for the Lady Bones. Got some more experience facing Reese Atwood as opposed to the freshman tandem who just departed. 18 appearances with an 82 record. Atwood with 1 out and a runner at third base. Big thing with her, Karen Weekly was saying, throw strikes, trust in your pitches in the zone. Or she can't give Atwood much with any fat on it, or she's going to hurt you. That's ahead of Atwood 0-2, but Atwood is still a very good 2-strike hitter. Struck out in the first, RBI single in the third, both of those against different pitchers. For that 49% of the career was a extra base hit. Now that's 12 from home. Second best in the SEC this year, home runs behind Bree Ellis. Utah, who leads both home runs and RBIs. They picked up a win tonight. South Carolina. And a strikeout. Argento gets Atwood 2 down. That's above. It's underneath that rise ball. Look where this pitch is going to move up and away. And it's got some curve to it. And that's why it runs away from the barrel of the Atwood. So it looks like it's going to go up. And then it comes out. So it's that real tight spinning curveball, that Argento can throw. It's Atwood on. Julian Mitchell trying to get the run home from third. And Argento gets one of her level two. Couple of singles tonight. Field hits. And that is right at now. And they got out of the threat. Argento does her job coming out of the pen. 3 up Texas to the 6. So that was actually Saturday. And the board was pretty similar tonight. No runs, no hits, no errors for the defense. 8 strikeouts. I know she had 11 strikeouts. It was just a couple of errors on the defense behind her. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect game. Having lost in that game. 2-3-4 here for Tennessee. Weaver has walked once. Hamlin has walked twice. And Drew Gibson has struck out a couple of times. So time through the lineup. See if Tennessee can make any adjustments. Ron has had 3 1-2 innings. Retiring the corner of the side in the second, the fourth, and the fifth. In the first and the third, she had 2 walks in each of those innings. Otherwise, it's just really been in control. Right back up the middle of base hit. And the first of the night for Tennessee to break up the no-hitter. And now Tennessee will work on that shutout. On the outer half. Either just going to go out and get it, split the plate. Until she was looking out there, aggressive, rails that up. Okay. That's good this year. And number hitters now. The next RBI will be her 50th of the season. It has been tough to touch up Tegan. At all, the situational hitting there, just 1 for 16. 0 for 4 on. Wrist, over 5 rounds, all those situational stats. So when the opponent is throwing a no-hitter, there's a lot of goose eggs in that stat line. So trying to reverse. Now, unable to take advantage of any of the walks. Opposite field, and back-to-back hits. And Boo Gibson is the tying run coming to the plate. Over 2, struck out swinging at a rise ball, struck out looking at a rise ball. These are the hitters coming up off power. 9 home runs. Gibson had eyes on tying it up for that swing. She was out of San Diego, California. The starting lineup
Tennessee has helped them win SEC championships, has helped them get to the Women's College World Series. In the chase this weekend for their first ever road win against the #1 team in the country. Pops it up. One down. That's the toughest part about going up against a rise ball pitcher like Yvonne. Strike out twice, right? Swinging your first at bat on a rise ball, looking your second at bat next to on that lower rise ball. But she too has struck out twice tonight. A tough running for this part of the order, especially for Tennessee. 4, 5, 6, 7 hitters have 7 of the 8 strikeouts. Marcus matches up well against Howard. She gets underneath that rise ball. She can throw it because of the late sharp movement. She can throw it right over the dish so she gets the swing and miss. And she's been rough on the righties tonight, Steady. She's got a good onside break, so she'll throw into righties, but she can also throw well across her body. She'll throw into lefties, but also away from righties with good late sharp movement. Breaks through that zone. That one down in the zone. Trying to another play for the Texas defense. How about this Texas defense? That's their 17th double play of the year. Leanne Good is going to toss it over to Katie Bennett, over to Jolie Mitchell. Big double play to get out of the jam. I think RBI is probably going to be a top 8 seed at this point. They play at Alabama this weekend. Their first trip to the Rose House as a member of the SEC. And they returned to the site of Lauren Chamberlain's final night game. It's like one of the greatest super regionals ever. One of the greatest since Paige Parker's freshman year. It was a battle in T-Town. Marchenko is getting underneath that rise ball, showing that she can be spinning again. Multiple planes. She's got that curveball that also can blend into being a rise ball. That's the rise ball, so it's tough to read that because sometimes you got to read that spin and say, hey, is that going up or is it going away from me as a righty? That one goes up. She gets a strikeout. The other thing that Marchenko does very well is that her arm circles, especially on a righty-righty matchup, she doesn't have a complete, she comes off to the side a little bit. And you can see the way she comes off to that side, she can pull across her body to get extra spin on that curve. She gets underneath that rise ball, so it's a little bit of a different look. And that's where on the curveball, you can see it there, that last pitch is a curveball. Just the way that arm circle is slightly off to the right, so it's not completely overhead, but you can see, and then she just snaps around that. That is a really good curveball. This can change play. Last year in Clearwater, Texas got a win. They also played in the 2023 Super Regionals. Tennessee's with them 2-0. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Marchenko. Marchenko just showing all of her tools. She got the rise ball, the last strikeout. This is the changeup. It's going to tumble and it just drops back in. It looks like it's going to be elevated. In the last second, it just comes down. You can see the hesitation by Hunter. Good. Marchenko striking out 3 7 and 8 hitters would be due up for Tennessee in the top of the 7th for their last chance. Don't see any bullpen activity for Texas, so it looks like the bomb will try and go the distance. Cut short. And a 1-2-3 inning for Marquetco, but it's Texas 3-0. Last chance coming up for the Lady Balls in the 6th inning. And trying to close out the game here at the top of the 7th. 6, 7, and 8 coming up. It's Laura Mueller. Mueller struck out and ground out. Texas trying to maintain control in the SEC. They start the weekend the game up. Oklahoma and Texas A&M in the loss column. We start playing at the Rhodes House against Alabama tomorrow. And Texas A&M a winner tonight over LSU. That showdown between the 3rd and 4th place teams. The interesting thing about this year, Beth, is that there are a lot of very equal teams. There's a lot of parities. It comes down to sometimes just execution. Who's playing their best ball? Who's playing, fielding and playing on. All these things matter. And the depth of the league is just ridiculous. Bearing in mind, too, the SEC tournament, top 4 seeds get a double bye. 5 through 9 get a bye. Anybody below that, you got to try and win 5 games in 5 days. And of course, practically every game you play in the league is against a ranked opponent. Well, when you look at Tennessee, they're a perfect example. You come into this game with 32 and 8, you're like, wow, these losses are already every one of their losses against a ranked opponent. Little ground to walk. And the time run will step into the on-deck circle as Gabby Leach steps into the batter's box. That's the 5th walk of the evening. So one thing Tennessee is not able to do in this game is take advantage of those 5, I should say 4 walks up until now that come on has issued them. That's the pitch run that will be coming on. Here's Katie Taylor. Senior out here in Georgia. So here comes Leach, who struck out twice on that rise ball. Still hitting 70 miles an hour with a 24 pitch of the night. Yeah, she is. Got really good swing mechanics. We talked about it earlier. Allows for her to throw a little bit more effortlessly. Is a big part of pitching. And being very quick, trying to over-muscle the pitch. So it does afford her the ability to have a higher pitch count. And again, if you remember the game, the pitch count not usually as significant as it is in baseball. Short term may affect how much you can throw the entire series. Skying into foul territory, pitching under it, and got it. 1 down. Tennessee has also done a good job of trying to work the pitch count. We talked about it. Have not had a strikeout since the 4th inning. Struck out and flipped a 2 per inning through the first 2 times through the lineup. This
third time through the lineup, not struck out. So God. There are 8, 9 hitters, 7 ball play each time they come up. Goes Oppo, Cade Stewart. Tennessee down to its final out. Texas, a win here in this game is going to best. It'll be the, as you mentioned earlier, best start program history. You have to go all the way back to Cat Osterman, the great legendary Cat Osterman. She was playing ball back in 2006 when they were 39-3. And if they do win it, that means tomorrow night on ESPN, Mike White will be going for his 300th win at Texas. Here's how. And we shall see moving forward what the strategy is for Colin Evans. I'm not running the lineup cards. He's picking this one against Matt Gordon. Come on, one strike away from a complete game shutout. So low and short, good. Fires the first in time. And game one of the series goes to number 1. Texas wins it. Jen Teagan, come on, carries it. And the Horns have never been better through their first 42 games in the season. What a game for Teagan, come on, a 2-hitter, 8 strikeouts, just an outstanding performance.
On this Thursday afternoon. Slaps foul left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I can't say Noah that early Missouri mistakes have already put a lot of damage on the scoreboard. A leadoff hit by pitch to start off, and that proves to be costly already in the first inning.
First pitch of the game, Tiffany Powell gets hit. She ended up getting out of a killer's choice, but it is got the base runners on, and Matt Barbara takes advantage of that.
There's just not an easy out in this game in lineup.
We got 1 through 9, just about everybody has made above 300 on the season.
Even though Coco Wolney, the hitter right now, is a slapper, she's still not somebody that I necessarily want to face or I'm excited to face. She's by no means an easy out. She's been here all 4 years of her career at A&M, and she is really a spark plug for the team.
Sit right back up the middle. There's the base hit.
Coach Anderson showing a little bit of frustration. I'm wondering if her pitcher's going to be able to get 2 more outs. Doesn't seem like they have anybody in the bullpen as of yet. Sticking to the game plan, letting Harrison work her way out of it. But definitely a tough situation. I think these Missouri hitters are starting to feel that lack of confidence. Facing the number 1 team in the country for 3 series already this year, just struggling to understand how to even win a ball game at this point.
There's a really good chance that the year all said and done that those 24 games in SEC play for Missouri will be against top 25 teams. Alabama next week, Georgia the week after, 2 teams that are sitting right around 20, 25. So what a good drop out that she is in every game in the league is against the top 25 team. Allie Enright lofts it up, center field, David Landers there, and there's 2 away. Harrison trying to get get out of this inning, the first inning that she's already given up 3 runs on one swing of the bat, a 3-run home run from Matt Barbara. AK to Matt whips it back. Left side.
In the first inning, he was very tender pitchers. Over the course of this past season, it kind of seemed somewhat like the Achilles heel for them. Not really sure, don't have the confidence to know that they can beat the teams that they're up against. We talked to Coach Anderson. She said that was one of the biggest struggles, just her pitchers believing that they can win any ball game, whether that's Sierra Harrison or versus McKean.
Runner takes off the throw down and off the mark to up to Grove. It's a stolen base. Coco Bowling, her 10th of the season, second most on Texas A&M.
He is pretty much exactly on time, just absolutely beat the throw. I'm not sure if she caught Missouri catcher Julia Crenshaw. Just a little off guard. Doesn't really look like she was expecting it. Crenshaw's taking a couple games off as of late.
She was a pinch runner in the mid-league against SIU Edwardsville, but missed the last couple games of that Mississippi State series. You see the tape on the hand. Was hit by a pitch in game 2 of that Mississippi State series. And Kara Daly, starting shortstop. Same thing with her, where she missed about 5 or 6 games in a row. Hadn't played since the Texas series a couple weeks ago. Pops out the glove of Crenshaw. Runner is bowling around third and scores. And now they're saying to hit the back. Dead ball. There's all kinds of confusion, but ultimately rule a foul ball.
Looks like he barely catches the knob, Noah. Really hard to tell. He runs up here in the press box. Hard for us to see what's going on the field. Coco Woolley was really heads up, headed to score. Waiting for the umpire to throw his hands to it.
Do the 1-2 over again. Snap in there. No contact made on that one for sure. Woolley advances 60 feet. She's at third. Battle from the base side. Get that Missouri dugout. Battle here from KK to Matt, the freshman with 2 strikes. Has fouled off a couple pitches against Sierra Harrison. Thirty-fourth pitch of the inning coming from Sierra Harrison. 35th.
That's such a long inning, especially for that to be your first inning. Typical softball inning, especially in Division I, is somewhere around 12 to 15 pitches. So we're already looking at a typical 2 innings of work, and we've only got 2 outs.
Not one full complete inning yet. 3 runs to the board for Texas A&M. KK to Matt gets the piece once again. It's the gap back coming from Harrison. Dement places it down the left field line, but it just curls back.
This is how volatile this A&M lineup is. Maybe Dement is the only freshman today in the lineup, but still not even somebody that you can take it easy out on if you're Sierra Harrison for Missouri. You still got to lock in and make sure you're hitting every pitch. Because KK Dement is still very, very capable as a freshman, doing a lot of damage right now.
So good hold for Dement with foul off. Straight pitches. 3-2 the count. 11th pitch of the at-bat on the way to Dement. She pops it high, right field, shallow. Flail grabber, Scotto, she makes the grab, and that gains Missouri lineup today that has been shifted around quite a bit. Claire Cahalan at the top, and Julia Crenshaw, Kara Daly, both in the lineup for the first time at one. Cahalan called out on strikes for strikeout of the day for Kennedy.
Emily Kennedy here doesn't really miss too far off the plate. Claire Cahalan from Missouri really needed to find that off the swing. Looks like she just watched strike three go right down the middle.
Julia Crenshaw cuts out the first pitch she sees. She was hit by a pitch in game 2 of the Mississippi State Series last weekend, so did not play game 3. Came in as a pinch runner, but did not bat in the midweek against the second Edwardsville on Tuesday. She does not love that ball face though.
Other than Kirby, one of two players bounding above 300 in this Missouri lineup. She's really been the spark plug for Missouri all year long. So it is nice for Missouri to see her back in this lineup.
She strikes out on 3 pitches, fouls that straight back into the glove of Coleman, and 7 pitches in. Kennedy has 2 strikeouts. Kara Daly has played since the Texas Series 2 weeks ago. She's missed a couple of weeks for no games, also because of a hand injury. Her and Crenshaw were listed day-to-day coming into the series, but they're both in the lineup for game 1. Kennedy, 2 strikeouts, 0-2 count, 10 pitch of the inning. Slide that stuff.
Yeah, she's absolutely wasting no time with these Missouri hitters. Going right at them, being very competitive, getting up in the count 0-2, and then throwing a change pitch that's relatively close to give these Tigers to think about it.
There's a swing and a miss. Emily Kennedy strikes out the side of the first.
And that is something that the Missouri team is trying to find.
Should reach up with and grab it. Year 3 for Trisha Ford, and each year this program is taking a step forward to the point that they earned their first #1 ranking in program history. And what I did really like what she had to say about that is we're not really playing to be #1 in April. She said maybe I should make it a bigger deal because it's the first time it's ever been that way for us, but being #1 in April doesn't really mean it.
Right, they're trying to get to Oklahoma City at the end of the year. That's the big goal. And what I also love about what she had to say is they're really just focused on Missouri this weekend. They know that Missouri's going to be sneaky, and Missouri has very hot and cold this past season. So they're staying focused and make sure that they are aggressive and competitive pitch to pitch against the Missouri team.
Since Grayson Coleman leading off the inning, the 8-ball hitter after Texas A&M put a 3 spot at the top of the first. Richard fouls off another. Great at bat to start this second inning. Grayson Coleman. Already been a lot of pitches this afternoon for Sierra Harrison. 43 pitches in. She's only 1+ inning into the game. And that one's out of Southern Coleman.
Yeah, that's a lot of pitches. We're so early, with that kind of pitch count. I think we're going to see a pitch change probably around the 4th of the 5th, just because her pitch count is already so high. She's going to need 2 or 3 times through by that point.
Again, fouls straight back into the net. Only 27 at bats in the season for Coleman. Her and Olivia Johnson share catching duties. Foul ball. Two. Cold strike right down to the heart of the plate. And strikeout #1 today for Sierra Harrison.
Good pitch from CC Harrison there. She should have gotten that ball probably a little bit far out, but
match day at the play takes the strike evens the count 1-1. Texas A&M is season ago in SEC play with a 311 batting average, such a consistent bat at the bottom of the order. Great job flipping the lineup back to the top. One, two. Right away, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We haven't seen a ton of change-ups in comparison today, but it's something that I think she's going to have to introduce to what's stuck in this A&M lineup again. It's all really been hard stuff. She hasn't been able to get that ball just yet.
It's up to that Missouri Dugan. Sizzling over the top of their heads. All smiles, everyone appears to be okay. Oh, I got somebody's hand.
Jay, a pitcher on the staff.
I think there was an element of surprise there. She seems to be all right.
A little bit scary.
Hit these 2 fingers.
A little scary. Better get that attention over there.
2-2 again to Ashton. So that, in these Texas A&M hitters, you can already tell they're reading on it. They're into this game that they are so good with 2 strikes. Even if it's not all these swings, they know they're not going to put on play, but it's more so foul it off.
Right, yeah, they're just trying to get rid of anything that they know that they can't hit hard, and they're waiting for these 3 pitchers to make mistakes.
Sky to the left field, failing towards foul territory. Clear Cahill got it. And there's 2 outs in the inning. A chance for a 1-2-3 second inning for Sarah Harrison, which is very welcome after throwing 38 pitches in the first inning, giving up 3 runs. Larissa Anderson walks out to the circle. We're about to see the top of the line. This weekend, not throwing yet, but starting to see a little bit of action in that Missouri bullpen.
Definitely a tough choice for the Missouri head coach, Larissa Anderson. Even Sarah Harrison really struggled going 1, 2, 3, 4 on these hitters. When you bring in somebody new, she is going to give her another chance, it appears. But I'm sure that comes with the fact that Sarah Harrison has to compete, and Coach Anderson is expecting that.
A lot of hard contact in the first inning by the top of this Texas A&M quarter. The 3-run home run from Matt Barber. It's the first pitch that Kennedy Powell sees today that did not hit her. First pitch that he ran inside and hit her. Two up. Powell. Foul. Anderson looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Bouncer up the middle, and that rolls through past the diving hitter Daly. It's a 2-out single for Kennedy Powell.
The infield is in. Daly in so far that ball seems to the left of her. She's not able to grab it. They have to play it that far because of Powell's speed. But Powell just puts it in an excellent position where she knows that he's out of reach. She hits it basically up the her ball over the chase. She's really teetering between the two, and she's either getting up hits or giving up walks.
Didn't just give up the first walk of the day on a 4-pitch at bat to Amari Harper. 38 pitches in the first inning, 25 more so far in the second. Crenshaw to have a word with Sarah Harrison. With a couple runners on base and the dangerous path that is Maya Perez to play. She scorched the ball right field her first time up for a single. All right, visit number 2 of the inning for Larissa Anderson means that afternoon is done for Sarah Harrison. 63 pitches, only an inning and 2/3 as Marissa McCann comes in. She comes in relief here with her team down 3-0 early. First pitch is over the outside corner. Maya Perez, she hits the day 0-1. Mid-60s is what you're going to get from her, but that changeup is really what has been the difference maker between last year.
She's my turn throws. He's aiming hitters. Right ball to all 4 quadrants. Down and in, down and away, and up, out of the zone, both inside and outside. But he for sure, he's trying to scratch a win. He's going to have to step up. We might consider making an appearance in all 3 games against A&M.
Perez lifts it out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A chance for McCann to come in and quickly get out of this inning. Perez was already singled to right field the first time up. Part of that 3-run first inning for Texas A&M. 1-2. Drives it out to right field. Albert Scott's got a long run. She makes the play, sliding to the ground to save a run. ERA under 2. She was fantastic a year ago. And has been much the same this year. Took her just 11 pitches to strike out the side of the first inning, and that came immediately after her offense gave her a 3-0 lead at the top of the first. Hey, when you're the number 1 receiver in the nation like Texas A&M is, man, it's really, it can't just be one thing, right? You need to have it, just not there. Even on days where the offense isn't there, will maybe the pitching is, and kind of vice versa as well.
Right? I think that's really what A&M has going for them. And like we talked about all game, it's not one thing where they really stand out. They don't, have the best pitching staff in the country. They don't have the best batting averages in the country, but they are just so consistent across the board in all 3 games of this game. And Nick Kennedy's really been a big contributor of that this season.
The innings that she's thrown this year compared to where she was at this point last year are actually down a little bit as that pitch is outside and Taylor Adams to lead off the inning. The innings are actually down a little bit for Kimmy, but Trisha Ford was saying that it's more high leverage moments. The innings that she is pitching are the really important big innings, especially in the balance.
Right? Yeah. Work with us, and Nick Kennedy is the type of team that doesn't care who's really on the mound. Just wants to make it to Oklahoma City at the end of the year. And she wants to help any which way.
There's still a lot to go before we get to Oklahoma City, but this certainly looks like a team that has a receiver all over it.
It definitely does. It's such a high RPI.
Patty Hay lays down a bunt. She does her job in a sacrifice, moves hands up in the scoring position.
Yeah, and looking to get hot to the team who gets the NCAA that means they get to host and stay potentially host and stay for super regional level as well.
Claudia Alberscott made a great play in right field to end the inning and save a run at the top of the second. That's a play down for the first time. And she pounds it into right field for a base hit. And gets the lead. She scores. The Missouri's on the board. Start this meeting coming your own a little bit more and have a great midweek game against SIU Edwardsville, 3 for 3, drove in 4 runs. There's a call, strike 3, and 50 hands the inning. But Missouri does strike for a run, and they cut the lead to 2 against the number 1 team in the country. One team in the country just named number 1 this week. Hold on to that ring. The first full inning of the third full Criscos entered with 2 outs in the second inning after Sierra Harrison pitched just an inning and 2/3 for 63 pitches. McCann came in right away, Natty, the first batter she faced, got the fly out to right field.
Right, like I said, Noah, Missouri finding a way to stay within winning distance, not letting A&M get this game too out of hand. Went ahead and put in their ace with McCann, and they're just trying to ride it out as long as they can, stay within winning conditions of this game.
You had mentioned this when she came in last half inning, but you think there's a chance that knowing the mistakes for Missouri and Melissa Anderson's team, which again is below 500, you need to be at least 500 to be eligible for a regional. Do you think that there's a chance they might see her all 3 games this weekend now?
I really do, and I think head coach Bruce Anderson is probably at a point with this Missouri team where, they're not so worried about running out of power and they can't start to worry about making it to postseason. So you do what you have to do. McCann needs to throw more innings than what's typical. That's what she's going to have to do.
2-2 to Barbara. And of course, that's to be eligible for an large tournament with the whole thing. And then absolutely, if you're in a regional, but to be at large, you have to have an overall record of at least 500, and the Tigers sitting just 2 games back of that. Barbara flies up right side in foul territory for Abby Hay. One way. And Larissa Anderson was not shy about this being covered with us, that she said they've been talking about the record in the postseason and what they need to do. Really, since about the second or third week of the season, they've got the top 10 strength schedule in the country. And RBI that sits at 33 Natty. All of that's the making for a team that should make the tournament. But if you're below 500, it doesn't matter. Square around the butt. Oh, it's thrown out. 2 quick outs in the end.
Noah, I don't think Missouri planned for this type of scenario when they built this game schedule for this 2025 season. I think they were really planning on winning a lot more games, obviously, than what they have. But that's what set them up. The schedule goes, they win games they need to win. They're a top 8 team in the country.
It's a great plus. Larissa Anderson has said that at times this season. That was the whole thinking going into the schedule as they were ended up being the number 7 overall seed last year. They got to host a super regional here in Columbia. So they wanted to make a schedule that was similar to that because we believe that we have the talent to be that kind of team that can be top 8. Things have just not gone that way for the Tigers this year. Lost a handful of games early before SEC play, and we know it's tough to see. Regional here in Columbia where they lost in 3 games to 2.
I think a lot of the Missouri team has struggled, especially of late when we had the freshman year since you said Cincinnati Nutter in late February. Just the pressure of even going to postseason, what's at stake, what a hard schedule you have.
Well, Alan Henright thought that was a walk in 4 pitches instead of a called strike on the inside corner 3.
They can't use the reversal today. We already seen this in this inning. That ball is just below the belt. Let's qualify it for a strike.
Chip sweat the foul ball is quickly 3-2. Right back in.
I think that's really what Rusty Anderson had Missouri's wanting to see out of the pitchers. Working on it, fine. Don't throw 4 straight balls to it or go at it for a strike. Make them beat you.
3-2. And right fouls are slowly rolls out third base side and we'll do it again.
Chopping on those good pitches.
9-1-2 due up for dessert here in the third. It is Kaylee Leonard at 9 takes the pitch. Who has been really the most consistent bat in this Missouri lineup over the last couple of weeks. She started the season 0 for her first 15. Well, Larissa Anderson took her out of the lineup, but she's such a great defensive center due to that. Coach Anderson said, I didn't have a choice. I felt like we needed her defense back out there. And since she's been reinserted into the lineup, Maddie, her bat has taken off as well.
Right? I'm excited to see her compete this weekend. She's been hot at play.
Starter on the butt, and he flips on the first, and there's one quick out. Top of the order for Missouri. Second game of the season for the Tigers against number 1 team in the country. Unreal. Kennedy fills the position again. This week's features softball match on the SEC Network has number 7 Florida hosting 17th-ranked Alabama. Coverage begins at 6 Eastern on SEC Network. Like any other game in the SEC, two ranked teams. 12 of the 15 teams in the SEC are ranked in the top 25. Auburn is also receiving votes, so 13 teams just outside the top.
Missouri finally turning this over. And turning this over. Hopefully they can adjustments as they go into their second at bat.
Strikeouts the first time through the order for Kennedy. Crenshaw launches center field on the warning track. That's Enright. And it's a quick 1-2-3 bottom of the third. Texting what they've done. It is really impressive.
And I think it's just been such a fast turnaround too. From the time that Trisha Ford took over the program to now, doing that in only 3 years is pretty impressive. And she's done it with people that were already committed to the Aggies.
And they exceed expectations. According to the preseason poll, the SEC each and every season that she's been. Since KK demanded the true freshman go out to right field her first time. Freshman 430 in the last 7 games has been on a tear. As is usually the case, maybe a bit of a slow start, a little bit, but she has come on so strong over the last 3 weeks or so. Called strike. McCann did not start the game for Missouri. Second inning, she's faced 4 batters. She's recorded 4 outs. Then skies it, shallow left field. Aaron Daly continuing to champion that. Oh, that was a little more interesting than it needed to be, but she makes the grab.
She looks like she's camped under it. And then all of a sudden she goes, oh no. And that ball keeps going a little bit farther over her head. Just moving up, locating itself behind her.
Goes down as an out in the scorebook. That's all that matters. Also, first time Karen Daly's playing for a while, and certainly the first time she's playing shortstop in a while. She's been the third base. It's the last 5 games due to an injury. This is the first time back. This is starting at shortstop. One and one out of Grayson Coleman, the catcher. Sierra Harrison's only strikeout 2-2. This one's in the dirt on the off speed. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. And the goal.
And then she is so important. She's obviously seen Coleman out of Texas and hit her a lot of pitches from the can inside. Just trying to get her off time by stretching a change up in there.
3-2 is in on the hands and it's fouled off by Coleman. We did this in her first at bat too. Fouled off a couple 2-strike pitches. Worked a really nice at bat and it did ultimately end in a strike.
It looks like Missouri is very, very sure of throwing Coleman inside. He is that way. It's a pitching hit.
Second strikeout in relief. 2 quick outs before.
Great pitch for McKeon. And like I said, Noah, she just took it to the game. Her game plan all day long. Right in the knees. Has thrown this pitch 3 times to Coleman already. Coleman looks full. Great job for McKeon to stick to the game plan and throwing what she knows she has to get Coleman out.
Larissa Anderson told us that when Bryce McKeon struggles, it's because she's not getting her locations. But in the first handful of batters that she's facing, 6 batters she's faced today, she is getting her spots.
Right? She's doing an excellent job. And too, when the coach does make the call on the pitcher on what pitch to throw, it's really just a suggestion. McKeon has all the control on where that ball actually goes. She's just doing a good job too of identifying what she thinks that is the hit in terms of how far off the plate, how high.
Scored around the butt and it's fouled from Frank Heshkin. Yeah, I thought that was interesting to hear from Larissa Anderson. She said, I call the pitches, but really it's up to the pitcher's location. They decide where they want to throw the pitch.
I think a lot of that relates to on how types of plate the hitter is, whether they can put it a little bit more on the plate or if hitters back in the box, they might need to stretch that corner a little bit more. Inside's no longer inside for me.
Just gets the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ashton. So Faithful didn't love that. They thought it should have been a full strike. Chase for back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for McKeon. The outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Marissa McKeon to Indiana. Their series last week. Made the way back to Texas A&M and jumped into first place for the first time.
Right? It's such a huge momentum for this Texas A&M program for a third year before.
They have not been ranked lower than 6th at any point during the season. Jumped into the top 3 last week, and that was the first time since 2008 the Aggies were a top 3 team in the country, and just 1 week later find themselves as Daily, one of the 3 strikeouts in that first inning for Emily Kennedy. Struck out the side in just 11 pitches to start the inning. Since then, Missouri's bats have been a little bit more competitive. Really putting together a nice at bat here. Fouls off the 2-2.
Emily Kennedy for Texas A&M just looks comfortable, Noah. She doesn't look phased at all, goes right at him, very calm, collected.
To a slash foul again by Daly. Yeah, through 3 innings, just 1 run, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts. Did allow a leadoff walk in the second. That came around to Parker on an RBI single. The only hit for the Tigers by Stephon Alvarado. Daly cuts right through it upstairs. Got her to chase. 5th strikeout today for Kennedy.
Such a good pitch here for Emily Kennedy. And this is her bread and butter. Going upstairs, getting to that chase, and then a rise ball. Trying to spin on that pitch to get that side angle from the camera. You can see it a little bit better, but just does a great job of locating it and spinning it. That's what makes her an All-American.
17 All-American season ago, had more than 200 strikeouts. Putting together another phenomenal season this year. 5 strikeouts through 3 of the third innings. Her season high is 11. That game is Auburn.
But besides her drive ball, what makes her really effective is just the fact that she's a lefty who throws 70. You don't see that a lot in D1 softball.
Striking at that Taylor Epps. Transfer from Kentucky, where she hit over 300 snaps. Paying out right around 300 again this year. And she earns 5 pitch walks. Second time today, Taylor Epps has been walked.
That's a pretty good job of sticking it at the end, not swinging and chasing just 50 today. Making her throw those pitches and getting walked.
Danielle Blackson is the pinch runner down at first base. Speed down there at first is Larissa Anderson. Bailey Venture and another run here. Abby Wade, the play who had to sacrifice one her first time up that field, heads in scoring position, and she came out to score a batter later. Robert Scott was base hit.
I have to be honest, though, I'm a little surprised Abby Hayden just scored one right there. Slowing down 2 runs and you got speed on first base.
And the difference there is the runner takes off, blocks the Abby stolen base, and she's in scoring position. Well, either way, there you go. Works all the same, right? They run down the second. And I was going to say the only difference being that there's 1 out in the inning instead of no outs the first time they was up, she had the second one.
Right, and it did work out in Missouri's favor. Blackburn was trying to slide in the second, ultimately trying to squeeze as many runs anyway that they can. Getting that runner in scoring position, though, was essential for Missouri. They got to find another way to score a run here.
Runs have not come easy against Emily Kennedy this season. Just a 2.63 ERA and more than 100 innings pitched. It's already given up 1 today. Missouri threatening again the runner in scoring position and a tying run at the plate.
I think we should mention, Dana does not take Missouri lightly. They understand how hot and cold they've been all season long. They know that once we get the bat, Missouri will be right after this ball game.
Tricia Ford had that earlier this week with us. She said Missouri's the type of team that can beat the number 1 team in the country, especially in their place. She said, in fact, we've already seen it once this year. They beat number 1 only about a month ago. It's been an up and down season for Missouri. A 4-pitch walk, a couple runners on base for Missouri.
Sure, we just had it on that last pitch, Noah. It was very, very borderline to make a strike. Looks like Emily Kennedy agrees. But it's a little bit borderline. Watch the replay. That was good. That was perfect timing right at the knees. Probably should have been
Borderline, but should have been a couple strike. This one goes Stefania Abrascado. Good response there from Kennedy after being called and probably should have gone her way. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. Stefania Abrascado, who has the only hit today for Missouri, is an RBI single back in the second.
And I think that big comes from 2 just really good lefty-lefty matchup where you've got Emily Kennedy on the mound for and a big lefty and Abrascado with a lot of speed lefty. She's a better look, I think.
Bounce this one straight back. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Sometimes hard for right-handed hitters facing lefties. That ball just gets lost on the head for such a long period of time.
Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Huge moment big hit of the day for Missouri. It's one from Moscato. And she delivered a big moment again. Hard bouncer to second. That's fielded by DeMint. She steps on the back. The throw over to first is not in time. Runners on the corners for Missouri. Texas A&M does get the second out.
Even though Missouri didn't get the big moment that they wanted, I still love that back from Moscato. Very competitive, a lot of pitches. She does hit the ball very, very hard. Just a little bit too hard for second base for A&M. But overall, very, very good at that.
We've got another run that's just 60 feet from scoring. The time run still on first. Madison Walker at the plate, who has not really hit for average this season at 223, but the 15 home runs speak for themselves.
Yeah, she's the type of hitter you have to be very, very careful, quite frankly. She's not converting on a ground ball. If she gets the ball elevated, she is going to hit it up.
45% of her hits in the season have been home runs. She's got 33 hits in the season, 15 of them have left the park.
I think Coach Anderson would probably like to see her be a little bit more consistent. She really is probably a good forward hitter, but just can't get the consistency down enough to generate the base.
She tries this one to right field, but it hangs up just enough in front of the warning track for Harper to make the grab. 4 innings in, 31 Texas A&M, and was also for Sarah Harrison. She threw 63 pitches in just an inning and 2/3. That was only the 35th of the day for Marissa McCann, who's thrown 2 1/3. She does face the top of the order here for Texas A&M. It's the first time that she's seen Kennedy Powell, who's been on base twice today, including a single last time. Takes a strike to 1-1. I love the way that Trisha Ford has strike Kennedy Powell to us this pitch. She said, when you are a leadoff hitter, you have to be a little bit crazy ahead, and that's really the best way I can describe Kennedy Powell.
She's just been a lot of fun for the A&M team. A lot of fun for Trisha Ford and coach this past year. Just again another spark plug for this team. She was transferred from UCLA 2 years ago. Her first 2 years in the ACC.
They hit 374 that season at LSU as a true freshman, working for the Pac-12 freshman team. Came here to Texas A&M a season ago, where she was the everyday starting third baseman, hit over 300 a year ago. And it's only built on that this year. With batting average nearing 400 at the top of the order. Earns a walk here, so she's on base for the 3rd time today.
It's not often that you're scared of a slacker. But a slacker that picks up a form making, that is tough. You just know that every time you're doing it out of the ball, she has a substantial chance of getting on. And I think we just saw that a little bit unsure, a little bit of lack of confidence from Marissa McCann. She can't tap out at all.
Pretty decent chance that at some point she'll be on the move. 16 for 16 stolen bases this season for Kennedy Powell. Mari Harper takes the first pitch. It's been an interesting season for Harper. It was the start of the season that she has been each of the first 2 years of the program. A hand injury really early in the year sidelined her for a while. And it took her a little bit to get inserted back in the lineup. I'm sure you're seeing so much production from all of our outfielders that my thought process was, why take out? And there was no good answer, so it took a little bit for Harper to become an everyday starter again. And clearly she's earned that spot.
Right? Harper stepped out another teammate stepped up. Took that opportunity for him with it, so there was a little bit of contention on when Harper was going to come back in and
She slashes it into left field. That's Claire Campbell. Takes up the first down in. So after allowing the first base runner today, Marissa McCann immediately responded with a fly out to left field. So she has faced all 9 batters in the lineup now since she came in the second inning, has only allowed 1 base runner, and has retired 8 of the 9 she's seen. Missouri and strengthened the entire infield to have a word.
It's a scary position to be in. Like he said, anything you can't take over the ball in the dirt. Get another play.
Back-to-back SEC series that Barbara has hit a home run and a 3-run shot against LSU last week in game 1 of the series. That's a 3-run home run already in game 1 of this series against Criscos Tigers.
He's right. Never down this or just not going to give Barbara anything she can elevate because that's really been her bread and butter is taking a high pitch and elevating it over that outfield.
Barbara, the grad transfer from San Diego State, where she was twice named the Mountain West Conference Player of the Year. Barbara lifts it, but this one is bloody playable, and Halen settles in underneath it for the second out.
Spin there where I can't actually see some of the spin from out here. On the spin, and she gets her fly out shallow left field because of it.
Really important out to get there from Riss McCann, and she does so.
Somebody that I would consider a tougher slapper to get out just because she does slap for power. She's not just tapping the ball and running. She's actually hitting the ball very, very hard on the infield and running out.
Seen that once already. She's got a base hitter for the first time up back in the first inning.
I think not you to be able to slap with such power like that. You're actually running at the ball as it's coming at you. And still trying to swing with so much power and be aggressive.
And there he goes, slaps it right through the 5-6 hole. Runner gets the waiver around the throw ball and not in time. Powell scores to extend the lead to 3 for Texas A&M. And the runners are on second and third now for the Aggies.
Such a crucial play here for Missouri. You're going to see Coco slap this ball into shallow left field. Caitlin comes up throwing. Throw doesn't have quite enough juice.
First time today, we will get a challenge.
I think definitely worth the challenge, Noah. They can keep a run off the board. The play was pretty close from Criscos.
Yeah, even if the call is confirmed, this is a really good spot to be using the challenge if you're Missouri trying to keep this a 2-run game. And yeah, I think that's the right call. I think this will probably quickly push it.
Yeah, I can see it. The throw just a little bit too far up the line. And the A&M runner just able to see looking at Criscos being grabbed.
After review, ruling infield up down, runner on second. Pretty quickly, up now on the field. Texas A&M adds another, and the Aggies have pushed that lead out to 4-1. But it was a close play, but certainly Powell was in there ahead of the throw. Runners on second and third, inning not over yet for Texas A&M, but a chance to add to it.
Great changeup there from Marissa McCann. Special teams, very versatile batter. Something that we've seen her get a little bit more comfortable doing.
Opportunity for McCann to get out of this inning, limiting the damage. Ellie Enright looking for her first hit of the afternoon. Here comes the 0-2. Enright strikes and misses. Fourth strikeout today for Marissa. 4-1. It's going to work in a circle for Ellie Kent as she was that first pitch of the inning by freshman Madison up to grow.
They're struggling a little bit as a freshman. She really had an understanding of the strike zone. Watch pitches her last at bat right now to the plate, and then swings it once by well.
Close to the outside corner, but Kennedy does not get the call. It's 1-2. Got on next. 6 strikeouts today for Emily Kennedy. 1 out the 5th.
Noah, just a better understanding of the strike zone. If you're gonna watch this ball go right under Upstroke's elbow, she's still seeing at this pitch. Really not even a pitch that she can hit or drive. A good pitch from Emily Kennedy. Just to understand that.
She would go 6 strikeouts today. Kennedy has come from Madison up to grow. A 9-hole hitter, Katie Langer. Sacrifice bunt and her only play appearance today thus far. Outside corner, 2 balls and strike. 500 over the last 6 games. Kaylee Langer. Really coming on at the end of the season right when they need her. If she can spark something in this 5th inning, 1 out. Result of Kennedy, 3 balls and 2 strikes down to Kaylee Langer. It was a triple shy of the cycle. Another double shy of the cycle. On Wednesday, but she strikes out here. Back to back to start the 5th inning.
Both strikeout pitches presenting have been rise balls. All above the belt, really struggling to make adjustments, stay down in the strike zone, really working the ball up, and Emily Kennedy doing a great job of getting in the swing and pitches that are strike zone. She's been very successful thus far.
Starts behind Claire Cahalan back to the top of the order. Cahalan whips right through it, and to your point, another pitch out of the zone that Kennedy has to pitches.
And that's just easy work for Emily Kennedy. Not even having to bring the ball down, just very swinging at everything that she's throwing.
Lifted left field. Hashtags there. It's a quick 1, 2, 3. We are through 5 within striking distance against the number 1 team in Texas A&M. This is the bottom of the order for the Yankees here in the 6th, 7, 8, 9. All starts with J.K. Dement, true freshman. He's 4 for 2 on the afternoon. And she scorches that ball back down the left field line. Extra bases for K.K. Dement as she strolls into second with a leadoff double.
KK Dement does a great job of driving that ball at knee high. Looks like that ball does land on the line from this angle. This goes fair. It's good piece of hitting to get on and get a double to lead off the team.
10th double of the season for K.K. Dement. Texas A&M late in this game, 6th inning, trying to add a little bit of insurance to what is already a 3-run lead. And the way that Emily Kennedy has been Where's my downhill run? Pops it up. Bowman unable to advance that run to third.
And talking about they can't spin. That float right there is really because of that. She's had so much backspin on that ride ball that it is hard to lay a one down and not pop it up.
Kylie Griffin is the pinch hitter for Texas A&M. She bats in place of Greg Pache in the ninth. Playing out for the off-speed.
We continue to see McKeon throw that pitch more and more as the day goes on. She's really found comfortability and confidence with that pitch. From game one of the season to now, it's really kind of a new pitch that she didn't have when she started the season.
Griffin elevates to center field. There's Taylor Leiter, and there's two down the inning.
The changeup is really what helps her get those out. Like you just saw, because it is concerning whether you're going to see another changeup or not. So it makes all of her fast stuff look even faster.
So that changeup comes in at about 47, 48. So she's taking a solid 15 miles per hour off from that fastball to that changeup.
I always like to say 10 to 12 miles an hour on a changeup. The difference between the fastball is ideal, but 15 is swing and miss. That's really what you got in front of her.
Back at the top of the order with Kennedy Powell, quickly behind 0-2. 320th season ago, really good numbers, but now you're talking about inching up on 400 this season for the leadoff hitter, Kennedy Powell. Chops it to second, up to Grove on to first, and then a leadoff double does no damage.
It's being up around the zone, taking good pitches, living upstairs, having a great outing today thus far. Absolutely.
Yeah, just one hit so far in 5 innings with 7 strikeouts. That one hit did score a run for Missouri. It was an RBI single for Stefania Friscato after Taylor Evans led off the second inning with a walk. So she has given up a run. There will be a shutout today. 5 innings, 1 hit, 7 strikeouts. Dominant afternoon. Friendly kid. Okay, so she's 3-4 in the Missouri lineup and probably exactly where he'd like to be. For the Tigers, how do you get Julie Crenshaw, who's been unquestionably the best bat all season long, to try to start something in the sixth?
Yeah, we're looking at Crenshaw, who's been the spark plug for the team all year long. And the person they look to really, set the tone for the team. Maybe he was really a get hit. Well, I can get hit too.
375 on the season. She's one of just 2 in this Tigers lineup who hit over 300. Really, just about every source of offense this season feels like it's come from Julie Crenshaw. Right from the outside corner, it's 2-2.
That's really the difference I've seen between the two teams. Number one team in the country, several hitters above 400. You have Missouri, just one hitter in the country.
That is rolled to the left center field, and it rolls to the ball. Julia Crenshaw flying into second with a leadoff double. Julia Crenshaw starting to rally here in the sixth.
Right first bad mistake for him to hit. Gets the ball up in that lineup. Crenshaw drives it into center field now. Safe second.
Julia Crenshaw's 13th double of the season puts a runner in scoring position, nobody out. Only the second hit of the day for Missouri's lineup against Emily Kennedy.
But like you said, Noah, there is not a better position for Missouri to be in. Julia Crenshaw, senior, the only other senior
by 11 strikeouts in a game against Auburn earlier this season for Kennedy. She just rewrites that number as Maddox fouls off the first-year player for Missouri, but fourth year in total in the SEC after 3 seasons at Kentucky. And Missouri not known for a program that brings in 10 transfers. Let's see if they can get out ahead of here, wanting to bring in a run. Another set, third base, Powell charges and makes the ground in the air for the second out.
This story all season long for Missouri. They get a couple runners on, can't seem to figure out a way to push their cross. Scoring runs has been a big challenge there. Sometimes hitting just hasn't been there all season.
The situational hitting for Missouri has been really the biggest struggle for the offense this season. If you talk to Larissa Henderson, she'll tell you when lead off an inning or when nobody's on base, we've got a really good batting average. After we get runners in scoring position, it's something changes. Inside for May, pops out the glove and Coleman. The Crenshaw advances 60 feet. She's at third base.
This her baseline early at Crenshaw there. She sees how far that ball seems away from the hand and catcher, and she knows she gets third safely.
Out Abby Hay, the first baseman.
A good adjustment there from Hay. These Missouri hitters previously have been swinging those pitches after Emily Kennedy has been getting them on all game long.
Four pitch ball, runners on the corners. Tying run comes to the plate. In form of Stefania Briscato and Missouri's only hit today before Crenshaw's leadoff double the sixth.
Like I said last time, though, Briscato being one of the only lefties in this Missouri lineup. This is a pretty good matchup right here. And a place where Missouri could potentially see a lot of success with a lefty-lefty matchup.
What do you like about this left matchup for us?
I think Briscato's been seeing the ball pretty well today. Had a couple hard hit balls, generated a base runner, very first at bat. And so I think she's seeing the ball from the left side, coming out of that left hand. And it's a little bit better than a right eye, just because the ball is just seen differently with dominant eyes. She's the way she's turning her head as a hitter and just seeing the ball better from the left side.
You kind of alluded to that a couple of weeks ago where the windup from hitting that sometimes that ball gets hit behind the head for a while in the right hand hitter. So when you're on the left side, you want to see the ball a little sooner.
Right. Yeah, you definitely have a better view if you're on that left hand side of the batter box. The ball does not get trapped behind the head, so you're able to see the ball the entire time as opposed to being right where the ball gets lost.
On the inside corner this time, Briscato. 2 balls and a strike. The one hit with runners in scoring position that it came from Briscato the second, which is RBI single.
Last year, Missouri's done a much better job of making the strike zone, not falling Emily Kennedy's rise ball.
5-pitch walk, back-to-back walks that Kennedy has allowed, and the bases are loaded. But the go-ahead run coming to the plate for Missouri.
This is what Missouri's been waiting for all day long. Better command of the strike zone, not swinging at chase pitches. And then Missouri eventually comes up with their biggest power here. Up to the plate, bases loaded.
Tricia Ford brings Kennedy and the entire infield together. ago was the Missouri Valley Conference Player of the Year at Northern Iowa.
Hasn't really found her stride here in the SEC game. She's a little bit faster, not an everyday starter for Missouri. SEC, like I just said, a little bit harder than Missouri Valley in terms of competition each and every weekend. But has been a mainstay pitch hitter for this team.
Two. Dodge lifts it into center field. And right center for the out. But what a sixth inning for the Missouri Tigers.
McCann has to up and down, come out of this inning with a vengeance. She cannot afford to let base runners on here. She needs to go 1, 2, 3 and get her team back to the dugout in this game.
Has come forward in the third inning in relief and has been phenomenal, allowing just one run in that time. With 4 strikeouts. Cases 2, 3, 4 in this Texas A&M lineup with Amari Harper leading it off. There to say Missouri fans want to strike there. They didn't get it 1 and 2. Here's 2 balls and a strikeout for the camp. To Harper.
And McCann really can't focus too much on the score right now. Can't feel the pressure, has to execute her pitches just like she would in the bullpen.
She did such a great job. She came into this game and was 3-0. Didn't get the best of starts from Sierra Harrison, but Chris McCann has kept this within striking distance to the point that one swing of the bat has changed it. Harper on the off-speed serves it into left field, and that falls down for a base hit. Leadoff runner is aboard for Texas A&M. Tying run is at first.
Missouri tends to get hot always at the right time. And trying to find ways to slow the back position when it's going.
Annie Golden is the pinch runner for Texas A&M. She serves as the game-tying run. Maya Perez at the plate, who already has a pair of base hits on the day.
And trying not to let the moment get too big. She obviously understands what's at stake right now.
Bouncer off the glove, McCann field. The glove puts it deeply, but it's knocked out of the glove, and everybody's safe.
Just super unfortunate for Missouri. A&M almost grabs into a double play, which is exactly what you want right here. And then a little miscue from Kara Daly at shortstop. Not sure she wasn't expecting the glove flip, but doesn't handle it well. And McCann does her job perfectly to a T. We still have the result of runners on first and second and nobody out. And these types of miscues, Noah, that have cost Missouri a lot of games this season.
Matt Barbara coming to the plate with runners on first and second. When she did that in the first inning, she sent one out of the park all the way back to the first inning and gave Texas A&M a 3-0 lead. They led the entire way until this last half inning. Missouri scored 4 and 6.
Talking about game team, we're probably going to stay away from Barbara. Hopefully she scores just one of the third baseman if you're Missouri and you can step on third. Not a great situation to be in. Probably a little bit of frustration from McCann in terms of she's made some really good pitches.
Foley rips it again. Right center field. Oh, down. Riker gets in. Runner waves home and thrown a great shot. Another time. And Texas A&M has tied it up. What a Coco Foley RBI double.
Coco Woolley, the life of this A&M team. Not somebody that's going to hit for home runs or a ton of power, but finds a way to just continuously be a spark plug for the team. Gets on base, makes things happen for A&M. The throw from Haley Tinker is just perfectly on a dime to up the grove, but they still don't get her at home. Kind of an unfortunate series of events, Nova, for Missouri. Thought that they had an easy double play in the beginning of this inning, and now it's turned into them tying up the game.
And the go-ahead run for Texas A&M is just 60 feet away from scoring with only one out. Two runners in scoring position. Coco Woolley's season-high third hit of the day. Brings Allie Enrex to the plate. Just inside for the jam. 2 balls and no strikes.
Those frustrating moments for Missouri where they're just within reach of beating the number one team and feeling like they might be slipping away all the teams back.
Popped up and out of play right side. We talked about it earlier. They do have one win against number one Oklahoma under their belt this season, but in the Texas series, the Longhorns were number one a couple weeks ago. Game 2, Missouri lost by 1 run. Game 3, they went to extras and lost 3-1. To your point, right on the doorstep of winning multiple games against teams that have been ranked number one this season.
Those miscues right there, just the little things that are really keeping this Missouri team below 500. Right there, you're probably in a situation where you're going to win this game against A&M. Now you're in a tough spot. Kind of.
Patty Fuller is the new left fielder. She replaces Claire Cahill. Infield plays in here for Missouri in a tie game. 2 runners on, only 1 out. Top the mix for that right. Play. 4 runs, 6 for Missouri, thanks to a Madison Walker grand slam, put the Tigers up 5-4. Texas A&M has scored 1 already in the 7th, and with only 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position, a chance to retake the lead in the 7th. 2-2. Momentarily, it rolls all the way to the wall at left center. A pair of runs come in for Texas A&M. It is a 2-run double for Allie Enright, and number 1 reclaims the lead.
And this is exactly why you just cannot afford to make mistakes against the number one team in the country. Once that mistake is made, these types of teams just come back and they will punish you and make you realize why you have to play a clean game. Quick look here, we see it just scorching under Carraday's left shortstop. Haley Tinker in the outfield, unable to cut it off, trying to kick the ball, it looks like, on her dive down. And A&M just piling it on. Missouri at the top of the 7th.
What response to for Texas A&M? All the momentum is afforded on Missouri's side. If you're playing on the road, you give up a grand slam, you give up the lead. And for the Aggies to come in here in the 7th, score at least 3 runs, maybe 4, to take the lead back. Krista McCann exits, a new pitcher coming in for the Tigers. That's next.
Mistakes in this inning. Miscues in the first inning that led to A&M getting 3 runs. Just Missouri doesn't seem to be finding any way to end this
out here at the top of the seventh. Of course, the Tigers will have 3 outs to work with in the bottom. Three one from Donahue. Sit there, 3-2. An RBI double from Coco Woolley tied it at 5. Very next batter, Allen Enright, with a 2-run double has pushed the lead to 7-5 for the Aggies. Lofted in right field, foul territory. The first baseman could not track it down. We will do the 3-2 over again.
Missouri's got to find a way to get some outs here. Got to stop this momentum from A&M.
3-2. Bouncer takes a bad hop over the glove of Walker. Runner stays put at third, and the throw allows the bench to go to second. So again, Texas A&M has 2 in scoring position, trying to add some insurance to the seventh.
It just seems like things are getting a little out of hand for the Missouri Tigers. Hard hit ball that Walker doesn't put her glove over on, skips off her elbow to left field. Left fielder doesn't get a clean grab on it either. Throw doesn't get cut off. Ball rolls to the catcher. Just a lot of confusion going on for the Missouri Tigers.
3 outs away from ending this game and beating the number 1 team in the country. Great resiliency from the Aggies. Situational hitting has been there for Texas A&M, and not only a 3-run inning to get them a 2-run lead, but she's had on more with runners on second and third, and still only 1 out. Coleman bounce to third, and Walker comes home with it, and they got the runner caught and run down. Tag and fly. Oh, I say not in time. Everybody stay for now. Runners tagged out by Hay at first. Now they got the runner between second and third. Okay.
Wow, what a series of weird events. Noah turned into a double run down with 2 on the back. Nobody called out.
Well, all right then. Just how they drew it up. Safe on the first one. But then the next 2, another run down between first and second. Hay tags out Coleman. And then Hay again at second. Number 1 team in the nation entered the 7th inning down a run. They started with a leadoff single and then a couple of passes from the Missouri defense, followed by some timely hitting, batting, and all of a sudden it's a 3-run attack.
Right? Now, of course, we make mistakes against the number 1 team in the country. They will put the pressure on until they have you totally discombobulated. Missouri showed a lot of confusion in this last inning. Just trying to find an outlet way to win this ball game. What seems like you're just constantly scratching for behind.
Even on the ending double play, double run down, it was still weird. The final 2 outs in that second inning.
But you know, typically see double run down go all the way back to first base and then back to second.
Third base to first base to second base. Jalen Langman to center field and falls down right in front of the charging Enright. Over in for Missouri. Leadoff hitter is aboard, and Jalen Langman does her job and puts it back to the top of the order. There is a pinch hitter here for Claire Cahaly.
Caitlin just do really clean bowling, held the stakes defensively, and that's been a huge difference making for them as opposed to Missouri. Looking at all of Missouri's miscues, obviously they have not all been counted as errors.
Led off the sixth inning with a double. Was a part of that 4-run inning when Madison Walker hit a grand slam to hit Missouri a 5-4 lead at the time. They say that next scored 3 in the top of the seventh. Claire Cahalan re-enters the game as the pinch runner at first base for the Tigers. One up. Slides just off the plate outside. 2 balls and a strike from Kennedy to Crenshaw. Two up. 3 out.
Pretty high pitch counts, they know it, but it is her game to win, her game to lose at this point. You just let her ride. We see her getting a little bit tired.
111th pitch of the day was the first strike of the at-bat. Still 3-1. Crenshaw in the driver's seat. Full strike inside corner. Like that.
Umpire thinks he can cut the front edge of the corner, I guess.
Swing and a miss. Gets beyond Coleman. The throw it down to first. Got her.
Ball game, Noah. Misses drop through strike, pretty routine catch. Not sure what happened. We got a tag out here. Crenshaw trips over, but first baseman does have the right to the entire bag to make the catch.
All that to say, 2 outs in the inning. And he has a chance to get this game here. It's Kara Daly who skies it into left field. This hashtag can't be underneath it from the warning track. Texas A&M scores 3 in the 7th to come from behind and take down Missouri. Straight wins for Texas A&M, 7 straight SEC wins, and the Aggies are now 38-5. And that top of the 7th inning is really the entire story today. The way that Texas A&M had their backs against the wall, down a run, and only 3 outs to work with. To win that game is impressive.
Right, and that talks to the power of their offense. We've been saying it all day long. They can keep 1 through 9. There's not anybody in that lineup that doesn't deserve to be.
Batters. 72-74 was just an average suggestion. Coming in better than any, so Auburn, obviously tough task. They're led by Criscos Countrylife I, very offensive-minded coaches. Their offense is really finding the rhythm. Start as Abby Smith is in that leadoff spot. On their team about a little over 5 runs a game. Certainly a good offense we did in that series win over Georgia. Pitches to all. It gets the over.
Carly Pickens is so big picture. You can tell by the way she goes at batters from the start. Here she gets early in the count 0-2 and is able just to move the ball down out of the zone and entice the swing and a miss. Elite pitchers, they start early in the count, and that's exactly what she did.
Nice start for Carla Pickens in SEC play here today. Spot flashes one out to right, and Gabby Leach, trusted corner outfielder, makes the play.
Season contact there for Peralta, but she was still tight on her hand. I heard it off the bat, you could tell it was off the handle. So Carlton Dick is able to get that pitch inside and right up on Peralta, the batter.
Anna Lee Adams, just a freshman out of Indiana, but she is not playing like a freshman. She's been one of the best hitters, 390 average, 9 home runs in this Auburn lineup.
Coach Kate and Chris Malvo said that she was the hardest worker on the team. After practice, the coaches would be standing and talking on the field in the cage, already getting more reps. So that's a testament to her success this season and how much work she puts in.
1-1 up the middle. Beeler on the run has it. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Tennessee in Carter area. Back at home this weekend. Sophomore righty Melina Tampora in the ball game. One, and Riley, this is just her third start in the season and 11 down again.
Yeah, a perfect start to Emily's Lady Ball lineup. She's mid to low 60s, makes this change and rise from dominant down. And Malvo coaches say that coming to the series, they will limit free passes and those long counting take them on the run and then a free pass. So putting in a ground ball pitcher against this lineup, limit long balls that are ordered.
Outing as a freshman last year. 6.53 ERA in 15 innings. Now her second season with the Tigers first. Her field head coach is Criscos Countrylife I. First pitch swinging, Kinsley Fiedler as Lady Ball's first hit on this weekend. That is a good way to start things off. Top to bottom of this Lady Ball lineup, a team hitting 318 as a team. They've done some shifting throughout the season. Fiedler just recently has been in that lineup spot. Of course, McKenna Gibson and the big weekend she had in Austin. The first inning, 2-run home run that really set the tempo for those final 2 games in Tennessee.
You've seen Fiedler get that quick base hit up the middle, but that was because the ball was left up. Also, you saw with that previous pitch from Tempora, another ball that was up. She's down ball pitcher, so she worked lower in the zone, especially against this top of the Tennessee lineup.
Hamill launches at one. That drops in the left field. Back-to-back singles for Tennessee. Opening inning in the box.
This is a pretty good pitch by Tempora. You can see it by the way it comes off Taylor Penn's bat. It's an off-speed changeup. His hand for bat. Barely sneaks it out into the outfield, but it hit the hit. So Taylor Penn will take it. That's also a great pitch by Tempora. But he didn't forget it.
Hamill's had a lot of hard hit balls this season. 13 home runs, but we'll take that. 37 average coming in this weekend. And now McKenna Gibson. Fly ball. Center picked up Matthew Smith, a much-needed first out.
That is a huge first out there by Tampora. McKenna Gibson, she was ready to attack that first pitch. She did get a pitch up, but because it was a little bit of an off-speed, same thing with Hannah. She got it off the end of that. That's a very good job, especially with the top hitter right now, McKenna Gibson.
We're going to Sophia Nugent. The RBI opportunity. Right up in a catcher. Now ball down the left field line. Will get out of play. Nugent, 304 hitter. 9 home runs and 41 RBIs on the year. Senior, second season as a Lady Ball. Plays off that one. 1-1 starter. Tampora.
The crowd makes first batters into the senior city
Oh,
within the first couple pitches. And as a pitcher for Tim North, that can be intimidating when you're facing such a tough lineup, and then they're swinging early in the count.
Nugent sends this one high left field, backing up McCreary at the wall. She's got it right at the warning track. 2 late balls advance, but they allowed a second out, flirted with home run distance.
Once again, the lady ball attacking the pitch. That's up against a draw ball pitcher. That was also played. Nugent just missed it, but played well by McCreary out in our left field. Also played well by both runners, immediately going to tag and being able to advance to them in better scoring position for Laura Mueller here.
You see an RBI chance here early in this ball game. Laura Mueller, 2 in scoring position. Third on the Tennessee team, 22 average. Chapelville, Tennessee, end of the weekend in Austin. Mueller, pop fly. Roach underneath it, and Tamora escapes the chance. Brown had it solo since 2022. Obviously bringing on Chris and Kate, help take their offense to new levels. It felt like it was a matter of time when they were going to get their shot. Didn't know that it would be within the same conference and we're going to be beaten so soon. 1-2 pitch for Pickens, Tresvig, on drive, foul.
Tresvig is on time for that hard and in that 70+ mile per hour pitch. That's a great swing with 2 strikes, especially against Pro Because a lot of people just try to protect themselves. But Tresvig putting that spin on a ball, she's competing up there.
305 there. With Pickens, how much of an advantage if you are how Karen Wheatley operates? You know a lot of these players. Obviously, some differences from last year now, but we're familiar with these guys. Bounce one away.
Both staff said that familiarity is important. Coach Karen Wheatley said on the offensive side from Auburn, they don't see as much small games, so that's an easier way to prepare. And both staffs also mentioned that just because of familiarity doesn't mean that they know everything about all the players. People change, people evolve, they especially said Carla Pickens has evolved since her freshman year to now her junior year.
Rude awakening from having Carla Pickens and now facing her for 3 straight games. As Tresvig puts one up the middle, Mueller shortstop on number 1.
Carla Pickens once again just spotting the ball. Tresvig thinking it's going to be an inside pitch turning on the ball, but she's a little bit ahead because it's on the outside of the zone. Gets around it, gets up the end of her barrel there to Laura Mueller at shortstop.
Here's KK McCreary, former Lady Ball back in Knoxville. Didn't waste any time. First pitch, round out for round number 2.
KK McCreary doing what elite hitters know they have to do against sweep pitching, going after pitches thrown by some. She barreled the ball up, and that's one thing that the Malvo coaches said about her. Even when she was in her slump at the start of SEC, the ball was still flying off her bat 70+ miles per hour exit level.
2 quick outs for Carla Pickens here in the second. Mueller's the senior will step in the box. Batting 48. When they did 1 hit, Tuesday with 9 at-bats against Georgia. Returners that about those years and left team average last year.
You see the change in speed there from her 70+ down the zone into 60, mid-60s up. Carla Pickens throws that wide ball. She has different variations of it. She can take a little speed off of it.
2-1. Puts him off with that pitch. Another round out. Carla Pickens.
Minus the Sophia Newton ball that did carry, but she is working these effective velocity zones, getting it in on their hands, and then using her off speed to get hits off the end of the bat. Right now for the Malvos, we're pretty excited about what's going on.
Tim Barr really initiated Alex getting to Georgia 6-8, only allowed 2 runs.
doing this now?
Yeah.
Okay, here. You wanted some socks and shoes, you said?
Yeah.
What socks and shoes you want?
Red cracks.
All right, get them.
Why is that here?
You did all today.
Yes.
Yes, I know.
Okay. You like